Dowling from Guyana.
Travis got a piece when but every time he don't come into NI career. Bangladesh. And then he continue after that. He get a few more games too. He go to Australia.
Sound in a spell check.
Yeah. He's still spoiled.
Spell check.
Good morning, Vinal. Good morning to all our viewers, wherever you are. Interesting contest here today. Yes, the bowler there, that one swung in prodigiously, left arm swing. Because of the degree of swing, it really put some doubt in my mind as to whether it would have hit the stumps. But it was a very vicious delivery, admittedly.
Yeah, it was vicious. Actually, initially I thought it was just going to go across him, and all of a sudden it dipped. Really? And swung back prodigiously. And Jackie said, I don't know if he might consider himself unlucky, but the umpire, as I said before, is in the right position, Allenson, and he has given the decision.
Yes, so Trinidad and Tobago find themselves in a bit of a bother here in the first over. Ramlal, we saw him last year. He was quite disciplined with the batting. Was, I would say, probably the foundation of their batting last year in the 3-day tournament. Different context this time around in the shorter format. But now he would have to bat very deep for them as he is joined by the new batsman.
Yeah, Kyle Ramdu is going out there. Ramdu has had a fantastic season in Trinidad and Tobago this season. As I was saying in the first game, Allenson, this Trinidad and Tobago team has been together for, I will say, nearly about 5 months now, playing in the Premiership. The Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board chose an under-19 team to put into the Premiership to play against the big men, so to speak. And Ramdu has been one of the stars. I think he has been one of the better batters leading up to this tournament. And one hopes that he can really transform that form from Trinidad to St. Vincent.
Yes, remembering from last year, he's very aggressive left-hand batsman. Has some power. And I think he scored about 40 odd here against the Barbadians in their fixture at Arnesville last year. So he'd want to stamp his authority in this game, but of course, firstly, he would have to negotiate the swing of Edwards.
Edwards is going to take it away from him, it seems, after judging from that second delivery that he has had in the over so far. Here's Edwards. And Ramdu just coming forward and allowing that one to come on to him.
Yes, that one swung as well, but Ramdu aware of what Edwards is trying to do, so he played it quite late in the end, so it's well played by him. Getting that one just to feel that point. Fairly standard field having been set here. 7-2 field. 2 slips, third man at gully. A point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and the man at fine leg.
So here's Edwards again. And this one swings, but it started outside the leg stump. Ramdu is off and running, clipping it down behind square. Ramdu is a special talent, and you made a point early on that he was very aggressive last year, aggressive left-handed batsman. And the coaches and those around him have been working on just that. Just to, get him to be a little more circumspect and break through. You mentioned 40. And that was Ramdu's issue. He was getting into the 30s, into the 40s, and not transforming, not going on. Now he has been scoring centuries this season.
That's very good. So he'd want to take that form into. Oh, look at that delivery.
Ramlal has to be careful here. He's really swinging that ball back into the right-handers. But with Ramlal, he presents a sort of calmness. You mentioned it before. And everyone seems to bat around Ramlal. You know, he's very solid. And with Trinidad and Tobago losing an early wicket, his role intensifies now. That should be signal wide.
Yeah, Edwards is getting the ball to move very sharply. He also has the benefit of a usually strong wind here at Arnesville, which blows in the direction of his swing. He's getting the ball to tail back into the right-hander away from the left-hander. And he's getting some prodigious movement, so he has to be careful where he starts it from. Seeing that one, it's pitched on the stumps, but it swung way down the leg side.
I think he'll be looking for a 4th, 5th stump start, just outside the off stump, looking to come back in. Again, that is too straight. It allows Ramlal to get off the mark. Well, in fact, that's his 2nd run. So I think what he wants to do here, Allenson, is to start on about a 4th stump and produce that delivery, probably across seam, that will go straight across the right-hander and have him thinking.
Absolutely. So far in this over, it seems as if he has bowled all of them coming in, so he hasn't bowled a straighter one just yet. As you mentioned, that would put some doubt into the batsman's mind as to what exactly is he doing. It would be effective to both the right and the left-hander, because the left-hander wouldn't be able to just come across and cover the line going away from him. He has to be aware of the one coming in that will threaten his stumps and his front pad as well.
Yeah, but a very good first over there from Edwards, and the Jamaicans are on top at the moment, taking that early wicket. They'll be very happy with that over. It seems as if they're going to start with spin from the backway end, and it's the left arm orthodox spinner.
So it seems as if it's Alex Hines, Vinon.
Yep. Alex Hines from the southern end, the backway end, where Allenson lives.
I wish.
I think Allenson is going to go down to Beckwith tomorrow with me. We're going to have a good time. Ramlal to face, just a solitary slip. There's a short mid wicket in place as well. Looking for that uppish drive. This time he starts with a full toss. Ramlal not able to put it away.
Interesting ploy to begin with spin. It's something you have seen in more recent times at the various levels of cricket.
I think what makes it even more interesting is the fact that it's Jamaica. If you see it happen with the Trinidad and Tobago team, or you see it happen with the Guyana team, you'll understand, you'll think. Yeah. There's Hines. Short. And coming in with the arm. Well, Allenson, I know you're the local weatherman. Fine weather to start.
Absolutely, and a lot better than what we had on Tuesday, with the games being affected, except for this one that was played at Arnesville.
Well, we have spoken about the wonderful drainage here at Arnesville. And just across the road at Sion Hill, Trinidad and Tobago, the players were sitting in the pavilion whilst cricket was playing here.
Yes, absolutely. And I was not surprised at all that that took place last time around. We are very close to the sea here. The sand, there's a natural sand base, and I think it was also for the enhance for the 2007 World Cup. So excellent drainage here at Arnesville as always.
And of course, speaking about enhancement, at the moment, a lot of work is ongoing here at Arnesville, one of the most beautiful venues in the Caribbean, very picturesque. I see the guys are constructing a new roof, and I was told that a serious bid would be made for World Cup matches. Yes,
we have not had some games here. We have not had an international cricket game here since 2013 against Pakistan.
Wow.
It's been quite a while. That's a decade now. So I know that Vincentians are yawning for some international cricket.
That's 10 years ago, you would have been in primary school.
No. Not at all.
So at the moment, the total is 4 for 1 after 2 overs.
But I'll take the compliment.
Oh, good delivery again, moving away. I think initially Ramdu beaten and then pulling away.
Yes, and he's starting it, I think, just a little too wide for the left-hander and just a little too straight for the right-hander. You mentioned pitching it on the 4th stump or so for the right-hander. I think for the left-hander, he needs to be aiming maybe around middle because he's getting that much swing. Usually you would tell someone who's swinging it away probably to look for off, they're about middle and off, but he's getting that much swing that he should actually be aiming for around middle stump.
Again, too straight. Goes behind square. Let's wait on the umpire. Up. Takes his time and raises that right leg not too high off the ground, and then the left just to show us.
Yes, leg by there. That one he was trying to get it just a little bit straighter as we mentioned before, but that one didn't appear to swing. So that's the variation there.
Yep, that was the one we were speaking about in the first over. Here's Edwards. Short, going down the leg side. Signal wide by the umpire. It's looking to change things up a bit, Edwards, in this over.
Yes, we saw Ramlan last year in the 3-day format, so it was a different format, but he was very patient, looked to play as straight as possible. So he may be the ideal man here to face the swing of Edwards for the Trinidadians.
He needs to try to negate that. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty. That's the kind of delivery you bring your entire family to see.
Yes, that one touchdown just outside off, some swinging back in between bat and pad, defeating that forward push there from Ramlal. And he has to be careful here. He has to play with his bat and pad very close together because that ball is coming in quite sharply.
Yeah, that was a beauty. That, you know, you were asking for that line and you got it there, Allenson. Ramlal drives nicely through the offside. That's a beautiful shot. It's running away. It's slowing up now. That should have been 3, but they settled for 2.
It's a nice looking shot there from Ramlal. That one was just a bit too full. Didn't have the time to move as some of the others did. And he was nicely leaning into that one. As we mentioned, he doesn't hit the ball too hard, but his timing was good. And he got that into the gap, completing comfortable 2 in the end.
Yeah, you'll just want to feel that ball onto the bat, onto the middle of the bat. Ramlal, such an important cog in the Trinidad wheel. Allows this one to go by, I tell you. Showed impeccable judgment there, Allenson.
Yes, that was well left. It was wide enough that he could have taken the risk. But we are very impressed with the amount of movement that young Edwards is getting with the ball. He's getting it to swing a long way.
Yeah, Edwards has been absolutely impressive, but Ramlal is looking to defy him. This one squeezes away down behind square. Another good delivery. I think what is helping Ramlal here as well is his open stance. He's able to access those deliveries coming into him, but he has to be careful. End of another very good over there from Edwards at the end of 3. It's 9 for 1.
Yes, after 3 overs, 9 for 1. A good start here from the Jamaicans, the Trinidadians. They have to be watchful, having lost that early wicket. But we see Edwards looks very threatening while the new ball swings. And of course, we know that for the white ball, it only happens for just a few overs. He will be a very big threat for the Jamaicans. So I think that they would, want to perhaps even give him one more catcher. Maybe somebody close on the leg side because of the ball coming back in. And the options may be for a short leg or maybe someone just behind at a leg slip type of position. Just to encourage him to continue to pitch that ball up.
That's a very good point indeed. Here's Hines. Short, he's back and cutting well here. They take 1 and they should come back for 2. TNT team into double figures, and Ramlal is looking positive here now.
Yes, he's playing well. That one just coming in with the arm. We haven't seen much turn from Hines just yet. It's a new ball, of course, and he's just getting them to come into the right-hander. Bowling a fairly good length, not too full, not too short. That one, Ramlal making the room and accessing that area behind points on the offside.
Where's Hines? Tossing that one up tantalizingly, but closing the face a bit too early. There was Ramlal. Jamaica starting with spin at the southern end. Ramlal gets another. A good move, you think, by Trinidad and Tobago to bat first on winning the toss?
I think so, because their batting has been under pressure at various points. We mentioned that a lot of the batsmen have returned from the previous under 19 competition, and they didn't really cover themselves in glory, the batsmen at that in that competition. So it gives them an opportunity to bat without as much pressure. See if they can recover from the low score they got in the first game on 130 odd, and post a decent total today, maybe 200 plus, and give themselves a good chance.
Yeah, they need to bat with that freedom. Probably batted with too much freedom in the first game, though. Played too many shots. In that first game, and Kenroy Martin comes in, he will tell you. The man with the golden arm will tell you, had Trinidad and Tobago bat out that 39 overs against Barbados, they would have won the match.
Yeah,
because
obviously.
they were chasing just under 4 and over. But, you know, they played millionaire shots and ended up paupers. Ramdu. Very talented player, Ramdu. Alanson, I want you to keep your eyes on Ramdu in this tournament. 12 for 1. It's the end of the over.
Yes, I have in my list in terms of the batsmen to watch. Johnson as well, I think, from Jamaica. Young man from Leewards. Jewel Andrew, very talented batsman as well. Of course, the former West Indies skipper, August, young Pascal. Quite a few of them actually. So he's among that list of, you know, batsmen that we have seen some talent in at this early stage, and we want them to go on to greater things in the future.
It's a dynamic Andrew Rambaran. He's on the West Indies camp as well. Got 3 wickets in 4 balls in the opening match. Well played by Ramlal. Again, that one tailing into him. Ramlal. You'll find him very difficult to dislodge. You know, he has more patience than the nearby hospital. So he'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, and I think that because of his temperament, he might be and his technique as well. Trinidad may actually have the correct matchup here against Edwards, because some of these deliveries that he's bowling, if you're a bit loose, then he would have gone through already.
Pushed away on the offside. Ramlal is one of those players. He's an intelligent batsman. He's one of those players who constructs an innings. In the Premiership tour that I spoke to you about in Trinidad, when they were playing quote unquote against big men, basically every innings he started just like this, and as the innings progressed, he was able to blossom. And you will look at him and you will think, you know, this pencil slim guy, he's not going to give you nightmares. But he struck 5 sixes in that game and scored 100.
Yes, he does have good timing. He gets his weight, the little bit that he has, into the shot, whatever shot that he's playing.
Yeah, I like that.
So his technique aids him, and he watches the ball closely. You could see that he's always looking at the ball. So you could see that from even this spell with Edwards, who's getting the ball to move around, but he's playing so late and showing good technique so far. I hope we don't put the commentator's course on him.
Edwards. But he seems to have mastered that shot. It's a French cut. He has played a number of that this morning.
Yeah, it's one of those shots that as soon as it comes off the bat, as long as you don't hear the song behind, then you're happy.
But I'm impressed with Edwards. He has settled into a much better line. 13 for 1 at the moment. And the Prime Minister just called away Kenroy Martin. Here's Edwards. Well played there by Ramdu. Ramdu's another one that looks at the ball right onto the bat. And on pitches like this with early moisture, he will look to play as late as possible, which is a good attribute.
Yes, I want to see, as you mentioned, how he goes to this innings. You mentioned the fact that he had the propensity to score 30, 40, looking good and getting out. I want to see how he constructs this innings here today.
Struck on the pad. Ramdu immediately indicating to the umpire that he had gotten an edge onto that. So it's the end of the over. The end of 5, it's 13 for 1. More comments from Allenson.
Yes, early jabs have been taken by both teams. We have seen from Edwards a lot of swing coming back into the right-hander, going away from the left-hander. He has varied his length just a little bit in the last over. We saw that he tried a short delivery, maybe to say to Ramlal, well, look, you're coming forward, you're looking to play me late off the front foot. I want you to stay back on your back foot so that my swinging delivery would have more of an effect. But Ramlal, he has been good with his footwork. As you mentioned, Ramdu, who has joined him at the crease, is also playing quite late. And so far, so good for the Trinidadians. They don't want to get through this very threatening spell from Edwards and go on from here. But of course, the Jamaicans would want him to get maybe another wicket or two.
Yeah, a period of consolidation needed here at the moment. They've added just 10. Again, you can see Ramlal looking at that one very closely indeed. In the game against Barbados, Ramlal batted for quite a while. One criticism of him, though, in that game was that he was not looking to rotate the strike as he should have done. He was just looking to be defensive and not even just breaking the wrists just to get the single. So he has to work on that. But he has looked very positive here this morning. Oh, that's a lovely shot through the offside. That should run away into the boundary now for 4. Lovely shot there by Nick Ramlal.
Oh, that was a splendid shot. He waited on the back foot. He gave himself just a little bit of room outside the leg stump. And he was able to find the gap with precision between a short extra cover and the man at a straightish cover point. And it also beat the man at the long off boundary. So it was well placed. And a useful boundary there to Ramlal and to the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. I'll give him a lot of confidence. Very small crowd on hand to the right of us. Some of the Trinidad and Tobago supporters, they've flown in. And when you hear that it's Carnival in St. Vincent, that will add to any Trini. They'll want to be here.
I was just going to ask you if you sure they came for the cricket.
This is played away nicely. Again, looking to play it late. Ramdu was a bit late to take off. He got home in the end. He's quick between the sticks. It's carnival time here in St. Vincent. I'm staying at Indian Bay, and there was an all-inclusive fete there on the weekend.
So you were in that fete, Vinon?
I tried to get in, but they said you had to pay.
You should have shown them your badge, said, well, I'm here on official duty.
So it's going to be Hines. Now he's going to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Ramdu. Let's see how Ramdu goes against him. Right forward is Ramdu, using that long reach of his to good effect. So at the moment, the score is 18 for 1. We've seen 6 overs bowled.
Yes, they're going at 3 runs and over. And looking at the way that Hines has been operating, it seems as if he's a defensive option. he hasn't bowled a lot of bad deliveries at all. In fact, even that boundary that Ramlal scored off this over, he actually made that into a delivery that he can access by his footwork. So he has been quite disciplined with his line and his length. And it seems as if their plan is to attack with Edwards at one end and have Hines at the other end, just keeping it tidy and quiet.
So Trinidad and Tobago, just to remind you, losing the early wicket of Justin Jagisa, who was out leg before, might consider himself unlucky, but he was given out leg before. Here is Edwards, who has bowled well. That's a nice firm push, showing him the maker of the bat there.
Yes, as he has progressed in this innings, Ramlal is looking more and more organized, more and more assured against Edwards, who is still bowling quite a nice length. And he's attacking the stumps on most occasions. He is not getting as much swing as he got in the first couple of overs, but he's still getting the ball to move around.
Now you can see the wind is ruffling his shirt. That's a good delivery. Just previous delivery, Ramlal came confidently forward, so he wanted to shorten one on him, which he did to good effect. Ramlal has gone on to 14 now. Ramdu is on 3.
Yes, nice important partnership here. You have a left and a right-hander, so each time they rotate the strike, the bowler would have to make that slight adjustment to his line. And they have kept the slip in place, Jamaica. They recognize the importance of early wickets. And I'm sure they will be very happy if they can get the wicket of Ramdu.
And you can see Ramdu just looking to play as late as possible, but allowing it to come on to him. That was not a single. He wanted one. The Ramlal was right to send him back. Score at the moment is 19 for 1. Well left there by Ramdu. Edwards, a good option this morning here for Jamaica.
Yes, as I mentioned previously, I've been impressed with what I've seen from him. Being an under-19 player, getting the ball to move as much as he has. At a brisk enough pace, he isn't express, but he's bowling quick enough. And his control has been okay as well. So there's a lot to work with there.
Yeah, a lot to work with. Driving, lovely shot through the offside for 4. That came off the bat like a shotgun and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, a cracking shot there from Ramdu. Something we saw from him a lot last year in the tournament as well. Opening up his arms, going over the man at extra cover. That one, it was full enough, but he watched it quite late as well. He accounted for the movement away and was able to get it over the man at extra cover. A couple of bounces into the boundary. Lovely looking shot there from Ramdu.
Lovely shot. When Ramdu is in the full flow, he's beautiful to watch. And that, I tell you, got the Trinidad and Tobago supporters animated downstairs. Here's Edwards. Down the leg side. It was looking to overcompensate because he knew the previous delivery was a bit wide outside the off stump. He then pushes it down the leg side. So it's a situation here where Ramdu is now giving back, so to speak, having him think.
Yeah. And I think he has to also compensate for the fact that he's not moving it as much as he was moving it in the first few overs. So his line has to be slightly adjusted now. He needs to be looking for an off stump now. Just about there.
That's an excellent line. Again, Ramdu is looking good. It's lunging forward. It's the end of the over. So after 7, our scorer, Carry On, tells me the score is 24 for the loss of 1. And they tell me that Carry On has scored the most runs in St. Vincent.
She would have to say to verify that one. She'd have to verify that one.
She's on 24 at the moment. So these two, Ramdu and Ramlal, They have settled nerves a bit.
It's very important that they have forged this partnership. Jagasaw going off the very first delivery of the innings may have put a little bit of panic in the dressing room, but they have certainly calmed things around. We mentioned the calming influence of Ramlal and his approach to batting. And the Trinidad and Tobago team, they have made a recovery here. They have a long way to go still, but not a bad start.
Easy batting there from Ramlal. It's coming forward, getting the single. So the left hand, right hand combination is also working for Trinidad, as the bowlers are aware that they'll have to change their line almost immediately with the strike rotating.
See that they have maintained the long on and the man at deep mid wicket. Oh, they have made a slight change here now. They are just keeping the long off and the man at deep mid wicket for the left hander, which is the same feel that they had for Ramlal.
Again, you can see Ramdu playing him off the pitch, looking to see if there is any turn and playing him late. Ramdu, Naparima College student. Has to be careful. That one was a bit uppish.
Yes, the square leg fielder was interested for a little while there. That one as he turned it off his pads airily.
Well, I just said that Kerry Ann scored the most runs in St. Vincent and she's now thirsty. Yes, Hines. Again, Ramdu playing it a bit uppishly, but he gets a single. And as you said before, Allenson, Hines is not that threatening, but he's doing a good job. Seems to be one of those defensive bowlers, but he's hitting a spot.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled any delivery that you could really say was a bad delivery, so to speak. He has maintained a good line and length. One of those bowlers who you have to go after if you want to make runs.
End of yet another over. The end of it, 26 for 1, sorry.
Yeah, some of the Trinidadian viewers may have gotten a little scared there when they heard that 6. But it's 26-1, as you mentioned, after 8. They're going at just over 3 runs and over. So it's not brisk scoring by any means, but given the start that they had with the first wicket falling off the very first delivery of the game, I think that they will be satisfied so far with this progress, and they'll be wanting these two to continue for some time into the future. What we're seeing now from the Jamaicans is that with the swing having diminished a little bit from the beginning, they have elected to remove Edwards out of the attack, and they're replacing him with Deshaun James, who will now come into the bowling. So a slight change here by the Jamaicans.
Let's see what James brings to the table. Remember, Jamaica making a winning start to this year's tournament, defeating Guyana against all odds.
Yes, it was an interesting one. I mean, looking at the scorecard, only 78 made by Guyana. So that in itself was surprising. You know, 50. Not a 50 over because it was shortened by rain, but I think they had about 38 or 37 overs in that game to bat. So it was a small total and comfortably handled by the Jamaicans to get to victory. Yep. I would say that to the Vinod, it's likely that they will be chasing more than that.
Well, we may get in all 50 overs today. The weather is fine. Here's James. Ramdu plays it down to point. Let's have a look at the field. That's a solitary slip for James. Gully, point, cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, the backward square on the boundary, as well as third man on the boundary.
It's a fairly standard field, so they have kept the slip throughout. We'll have to see if James gets any movement, as we saw from from Edwards previously.
Ramdu looking to go down the ground. He has to be careful here. That was uppish. Looks at the bat.
Yeah, he was
Has to stay. He has to stay in the game, Ramdu.
Yeah, he was looking to drive that one. It didn't have the length for the drive. It wasn't a half volley by any means. Even shorter than what most persons would try to drive on the up. So he has to be careful here. Almost carrying to the man at mid-on. And as well, almost a threat for a run out, but he got there safely in the end.
Again, you can see Ramdu running in with the bat, cradle in his arms. So he has to be careful. James has just come in, bowled just 2 deliveries. He'll want to have a look at him. Square leg goes right back. Out on the boundary. Don't think Ramlal will be accessing him. So good hard length there from James.
So far, we've just seen a few deliveries from James. He's a wiry type of character. Looks quite athletic in his approach to the crease, and he has elected to be just back of a length. Has not really overpitched on any occasion, so far fairly disciplined from him.
Well, tell me a Jamaican that doesn't look athletic. Yeah, he is. Again, Ramlal playing it away nicely.
Interesting thing about the field, Vinod, is that there's no fine leg. That one came into him. If he was able just to tickle that one down to fine leg, he would have gotten an easy boundary in the end. So always something that is a bit dangerous when you have a pace bowler bowling without a fine leg, or even a short fine leg. So nobody there really in that big span behind square on the onside.
Yeah, 6 on the off, and now, as you said that, backward square has been moved across, but not very far, just a couple steps. So that option is still there. Some away movement, but it's signal wide.
Yes, that one. And I think because of the field too, he might be, apprehensive about bowling a bit too straight. Because as we mentioned, any slight tickle down the leg side will go for 4. Will run away very quickly down to that fine leg region, and I don't think that the backward square, being as square as it is now, would be able to cut it off.
Definitely not. So a good start here from James in the main. But as Allenson was saying, I think his field is dictating exactly where he should bowl. Bit defensive though. I think he should be given the option to attack the stumps.
Absolutely, especially considering the conditions. It's fairly early in the day, and there's something in the pitch for the Pacers.
That's a lovely shot by Ramlal. Just leaning onto it. He never tried to overhit that. That's 4. Just a length into it and used the pace of James.
Yes, and we mentioned attacking the stumps, and on that occasion he straight on the stumps. But Ramlal was able to place it nicely between the man at forward square and the deep backward square leg. Timed very well off his pass. We mentioned his timing previously, that he times the ball quite nicely, and when there's a bit of pace on it, then he's able to work with it, as we saw there. That placement, a very lovely shot there. Immaculate placement from Ramlal. One thing I want to say about Ramlal though, and what we have seen here, not Ramlal, the bowler who does bowl James, is that there's a little bit in his action that reminds me of Jerome Taylor. The way he approaches the crease, and also his delivery, the way he delivers at the end. There's a lot there that reminds me of him. So hopefully he's able to emulate more than just the action.
Yeah, that'll be excellent for him. Heinz is going to continue, though, from the far end, which is the southern end here, this wonderful ground. Score is 32 after 9. Third man comes up into the circle at backward point. It's a long off in position. Ramdu has to be careful with those uppish drives. Here's Heinz. So he's now going to change the round the wicket to the right-handed Ramlal. Still a slip in position. Ramlal has moved on to 20. He has shown good purpose here this morning. It's looping it up, asking him to play obviously through the offside. He's not been baited just yet, Allenson.
Yeah, showing a lot of patience. That one was full enough maybe to attempt the drive.
This is quicker. So Heinz has been very, very economical.
Yes, he has gone for only 10 runs so far in his just over 4 overs. So I think he has done the job that his captain would have wanted from him. After 5 overs, he has gone for 10 runs still. So
excellent. So Trinidad and Tobago, after 10, they are 33 for 1. After more comments from Allenson, I think they have found Kenroy Martin to finally do some work.
Yes, so after 10 overs, 33 for 1. Solid start from both teams, you would say. I think the Jamaicans need to just be a little bit more aggressive here with their pacers, because the conditions actually are in favor of pace. The conditions are in favor of pace bowlers, so I think that they need to attack just a little bit more while the ball is still moving, because after the ball stops moving, which we know for the white ball, it doesn't last very long, then it will become more difficult to make those incisions into the batting lineup. And we have had 5 overs from Heinz. He has gone for 11 runs, has bowled quite miserly. And we have had 4 overs, 1 for 15 from Edwards, and a solitary over from James that went for 6 runs. So I'll now hand over to Kenroy and also to Mr. Horn, Sylvanus Horn.
Well, good morning to the viewers and good morning to those who are tuned in to us here as we continue with this one. Is hit over cover. The aggression has started here into the fence. 4 runs to him. So 4 good looking runs here to Ramnal. Trying to get things on the way for Trinidad and Tobago. As I say, good morning to my fellow commentator Sylvanus Horn, who have joined us, and as Allenson and Mamchan make their way out of the booth.
Pleasant good morning to our viewers. And we are looking at a lovely day for cricket. Day full of sunshine. No rain in the making, Kenroy.
Well, the weather is with us today. It's bright and sunny. The breeze is blowing across Annisville playing field. This one is a lifting delivery outside the off, something to the keeper's glove. Annisville, picturesque ground. As we see the flags on the left side of the playing field being flown, Trinidad and Tobago, West Indies, and also Jamaica. Jamaica decked in their yellow, green, and black, as per usual, and Trinidad and Tobago in their black and red with some white inside of it. So the 2 musical lands in the Caribbean are playing cricket here at Annisville. One for reggae and one for soca.
Indeed.
Another good delivery, just on that stump, off stump line, the fourth stump really. A good delivery by him, well negotiated as well by Ramlal. So Trinidad and Tobago losing out in the first game against Barbados in different conditions really. It was overcast all day. Barbados getting the better of them, but Jamaica making best use of that conditions at Cumberland, defeating Guyana, coming into this game with full points. Another good delivery there, just on the off stump horn. He's bowling that fourth stump line to Ramlal, and he's been keeping him quiet thus far.
Yes, definitely. The left arm, James, since he came into for the first range, he has been bowling pretty steadily, and we must give credit to the Trinidad team as well, the Trinidad batters. They had an early scare, Martin, after losing the first wicket, second ball of this match. But they have now been consolidating and into a good run.
Well, they have recovered nicely thus far. This one is a lifting delivery outside the off stump, just on that fourth stump again. Left alone there by Ramdu.
The left arm seems to be bringing the ball back in, Kenroy, I noticed, unlike Edwards, who also to the right-handers were coming in. And this time the left arm, to the left hand, is swinging back in. That one just slightly, just over off stump. Decent line.
It is. There's a solitary slip, a third man. Backward point, square cover, short extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and the fine leg. Around the wicket. Good delivery again, well negotiated again by Ramdu. So some good bowling here. As the over comes to an end. So over number 11 has been completed here. Horn, they are now 37 for 1 after losing that early wicket. Trinidad and Tobago, they have recovered nicely thus far.
Yes, indeed. We see the batters, Ramlal and Ramdu, recovering for Trinidad very nicely, taking their time and bat, playing each ball on its merit, of course, picking up the line pretty well. And on the other hand, the bowling of Jamaica, they have been steady, not giving too much away thus far. So even Stevens so far, the wicket in itself, Martin, has been playing nothing devilish. So I think what you put in is what you're going to get out from this wicket. So we're going to, as the days go by, we'll see what happened with the batters and bowlers in this contest.
Well, Annisville playing field is known for a lot of runs. It's a wicket that assists the batsman mainly. So you have to bowl well. Once you occupy the crease and bat long, you normally get runs at Annisville playing field. So Hines continue, left arm around the wicket. Just bowling that line, that skiddy line. Tall, slim fella. Coming from around the wicket. Just darting that delivery into the pads. This one is just with some flight on top of it. So he has bowled a pretty tight line so far for Jamaica.
Indeed, Martin, and he continues to put that ball right on target there. And Martin, as you know, the Trinidadians are very known for this to bat spin. And so far, they haven't seen anything that will give him any problems.
That one, he's taking the pace off of it and inviting him to come down the wicket. But Ramdu is equal to the task. Quicker delivery that time. Seemed to have a few deliveries in his armory.
Definitely, and that will work well for him and for the Jamaican team. So we see what he will produce as he continue merrily along. But so far, Ramlal, a very diminutive figure, Martin, and I'm very impressed with his level of concentration. And we have heard that the Trinidadian batters depending heavily on him, and he has been there at the fall of the first wicket and steadying things for Trinidad.
Well, they need to get a big score in this game. Jamaica coming off of a win. They have a lot of confidence coming into this game. Trinidad have lost their first game. as over number 12 have been completed. And Trinidad and Tobago are 37 for 1, 37 for 1. The batsmen are on 20 and 12 respectively. As we play here in bright sunshine at Arnoldsville, different contrast to the one we started on Tuesday. It was overcast, the wind was blowing, always threat of rain on that day, but today seems to be much different. The sun is bursting through the clouds.
Definitely, as we say, perfect day for cricket. And of course, what could be better than having the players marching outside in the middle? No one likes to be in the dressing room when you come to play cricket. And here we have James continuing from this southern end, looking for first blood. He's yet to get a wicket.
He's just on that fourth stump, just a good delivery just outside the off stump, left alone into the keeper's glove. He's getting some pace and bounce from this wicket as well. He's very consistent outside the off stump. And that is something that we have not seen from these fast bowlers thus far in the tournament. He's very consistent. He have not bowled extra delivery, which is critically important in this game.
Yes, he's just there on about middle and off stump and just trying to keep his line, trying to be steady, not to do anything wayward. He has been so far bowling to the field set for him.
Again, just forcing the batter to play there, just on that fourth stump. Looks a little bit uncertain in that area, Ramdu. So he consistently bowls on the off stump. Ramdu have to be very careful. He may nick one to the wicket keeper.
Well, he has been very watchful from the time he comes, since the fall of the first wicket, Martin, and I think he has a very steady head on his shoulder. He has not played a rash shot up to this day, so I hope he will continue. Of course, we like to see the youngsters, play a very long innings at this stage of the game.
Real nice delivery outside the off stump, lifting, keeper taking that just about chest height. Morgan, some pace in the wicket as well.
Yeah, definitely. We see at the southern end that once the ball is pitched somewhere just on about off stump, we see a lift, and once the bowler bend their back, we're seeing that they're getting something from that end of the wicket.
Indeed, there should be some moisture in this wicket as well. There been some overnight rain. You have some rain during the leading up to this tournament, so the wicket should be giving the bowler some assistance as well, as we see here. James continues. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery, just passing over the off stump, and the judgment for Ramdu is excellent there.
Very excellent delivery in truth, but you have to give credit to the batter as well, who watched it all the way, and I think it was very good judgment on his part, but just a shave past the off stump. Very good delivery indeed.
Yes, back in the days we'd see a coat of paint or a coat of varnish, and it would have been a different result.
That's right. Martin, in this tournament, the under-19 West Indies Rising Star tournament, of course, the West Indies, faltering badly at the senior level. This is the stage at which we are looking for young talent and young players who can concentrate, batters who can bat very long, stay at the crease, and indeed bowlers who will bowl the correct line and of course, give West Indies some hope for the future.
Well, James has proven to be one of those persons so far, very consistent. He has changed his approach from around the wicket to over the wicket, bowling to Ramdu, straighter. And there's a change in the field as well. There's a man at short extra cover, probably looking for that uppish drive just on the off stump. He's placed just on the square. So there's a slip, backward point, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on, fine leg, and a third man.
The Trinidad batters really making the Jamaicans work. The Jamaicans on the other hand really looking forward to another wicket. They're yet to get a second wicket.
Oh, lovely delivery. Just played late through the vacant backward point area. Picks up 2 easy runs. So 2 more runs to the Trinidad and total. 2 more runs to Ramdu. As he continues to battle on here for Trinidad and Tobago, he will be looking to get a big score here and also to put Trinidad in a very good position at the end of 50 overs.
Yes, very well played by Ramdu. That delivery was right on target, and he just watched it all onto the bat, opened the face, run it down to the backward point, resulting in 2 good runs.
As the batsmen take a little break to get some water. As I said, the conditions are much different to Tuesday when we were at Sign Hill. The sun is out in all its glory. But the breeze is still blowing across Arnisville nicely. The flags are flying on the left side as we see some construction being going on ongoing here at Arnisville. The repairs of some stands.
Yes, definitely, Martin. This is a picturesque ground, as you have always heard. And indeed, since 2007 for the World Cup, there has been a massive infrastructure development here, and it's time that we see some repairs done to some of these structures.
Well, Hines continued to be tight and measly from that end. Something that we have not seen in a while from Jamaica, opening the bowling with a left arm spinner and a pacer. Hines continues to keep things tight at that end, just a ploy by them. So there's a flighted delivery, fielded by him there. So really some tight bowling here by Hines, keeping things in check.
Indeed, very tight indeed. And you know, Martin, the Jamaicans will say we're small, but we're talawa. So they're very not afraid to use the spin, even though Trinidad is a land of spin bowling. And so far we are seeing the batters really equal to the task. And Jamaica, in a sense, you have to give them credit. They've been fielding well, and the bowlers have been bowling just what the doctor orders.
Well, missing from the game right now is some aggression really in the power play. We have not seen that from the Trinidadian batsmen, where 2 fielders are out, making use of that opportunity as well. We have not seen much attacking shot. As I speak, there's a reverse sweep being employed here by Ramdal. Didn't make any connection onto that. Yes, with appeal as well.
Indeed, and he would be cautioned to continue to play straight. He just speak about aggression, and he's already showing that sign.
So when he squeezed the backward point, a quicker delivery. Wasn't fielded cleanly by the man at backward point, and they're scamping for 2. Good running there by these batsmen, as they've been applauded by those in the pavilion, giving them some encouragement.
Yes, that was a late cut or a late dab there from Ramlal. Get it down to backward point. He was able to get 2 runs to take up his tally on to 24. 24. So the Trinidadians score move up by 2 more. They're now on to 41, going along merrily.
Hines again, just sliding that delivery. Not much turn here for him on the surface. I think it's because of a new ball as well, and he's bowling in the power play. He's done his job. That's the end of the over, and really good conditions here for cricket. Excellent day here in the West Indies Rising Star under 19 tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As play continues here.
Yes, Martin. Hines have 7 overs, has bowled 7 overs, none for 13 so far. And he has been very steady, keeping things very quiet. Trinidad and most for his team Jamaica. So, again, he has been right on the money, bowling a very tight line indeed.
Yes, very, very measly. 7 for 13 in a power play. Can't ask for anything better than that. He has not taken a wicket, but he has done the job which is required of him from his skipper. As James continue to work from over the wicket, he'll be bowling to Ramdu, who has been there battling for Trinidad. This one is hitting the inner portion of the bat, wasn't in control of that one, but he picks up another single, Morgan. So another good delivery there by James, causing a little bit of trouble for Ramdu, hitting the inner portion of the bat.
I think Ramdu himself want to be a little more attacking as well. So he has been at the crease for some time now, and he definitely wants to get on with it. But again, he has to see Trinidad into up to a good total before he start playing all those shots that we know he's capable of doing.
Well, I think that they have learned from their first game against Barbados. They played a few shots too much. They had a target of 151 to make, really, and 39 overs to get that. If they had stayed at the crease, I know they would have gotten that. But Barbados played the patient game, and they played a couple of shots too much, and they end up on the losing side. I think they're trying to correct that today against Jamaica. It's a short delivery that's in the air. He went for the pull and he's out caught. Simple catch to the man at slip who just moved around. And Morgan, a soft dismissal there.
Very soft dismissal indeed. This was a short ball. I think he was in position a little bit too early. Playing the shot a little bit too early. Took the top edge and it's sky to around what will be the gully position. Easy catch. And Trinidad has lost their second wicket with the score now at 42. 42, and the patient, diminutive Ramlal has gone. He has gone now for 23, is it? 23?
Yes, I think that's 23 runs.
23, Trinidad losing their second wicket at 42, unfortunately. Martin, after batting so well, this is not the kind of way to go that we would want to see Ramdale. But I guess in his mind, he has been there at the crease for quite some time, and he thinks that he needs to play some attacking shot. But a miscued pull shot this time.
Yes, that was the first time I've seen James attempting to bowl a short pitch delivery, and it worked for him. He went for the pull shot, that is Ramdu, and it only took the upper portion of the bat and just lobbed really to the man who was at slip, who just moved to his right and took a very easy catch. So a soft dismissal there for Ramdu, and Trinidad and Tobago have lost their second wicket, Ramdal, sorry, for 42. So they are now 42 for 2. 42 for 2, and that brings the number, what, 47? That's number 47 for Trinidad. That's
47. 47. What's the number?
So that brings Ramnat to the crease. He joins Ramlal.
Ramdu. He joins Ramdu.
So Ramnat joins Ramdu. So white signal by the umpire. First delivery to him. A sighter, that is.
So Ramnat will now have to consolidate for Trinidad. Trinidad just losing their second wicket after a miscued pull shot from Ramlal.
Outside the off stump again, white signal by the umpire. So he just infringing there on that white line outside the off stump, and the umpires have a little bit of exercising to do with those two deliveries, pushing his hands out wide and signaling the white. So 2 more runs to Trinidad and Tobago. We have not seen that from fast bowler here from Jamaica, James. He has bowled consistently well thus far, and he has just taken a wicket and has bowled 2 extra deliveries.
Yes, indeed. And he seems to be getting in his stride now. That delivery did have some pace on it, although it is a bit wide.
It's a better delivery, squeeze out to third man. So Ramnat is off the mark. Get things going for him.
Yes, and Martin, we know that we're in the carnival season. Trinidad is here, of course. And at the fall of the second wicket, we won't want to see the wicket going down too fast. We don't want to have any calypso cricket, no carnival cricket at this time. Well, West Indies, there's a place for youngsters on the West Indies teams, and they have to demonstrate that they have that ability to bat long and score big runs.
Well, this is their platform to do so. This is their time. So let's hope that they perform to the best of their abilities and give us something to talk about. This battle between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, as I said, the lands of music, soca and reggae. So one is known for soca, Marshall Montano, Kess, and the others. Jamaica is the Bob Marley, the Beanie Man, you know, and the others. So different genre.
Yes. But steel and glitter. Trinidad and land of wood and water, Jamaica.
I tell you, man.
Good combination. All Caribbean.
We are one Caribbean, though. When it comes to cricket, we are one Caribbean. Beautiful shot by him. Through the covers, he looks for one. Coming back for two. So 2 more runs to him. 2 more runs to Trinidad and Tobago. As that was just pushed through the covers, really.
Yeah, that's not hitting the ball with any great power, just caressing it through the covers. Nicely played by Ramdu, and they resulting in two good runs. So he has to continue from where himself and Ramlal left off. Ramlal, his partner, went, as I said, from trying to pull a ball through the mid wicket and mistimed it. So we like to see Ramdu continue and consolidate for Trinidad.
James looking for his second wicket, as that one just tucked off his pads for easy single down to fine leg. Brings that over to an end. So a successful over for James, successful over for Jamaica. Really soft dismissal to get rid of that batter. Ramlal, Trinidad and Tobago, and now 48 it is, 48 for 2. They have batted 16 overs thus far. Your analysis for the game thus far, Mr. Horn?
Well, I think they have done well thus far. They could have take the bowlers a bit on, but that did not happen because Jamaica, the left arm of James, were bowling pretty good, as well as Hines, who was stuck to the task from this northern end, actually bowling his left arm spin. So they were playing each ball on its merit, so they have to really work. The Jamaicans have made the Trinidadians work, but having reached 48 for 2, that is not a bad score at this time. They still have batting to come, for which they could accelerate.
This one is driven between the bowler and the man at short extra cover. Picks up another single, he does. Ramdu. That brings Ramnath into strike. He'll be facing his first delivery from Hines, who's been bowling all morning thus far. He has bowled very measly. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but he has done a good job for Jamaica bowling that new ball. So my scorer next to me just whispered that he has bowled 2 minutes thus far in a spell of how many overs? 8 overs? 7 overs. As he continues, there's a sneaky run taken here by the batsmen. Very smart cricket, very intelligent cricket from them, and very aware of the situation and circumstances around them.
Yes, actually that ball was hit back to the bowler Hines, and he didn't feel properly. Actually, it trickles off his hand, and the batsman seized the opportunity to run through for a single. That was good thinking on the part of the batters, Martin. Everyone counts.
Yes, very alert and aware. Coaches would be very impressed with that. You know, those are things that they are taught in the leading up to this tournament.
You know, too often, Martin, we have seen where batters do not take the run and it came back to haunt the team.
Yes, indeed. Flatter delivery there by Hines, keeping things in check as he has been doing all morning. As the sun bursts out through the cloud. It's a slight breeze blowing across Annisville playing field. Good delivery outside the off stump, well taken by the wicketkeeper. He has looked good so far. Haven't seen any blemishes from him.
Definitely, he has been doing a very good job behind the stump so far this morning. Wearing the 90-60 shirt, yeah, you would have been impressed indeed. Coach, managers.
Well, they have to put in the work to get the results here. As the umpires signal, that's the end of the first hour of play here. 16 overs completed here, Morgan. and Trinidad and Tobago 50 for 2 after 16 overs been bowled here. Your thoughts so far?
Yeah, well, with the first session now coming to an end, just about 8 runs per over, Martin. 50 for 2 Trinidad, and looking to push on here actually. They've lost 2 wickets, and the new batsmen in, well, Ramnat, he came in at the fall of Ramlal and so far has been playing very steadily, and no doubt we'll see after the first session what mood the Trinidadians will be going into, whether they'll be shifting gears and try to score a little faster than they would have done in this first hour. But the players are now having a short refreshment, so we'll take a break and we'll come back here at picturesque Annisvale, where we are looking at the Rising Star Under-19 West Indies tournament, Trinidad versus Jamaica.
Yes, welcome back to Annisvale Playing Field as we continue to carry coverage here of this game between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago in the West Indies Under-19 Rising Stars tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the gem of the Antilles. Just to let you know what happened thus far, we have played 16 overs thus far. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and elected to bat. They had a very bad start with Jagasar. He was out in the first over for 1. Ramdal, he stayed some time in the crease. He batted 50 deliveries. He got 22. Bowling for Jamaica, James, he has bowled 4 overs thus far. 19 runs. He picked up 1 wicket. Hines, the spinner from the Beckway end, he bowled 8 overs for 15 runs, very measly. And we have Edwards, who bowled 4 overs for 15 runs. He picked up 1 wicket. And James continued to bowl for Jamaica, as my fellow commentator, Mr. Horn, is here with me. Former left arm, good delivery outside the awesome. Beating him, all ends up into the glove. Former left arm spinner, middle order batsman.
Yeah, Martin, and as we resume after the first session, we see a change in bowling from the southern end here. It's now Michael Clark into the attack. So Michael Clark wearing the number 77 jersey, right arm, medium, and he will be bowling to, there's an appeal there as this ball drifting down the leg side. So it's a leg by. So a change of bowling, Martin, here for the Jamaican, bringing him Michael Clark is the bowler. So a single that pushes the Trinidad score up to 51. On the resumption of this 4th session of play, 51 Trinidad. No doubt, Martin, they will want to push on from here. We'll need to see a change of gear here from the Trinidadians.
Well, they need to put a total on the board. So they need to get a move on, really. We have not seen that aggression from these batters. They have lost 2 wickets for just 51 runs. They have another 35 overs in the bag. 34 overs in the bag to bat. 8 wickets in hand. So they have to go about their business as best as they can. But Jamaica would have different ideas. They're looking to bowl out Trinidad and Tobago. They did that against Guyana. This one is outside the house stump, edged, and he's gone out, caught at the wicket. A good delivery there, and he got the results.
Definitely, Martin. And commendation must go to the captain of Jamaica, who would have ring in that change soon after the first session, the first break. It has brought some success for the Jamaicans with Michael Clark being introduced into the attack, right arm, medium, and just about bowling on about middle and off stump. That delivery was well pitched right up there, just moving slightly away and inviting the batsman to drive. He did get an edge, and he was out.
Yes, a good delivery there by Clark. Just pitched just on the off stump, and Ramdu went for that drive, hitting the outer portion of the bat into the keeper's glove. An easy catch by him, and Trinidad and Tobago have lost their 3rd wicket just after the break.
Yes, Martin, and we were talking about this all along. We were saying that the batters has been playing, concentrating all along until this new introduction of a new bowler, and we see that just after the break, the concentration have lost their concentration, so to speak.
Well, Jamaica, with their nose in front thus far. So Skipper Davis enters the crease with the number 45 on his back.
Joshua Davis.
He would do battle here for Trinidad with Ramnath. So Trinidad and Tobago have lost 3 wickets within the space of an hour plus. They have batted 16 overs thus far. They have to be very careful not to be bowled out here before the allotted 50 overs here, Morgan.
Definitely, and we are speaking all along about consolidating, but in an effort to try and push on, I don't know what was said during the break, but here was Rajiv Ramnath, who hasn't spent much time at the crease, was introduced to an attacking shot and just for some reason lost concentration and just edged that one. So the captain, Joshua Davis, let's see what he has, Martin. He's diminutive in figure as he faces up to Clark.
It's a good first up delivery. He squeezed that one to 3rd man. He had a good knock against Barbados. I think he got 36 to propel Trinidad to that score, but he got out, unfortunately, and then they lost their way. He had a good partnership in the middle there, but he got out and Trinidad lost their way after that. So he's a pretty good cricketer. He's a left-arm spinner as well, Davis. He's the captain of Trinidad and Tobago, and he needs to play that innings here for Trinidad as well.
Definitely.
Beautiful shot by him. Shot outside the off stump. And Ramnath putting some power on that one. Over backward point into the fence for 4. A sign of aggression there by Ramnath.
Definitely. And that's the first attacking shot we have seen after the first break. And it's a very good shot. Short outside the off stump. And batsman got on top of that one and slapping it square down to backward point for boundary.
Well, that one left the bat like a tracer bullet. Really rushed into the fence. Nobody had chance of catching or even pulling it back. A fine shot by Ramnath. One of those old shots that we could remember the West Indians for. The cut shot.
Yes,
Desmond Haynes, Gus Logie. Some names you could call.
Only Joseph, our own.
Oh, man. He had that shot. Down pack. Danny Joseph.
Yes, so 56 Trinidad now rushed on with that boundary, and then that's bring the end of the over. That's the 16th over.
17 overs have been completed.
Over.
56 for 7, 56 for 3, sorry.
Hines continue from the southern end.
appeal by the wicket keeper. White signal by the umpire. That's probably just trying to distract the umpire somewhat.
Yeah, that was a quicker ball down the leg side actually. Didn't touch anything, but the keeper collected and attempt to stump, but the batsman did never move out of his crease. Interestingly, Martin Hines, we haven't seen any much bounce and turn. He's not a big spin off the ball. He has been sliding them in, left arm, of course, keeping things very steady.
Well, that's probably why they have opted to bowl him up front with the new ball, knowing that he's not a big spin off the ball. He would be more effective with the new ball, as another single has been taking there, as skipper Davis gets off the mark for Trinidad and Tobago. So some fine work here by the wicketkeeper. We have seen him this morning taking a lovely catch just a while ago and moving gracefully down the leg side and pulling the bails off and appealing to the umpire. He looks good. Excellent glove work.
We are seeing some business-like approach now from Ramnath Martin. He's pushing the ball along. The singles are coming a bit quicker than we have seen the previous overs. That too should help Trinidad and to push the score along.
Another wide delivery down the leg side. So he's trained somewhat. He has bowled a long spell thus far. This is what, his 9th over? Hines, his 9th over. And he continues to bowl for Jamaica. There's no restrictions on the spinners, right? I think the rule doesn't have any restrictions on the spinners, but there are some restrictions on the fast bowlers. 6 over per fast bowler. And the spinners have no restrictions in this tournament. They could bowl all 10. As he continues, keeping things tight, as he did all morning. Jamaica, the land of reggae. Trinidad and Tobago, the land of pan and calypso. As we know, Vinci Mas is in the height. Another flat delivery. Just played easily by Davis, the skipper. Diminutive figure. As we see, those clouds have been... Oh, beautiful delivery. He went down the wicket. But this was a slower delivery, Morgan, and he had time to get back. But a lovely delivery there by,
yes, Martin,
by the left arm spinner Hines.
Yes, I was just commenting that we haven't seen much bounce and turn from the left arm, but this one was pitched a little bit wide, and there was some bounce and turn in it. The batsman was drawn into the shot and almost luckily get back in time. The keeper whips the bails off, but he was back in his crease, and that's a very good delivery there from Hines. Very, yes, very good delivery.
And I know you would love to see that as a left arm spinner.
Oh,
some purchase from the wicket.
Definitely. Great purchase indeed. That is the kind of bowling you will want, where you will have to get an extra slip. He was bowling to only just one slip at the time. So, very good delivery to end that over, Martin. And we're talking about figures and diminutive figures. We are looking at the umpires, both Bonner, Joseph, we must remind our viewers, Bonner, Joseph and Imran Mokan. We wait as we watch his delivery from Clark on the off stump. Plays up to cover. Yes, Martin, I was saying the two umpires here, Bonner Joseph and Imran Mokan. Joseph, I think, is from the Leewards and Mokan from Guyana. Mokan very short in stature compared to Joseph, bulky, tall.
Both men are pretty round. Rounded umpires. I'm just guessing, you know, they're rounded umpires.
And we look at the batters, they also are diminutive in figure, short in stature.
Yes, they are. Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica. Arnisville playing field. The Mecca of cricket in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That one kept a little bit low, Morgan.
Yeah, on that side of the wicket there, the lower side, it's keeping a bit low and the ball is pitched right up. The batsman coming forward and squeezing it out, watching it very closely.
Again, just on the line of off stump, as he's having a very good look as to Clark. It's a little skiddy. 77 on his back. Again on that nagging line just on the off stump, Morgan.
Definitely, Martin. Since his introduction into this attack, Clark has been bowling a very steady line right on the offside, one side of the wicket, and that is just exactly what the skipper would want. He's not a tearaway fast bowler by any means, but just put him there on about off stump.
This one is just turned into the mid-wicket area, easy single. Brings you over to an end. So it's what, 60? 61 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago. After winning the toss and electing to bat on a bright sunny day here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's also cool, a nice cooling breeze is blowing across the playing field as well.
Yes, definitely giving the players some cooling. At least it's not a extremely hot day, but they will welcome that little breeze. Martin, we just saw a mid-wicket conference by both batters, so we're hoping probably might be saying let's push on and let's see what happens from here.
Well, it's over number 20. This one is dug out. Flat, fast delivery there again by Hines.
Definitely Hines has been bowling these deliveries, mixing it up every now and again, pushing in the faster one, the arm ball, and the batsman has to be very watchful.
This one just a little bit shorter. Skid it on to the batter. But good feeling by the man at short, extra cover. The feeling has been pretty good thus far by Jamaica. This one is infringing, bowling down the leg side as the arms of the umpire from the Leeward Islands, Joseph, comes out, signaling a wide. One more to the Trinidadian score. He seems to be causing a lot more trouble when he takes the pace off the ball. The batters doesn't look too comfortable with that sort of delivery.
Definitely,
Davis was beaten on going down the track just a while ago.
Yes. We haven't seen him straight too many. Just one before that one went down the leg side, but he has been very accurate for most of his bowling thus far. And here he is again, and for this delivery, he's asking a question there as the batter tried to turn on the onside. He missed it, but was struck high up on the pads, and that was definitely going down the leg side. No problems there.
This one is punched through the covers nicely. They are going for one, coming back for the second as it pulls up just inside of the ropes here at Arninsville. So 2 more runs to Ramnath. He looks rather aggressive as over number 20 have been completed, and as that over have been completed, I'm completing my spell here at the commentators booth as I welcome back Alanson and my good friend from Trinidad and Tobago to continue coverage here of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars. They will be describing the action for the next 10 overs or so. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Yes, Martin. Yes, and we would have been even Steven, both commentators, both pairs, 1 wicket apiece. So we hope that we see more runs in this other half or more wickets. So we turn over now to our fellow commentators.
Thank you very much, Sylvanus. I'm sure that the Trinidadians would want to see a lot of runs and the Jamaicans would want to see a lot of wickets. As I'm joined here in the commentary box by Vinon. Good morning, Vinon, again.
Good morning again, Alan. And at this point in time, one might want to say it's slightly in favor of Jamaica. That's a wide down the leg side. Trinidad and Tobago losing Ramlal, who was well set, and also Ramdu.
Yes, after that partnership that they put together, it was disappointing that they fell in relatively quick succession. You'd have expected that one should have carried on just a little bit longer. But it was a very good delivery by Clark to dismiss Ramdu. That ball swung away late from him as he was looking to prod forward and got the edge.
Yeah, I think it's something that Ramdu has to work on. those deliveries just outside the off tends to give him some problems. He got out in a similar fashion in the first match. It's Clark. So skipper Davis is in there at the moment. He is there with Ramnath. Ramnath was the best of the batsmen in that first game. Got 35 under difficult circumstances. And don't know how much you know of him, Allenson, but in my opinion, Rajiv Ramnath is the best young batsman in Trinidad and Tobago. There goes Davis. And that is the fourth wicket to go. Davis looking to pull out, and the ball has fallen and hit the bat.
Yeah, but he pulled out, but he didn't drop his bat. He left his bat up there and just lobbed off the toe end of his bat for a very easy catch to the keeper. So the second batsman going off the short ball. In that case, this occasion, some indecision by the skipper Davis.
Yeah, I think Davis was caught in two minds there, and in the end, he just hung the bat out and it popped a catch to the wicketkeeper. Davis, of course, being the grandson of Brian Davis, the former West Indies opener, and also he comes from great cricketing pedigree. Charlie Davis as well.
Yes, I wasn't aware of that lineage.
Yeah, his dad, Gregory Davis, played for Trinidad and Tobago as well.
So that would be expected of him, I'm sure, in the family and beyond.
Yep. So it's a man from Tobago coming in now, Orlando James.
Yes.
He is one of the other Trinidad and Tobago players that was called to that West Indies camp to prepare for that on the 19 World Cup in Sri Lanka. So he batted a 3 in the last game because Ramdu was not feeling well. And I followed his career closely, James. He tends to deliver when he comes down the order like this, in the lower middle order. So he's at a position where he's comfortable. But he would need to stay there with Ramnath and do some rebuilding.
Any relation between himself and Joshua James?
That's his brother.
His brother.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw some similarities in the mannerisms when he was here last year. I wasn't too sure if there was any relation.
Yes, that's his brother. I think it's about 4 or 5 brothers that all play.
Okay. You mentioned Ramnath and that he's a good batsman, in your opinion, the best of the young crop in Trinidad. He looked good in the tournament last year as well. The short time that I saw him at the wicket, looks to be quite organized off front and back foot.
I think he did not enjoy himself last year in that tournament. He was the captain. He was under tremendous pressure. He decided to relinquish the captaincy since then. Even at zone level, he has given up on the captaincy. I think he wants to just focus on his batting. And he did score about 3 centuries in a domestic tournament this year coming into this regional tournament.
Yeah, that's very impressive. And as we know, captaincy for some, it can be that extra weight that bogs them down in terms of their performance. And there are others who thrive under the added pressure of captaincy. And it lifts their game to another level. So, it depends on the individual. But he has decided that, it has been affecting his performance. And he has done what he sees as right at the time. And based on what you have said, he has been reaping the dividends.
Yeah, my mind goes back as you made that comment to Carl Hooper. Look at his average when he was West Indies captain.
Yeah, excellent.
He had Bradman shivering.
Totally different batsman as captain. Sometimes, the extra responsibility, it works well and sits well with some players, and for others, it seems as a burden to them. Seems as if it's Edwards who's coming back into the bowling.
Oh, so Edwards is going to switch from the far end. Here he is. Driving nicely is Ramnath. Can't pace the offside. So let's see. The wind is going to push the ball away from the right-hander. But we saw what Edwards did this morning. He was bringing it back into the right-handers. But that was from the media center end. Well, the administrative end.
Yes. So he would not have the wind in his favor on this occasion for that particular delivery.
Cut away beautifully through the covers. That should run away for 4. It's holding up a bit, and I think it just gets over the ropes now.
Yes, very good shot there from Ramnath. It was wide, it was short. Not a good delivery by any means from Edwards, especially considering the way he bowled in his first spell. That was wide. Gave Ramnath the opportunity to freeze arms, and short batsmen they love to cut. We saw a cut shot from Ramnath earlier in his innings that went for 4, and he repeated the dose on that occasion.
I think that'll give him a lot of confidence. It's a wonderful day here for cricket at Arnoldville Sports Complex in beautiful St. Vincent. Out in the distance, you might not be seeing it on your stream, but you see the lovely island of Beckway. That should be called wide. In fact, no, probably just inside the line.
Yes, the umpire adjudicated that one was within the reach of the batsman.
In my opinion, I thought that was a bit wide. I think he's lucky to have gotten away with it. Yes, I was out in the distance. Lovely beaches down at Beckway. And in between Beckway and the mainland here, there's a massive oil tanker. Probably headed towards Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, I think I saw that one docked maybe a few days ago. So I don't know if it's probably waiting, it's probably finished what it had to do a little bit earlier and it's just waiting for its next voyage.
And beautifully driven through the covers. Runs again here for Ramnath. They come back for 2, and I think that's all they're going to get. But a wonderful shot.
Yes, nice looking shot there from him. Leaning into the drive, and also very importantly as well, finding the gap. And that's something that is paramount when playing aggressive shots. You want to find the gap to make sure that you maximize the opportunity that you have tried to pounce on.
Yes, quickly moved on to 14. The score is now 71 for 4. In fact, he's on 16. Sees the scoreboard with that too. Looking for the run. There's Ramnath. It's not on. Good awareness.
Yes, it shows that he's tuned into what is happening in the game. He's pumped up. He knows there's a lot of responsibility on him from this position for his team to get a reasonable score here in the first innings, 4 wickets down.
Wide signal. That one not coming through as you would have anticipated there, Ramnath.
Yeah, we're not seeing the type of pace that we saw from Edwards in his first spell. Of course, the ball is not as new now, and he seems to be a skiddy bowler, so that new ball will help him just to skid off the ball with the lacquer on it. Now it's almost just over 20 overs old, so you will not have that shine that would aid in that process.
Well, he's not happy that Ramnath pulled out. I still think there could be, Aronson, something on that ball for him, because these days using 2 wide balls on either ends, it's really a 10 over old ball. Yeah. And it's not as if Trinidad boys have been beating it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the outfield is also quite lush.
Yes.
In the rainy season here in the Caribbean.
Outfield looks in fine fettle. Looking to pull, it's a poor shot by Ramnath, and he has to go. Ill-advised. It rushed onto him, and one would have expected a better shot from Ramnath. It's now 72 for 5.
And we were talking about the pace because he was bowling. That is likely the fastest ball he has bowled since he has come back. So it was an effort delivery by Edwards. Got it into an awkward place for him to play that shot because it was cramping him for room. He wasn't able to extend the arms through it. Still went for the shot and was only able to lob a very tame catch to the man at short mid-wicket. So another dismissal of the short delivery.
Yeah, what Ramnath should have done, they should have allowed that to go through to the wicket-keeper. There was no need to play a shot like that. Your team at the moment 72 for 4. So I think he's an intelligent young boy. He's going to go away and think about that. But it's too late for this game now, 72 for 5.
Yes, and also considering what has happened previously in the over, he was already getting some runs off the over. So the pressure to score was not necessarily on him. So I think the Jamaicans would be very glad with that wicket. Probably dismissing we would consider as the Trinidad and Tobago's premier batsman.
Yeah, so the big man is back in. That'll give them some confidence. Not as if they needed. Clark is going to take up the attack now from this end. Clark looks like one of those bowlers who bowls off his shoulder. Bowls a heavy ball. James right behind it. He's been joined by Andrew Rambaran. Rambaran, one of the more talented youngsters coming out of Trinidad and Tobago. He has been called to the West Indies camp to prepare for that World Cup, that impending World Cup in Sri Lanka. And he was absolutely brilliant with the ball in the first game as a left-arm orthodox spinner. Took 3 for 20, and there was a spell where he took a naughty shot there. 3 wickets in 4 balls against Barbados. And then when he came out to bat, he's an explosive batsman, struck a mighty 6. The fielder was sent back and struck the ball straight into his hands.
Probably a bit of overconfidence or
he backs himself, which could be good and bad at times. That's another poor delivery. Signal wide.
I think it's good in the situation where you need something that is close to the impossible or something difficult, but I think that their target was quite manageable in a conventional orthodox way. They needed around 4 runs and over, just below actually.
Well, a better throw, and it might have been interesting. So Rambaran will need to support James here. They'll need to forge a partnership. Both players are explosive in nature, so they will. Only 22 of us have been bowled, so they have to just dig in deep here, Allenson, and look to stay. I think the first order of business is to stay out there.
Absolutely. Being 5 down, they definitely wouldn't want to miss on the opportunity of batting out the full 50 overs, their full quota. And being 5 down before halfway through the innings, I think their priority should be survival, but they should take it in small blocks. Maybe try to get to the 30th over, reassess thereafter.
Trinidad and Tobago losing 3 wickets via the short ball.
It is something that in the last tournament, the 3-day tournament, when they played against Barbados, who had a battery of fast bowlers, at this same venue, it's something that happened last year as well. Of course, a different format, but maybe it's something that they should think about working a little bit more on. Is it a case that they don't get as much a diet of quick bowling when they're playing local cricket?
I think what you're seeing here is a result of the pitches in Trinidad and Tobago. It's not conducive to fast bowling. There are some, and I keep saying it, there are some domestic clubs, they're more interested in winning a trophy than really developing cricket. There are some clubs, when you go down to look at cricket, the fast bowler is given an over, probably 2 at best, and it just spin. They set up spinning tracks, and that's that. They win, they feel good about it. But really, in the scheme of the thing and taking overall look at it, it does nothing for cricket. Driving beautifully this time here is James. Should come back for 2. He's looking for 3. And it's not there. 2 good runners, Rambaran and James.
That one was full, over pitched there by Edwards, who is striving to take wickets. He has been brought back for that purpose, I'm sure, by his captain. He is the strike bowler. And he took 1 in his last over, so he's searching for more. And James and Rambaran should be aware of that in terms of the way they approach facing him.
To be careful here, James. Rambaran is a really good talent. So if Rambaran stays out there for any length of time, trust me, the scoreboard will be ticking.
And that's what they need. They need to find a way to score, but without as much risk as they may have been taking previously.
Can they ride that? So there's a degree of uncomfortableness against that short ball. That's been exploited nicely here by the Jamaicans this morning.
And you mentioned the pitches. Jamaica, from experience, they tend to have quite hard pitches over there as well. So it's probably the opposite end of the spectrum to maybe Trinidad and Guyana.
Yeah, I think one of the better pitches you will find in Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, that's a poor shot. Drawn into it, and he would have been better served leaving that alone. James just needs to walk away, needs to rethink and come back.
Yeah, slip in place. So it's a shot that is fraught with danger. And considering the current position of his side, 76 for 5, it was definitely an ill-advised shot.
White call. So they've got a number, if I may be critical of the Jamaicans in one area, has been that they've given away a number of extras this morning.
Yes, in particular Edwards. I mean, there may be some leeway for him because I think as a strike ball, he may be trying a bit more than some of the others. We saw a lot of discipline from the left-arm spinner, who was very mean in terms of conceding runs. And we have seen, we saw something similar as well from James. Didn't really give away too many extras. But I guess he's striving to really take some wickets, Edwards, and in the process, he has given away a few wides. We saw in his first spell as well, when he was getting the ball to swing, quite appreciably, that he also conceded some wides as a result of those swinging deliveries.
Again, another short delivery. Two-man set right back, one at the backward square, and at a wide-ish long leg, waiting for that hook shot. It's the end of the over. At the end of over number 23, 77 for 5.
Yeah, 77 for 5. I mentioned that they need to try to get to 30 overs this pair. Even if they're at 100 or thereabouts after 30 overs, I think they would see that they have been settled into the wicket if they have spent such time. And 20 overs remaining thereafter, they probably could think of getting to the 40th over again without the loss of too many wickets. They're already 5 down. So I think if they get to the 40th over with 6 wickets down, maybe 4 in hand, then they will still be able to post a good total.
Brown drives. Clark is getting the ball to swing.
It's quite a short man, all-rounder.
Oh, that one keeps a bit low, but Rambaran watches it carefully.
He's getting the ball to leave the left-hander, and the breeze, as we mentioned earlier in the day, is aiding that movement. As you look at your screen now, it would be from left to right across your screen. And it seems the batsmen are mindful of it.
Rambaran likes to get on with it, but he has to understand that there are a number of overs left, and he's that good that once he sticks around, he is going to score. Driving nicely through the offside. This should run away into the boundary. No, it's pulling up just about now, and they come back for 3. Quick runners between the sticks is James and Rambaran. Rambaran just a mere push.
Yes, that was a lovely shot. It was just back of a length. As we mentioned, that away movement that Clark has been getting. So he accounted for that, punched it on the rise of the back foot past extra cover. So a very good shot there from Rambaran. And I would say that, if it were not for the rains that we have been having over the last few days, then that would have gone all the way to the boundary for 4.
I don't feel a bit heavy. Oh, that's... In fact, that should be a no ball. The umpire signals are wide, but that was off the pitch.
Did it pitch there? I was going to ask if it pitched on the pitch.
We'll have to see that again, but I thought it pitched outside the pitch and keep on going. And that was heading to Mustique.
Yes, very wide delivery on that occasion. Reminded me of that one from Steve Harms in the Ashes some years ago.
Yeah.
Went to first slip.
Easy batting there. So these two just need to settle down, build a partnership. They can't. So we've had a number of players getting starts. Ramlal got a start, couldn't carry on. Ramdu got a start, he couldn't carry on as well. Ramnath, just as he was getting into his own, he gave it away as well.
Yes, and I think of all the batsmen who have been dismissed, those 3 will be kicking themselves the most.
Mm-hmm.
They have.
Ramdu, of all of them, I thought got a brute of a delivery. I thought the dismissal of Jagisa was a bit unfortunate this morning early, but Ramdu got a brute of a delivery.
That was an excellent delivery. And being in the first over, not too sure what the bowler is doing, I think by now these batsmen know that he's getting the ball to move quite sharply out there.
Yep.
But I think at that point, being in his first over, I think Ramdu was a bit unfortunate because he would not have known or expected that type of movement because it did move quite away.
I don't think our scorer, Kerry Ann, likes Clark too much. He's giving her a lot of work. With all these wides, she has to wave this white paper to the umpire, who I don't think could see this distance. I can't understand it, Alanson.
Well, he's looking up here for something. So, for the signal from the scorers, I think after a while, whether he sees it or not, I think he just turns around.
Yes. But credit to Kerry Ann. She's still waving that. It's carnival time here, Put your hand in the air. 84 for the loss of 5 after 24.
Yes, one man whose hand the Trinidadians would not want to see going in the air is that of the umpire, except to signal 6. Definitely would not want to see too many wickets now, but the Jamaicans, they will want to continue to make inroads. They have been consistently taking wickets in the innings so far, and that has pegged the scoring back. Every time Trinidad looks like they're getting a partnership together, forging some type of recovery, the Jamaicans have been able to stem that by taking a wicket. Notably, they still have a slip in place, which is good to see from them. They are in the ascendancy at this point, and they're looking to drive home that advantage.
So we are halfway through the overs. Over number 25 has been completed. 84 for the loss of 5. Again, for the umpteenth time, James is beaten outside the off stump.
I think the angle is troubling James here because he's looking at the left arm bowler. The angle, his hand is quite low in his action, so it seems as if it's coming in. But then, as left-handers tend to do, he's able to get that ball just to nip away off the pitch, and that delivery is troubling James here.
Plus, for nearly 3/4 of the run-up, he's not seeing him. Look at it; he starts directly behind the umpire. All of a sudden, he appears.
He's doing a Wazim Akram. Wazim Akram used to do that sometimes when he went around the wicket.
Credit to the bowler. You tend to use every advantage at your disposal. Look at it, Alanson. He's coming directly behind the umpire. He appears about now. Played by James. I think what has happened with James here, he would have been sitting in the pavilion for the entire morning. He would have seen from this end, when he was bowling from this end, where he was tailing that ball back into the right-handers. I think that is probably playing on his mind.
It probably is. But he has to know now that it's a different stage of the innings. We haven't seen, even at the end of his first spell, that movement had diminished quite a bit by then, which is some overs ago. So now he has actually changed his ploy, where he's looking to move the ball away from the right-hander. So James, he has to catch up with that change of plans and make the adjustment accordingly.
Rambarand playing uppishly, and he goes caught at mid-wicket. Just leaning into it, I think his head fell forward, and that caused the problem. So Rambarand has to go 85 for 6.
Yes, I would say of all the dismissals, that one, that's probably the softest of the dismissals. Really, just an innocuous delivery on the stump, coming forward, seemingly to defend the ball, but chipping it up in the air. Don't know if we could probably determine whether or not it stopped on the wicket just a little bit, but he played it aerially. A ball that seemed quite innocuous from where we are standing, but of course, we don't have the full vantage of everything that is happening.
So it's 6 down for 85. Again, Trinidad and Tobago continues to struggle here with the bat. Jason Agard, who batted well in the last game, got 19 at a run a ball. He's in now. And they'll be looking to see how much they can eke out from the lower order here now.
Yes, Agard, remember him from last year, left arm bowler. I think in one of the games last year, he batted quite low down the order, but had a big partnership for the 10th wicket. Yeah, against Barbados.
He's no slouch with the bat. Had a fantastic tournament with the ball, but he's no slouch with the bat. So let's see how he goes. Handles the first delivery pretty efficiently. In the game in that opening game against Barbados, when Agard came into bat, Trinidad and Tobago was stuck. And when Agard came in, all of a sudden, the scoreboard started to take over. He made batting look easy, as if he was batting on a different track.
Yes, one of the things I remember from him in that partnership that he had last year is that he looked to take over the runs with singles as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, he goes, this time dropped. Agard dropped by the wicketkeeper, and that could have been more problems for Trinidad and Tobago.
Wow, that one left. We have been talking about the angle that he has been bowling at. He's getting the ball to come in with the arm because of his angle coming into the right-hander, and when he pitches, it's just straightening, leaving them. And that angle and that away movement at the end seems to be giving the batsmen some trouble. We saw excellent work so far in the day from Williams. Not too sure if that ball actually carried, but if it did, he'll be very disappointed with that because he has been flawless behind the stumps up until this point.
Yeah, he has been excellent. So James is back from the administrative end, with Trinidad and Tobago in some serious problems here at the moment, 85 for 6.
Yes, we were looking at James's action earlier. Said that he runs up like Jerome Taylor, but he has a pause in his delivery stride, almost something that it's very similar to what we see from Alzari Joseph.
Well, let's have a look. So here's James. Yes, I see what he was speaking about, and Orlando James allows it to go by. I could see the similarity.
Yes.
Yes, and as you said, it's important that he carries through.
So James bowling to James. I think the plan here would be to just keep it around off stump. They know that the Trinidadian batsmen are looking to forge a partnership here to recover from the position that they find themselves in at 6 down, just about halfway through the overs. So they're looking to attack just outside off stump with that slip in place.
Sensible approach there by James.
Yeah, so that more or less what we saw from that last delivery would be the line of attack from the Jamaicans. And so the batsmen should be expecting something around that vicinity. James bowling, the one who is bowling that is Orlando James, he has shown that that he has the propensity to bowl a short delivery when he sees a batsman getting too comfortable on the front foot. So the Trinidad batsmen need to be aware of that. Deshaun James, actually. Yeah. Correction. So Deshaun James is bowling to Orlando James.
So now it's Agard on strike. And that's well played. That's much better by Agard. Jason Agard from South Trinidad. Asparilo to be exact. Plays the Presentation College, a college that won every single title this year in Trinidad at the secondary schools level. They won the under 14, under 16, and at the premiership level, they won the 50 over, the T20 and the T10.
Wow, that's excellent going. That's a college in San Fernando.
Yes.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I had a few friends who went to that college. They make no bones about having gone there, so even though I'm not from there, I was very much aware of that fact.
Yes, I feel it for you. I get it all the time. Anyone who's willing to listen, they'll let you know they went to Presentation College in San Fernando. Here's James. Flipped away. Take one. Looking for two. It's on. Agard comes in. Agard is quick. But the throw was at the non-strikers end where you had James, who's even quicker. And they got in for two.
It's good aggressive running. Almost a collision between Agard and James, the bowler. Deshaun James, as he was looking to come back for that second. But all is well that ends well for the Trinidadians, and they got in easily in the end.
Not a bad delivery at all, but left alone. End the over, another over goes, and at the end of 27, Trinidad and Tobago really up against it at 88 for 6.
Yes, 88 for 6, 27 overs. We saw in the game on Tuesday here at Arnesville that the Windward Islands, they were 99 for 5 after 29 overs, but good batting between Edward and Murray saw them getting to 200. So if they had to take a leaf out of the approach of those two, and what they basically did is that they from the 30th over on, they really looked for the gaps and started running very hard, and they were able to forge that partnership. And then eventually, they started getting some boundaries away because scoreboard ticking over put some pressure back onto the fielding team, and they were able to open up some more gaps.
Yeah, I think what the Jamaicans have done well, as you alluded to earlier on, they've taken wickets at regular intervals. So they haven't allowed these guys to settle. So it's going to be Redwood. So Redwood is going to take up the attack from the backway end. So Jamaica has a Redwood and a Blackwood. Redwood is here at the moment. Oh, that's a good delivery to start with.
Yes, very good delivery. Leg spinner. I think quite a few of the teams have leg spinners. So you mentioned a Redwood and a Blackwood. Something that some of the viewers need to know is that the Redwood is the tallest tree in the world.
What about a Blackwood?
No, I've never heard about that tree. But judging from Jermaine Blackwood, I think it might be a short one.
Driven down the ground. So
for co-commentators having the time of their life in the commentary box. I'm not too sure why. Not too sure why, you know.
Well, Kanoe Martin is going to come with one for you.
Yeah, I guess he will explain it when he comes back on here.
Yes. Whipped away nicely, using his crease nicely on that occasion. There was Egard. My good friend Andrew Mason, I must say, a very good afternoon to him. He usually says Jamaica is a land of wood and water, but not necessarily in that order. Laying forward there, James. So 2 slips. The Jamaicans on the attack here. Judging from the first few deliveries. Oh, this is swept away. And into the boundary for 4. James looking to attack. On this occasion, it was a full pitch delivery. He's able to get it away. But the evidence I've seen so far from Redwood is that this track is allowing spin.
Yes, it is.
The ball is gripping.
It is, and it will become increasingly so as we go forward in the day.
That could really work into the hands of the Trinidadians should the batsman give the bowler something to work with.
Exactly. We saw one turn earlier from Hines, who doesn't seem to be a big turner.
So another over goes in the bag. And the score is 94 now after 28.
Yeah, so they found themselves in a similar position to where the Windies Islands were on Tuesday, beg your pardon, at the same venue. And as we mentioned so far, this game, they have had starts, but no one has carried on. One of these 2 batsmen at the crease needs to get probably a half century or very close to it in order to give them a competitive total. We have mentioned that we have seen spin in the wicket, and we know that there will be a plethora of spin bowlers in the Trinidad and Tobago side.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago has a number of spinners at their disposal. A leg spinner, Vasant Singh. You have the left-arm orthodox, Andrew Rambaran. Then Joshua Davis, the captain, he's an off-spinner. You have Nick Ramlal, who bowls the left arm back off the arm. Chinaman and Googly. So there is... the resources are there, but you have to give them something to bowl at.
Absolutely.
James will be looking to marshal the lower order to see how much they can get. He's on 11 at the moment. Should be looking for 2. Every run met with applause from the Trinidad and Tobago bench, which is just to the left of us. Trinidad and Tobago knows how important a victory is here. They need to get back to winning ways after losing a low-scoring encounter against Barbados in the opening battle.
Yes, James would have to continue that, getting the ball in the gaps. And both of them, they are running quite well. And more of that will be required from them.
Orlando James comes from a family of cricketers. His brother, as you said before, Joshua James, played for the West Indies on the 19 and the World Cup. He's now with the Jamaica Talawars for the upcoming CPL. Speaking about Windward Islands, you mentioned Windward Islands yesterday and their battle here against the Leewards. There has been an upswing in Windward's cricket over the last few years. Kenroy Martin will tell you that it started with his emergence onto that team. I'm not so sure. What has led to that upswing?
Well, I'm not in a position to say exactly what has led to it. I could only speculate being on the outside. But what I have observed is that, and I'll get back to it after this delivery.
Looking for that single, it's not there.
Yes, I'd want to give some credit to the structures that are now in place. I think that for sure at the Volcanoes level, they have their camps quite regularly. So the players are together quite often. And then I would also add to that that air that was over some of the other teams. You know, you would say the bigger teams, Jamaica, Trinidad, and so on. There's not that air of invincibility anymore. So everybody thinks that they can beat everyone else.
Yeah. So now with the president of the Windows Islands Cricket Board, Dwayne Gill, I met with him last night. You have Miles Bascom, who is now the director of cricket at CWI. The president, Dr. Kishore Shallow, comes from here as well. Could we then look to the future in an optimistic manner that these guys who have done it here at the Windows Islands can do it at the higher level?
I would like to say so, provided that they get the support from the other territories. I know Miles and Dr. Shallow personally, and I know they have the cricketer's heart. I don't know Mr. Gill, but I've seen him a few times before, and I'm sure, and I would suspect that is the case with him as well. And if what they have done, the structures that they have put in place at the Windwards level, have reaped these rewards. We have seen Alec Atenes as a Windwards player. He has developed quite appreciably in the last few years, you know, starting to fulfill that vast potential that he showed even at the under-19 level. And we'd want to see something similar happening now for the West Indies team, in spite of the recent results.
Cut away for 2. So the scores rolled along now to 98. And when you look at the setup, you know, you have to be... You can't look at it with a biased eye. I think when you look at West Indies cricket, you have to really look to be objective and see who can get the job done. And I think with Dr. Shallow, definitely better days are ahead.
Yes, I definitely have a lot of confidence in him as a manager. I think that he has good ideas in terms of marketing, the whole development of the cricket. And I think that he'll be brave enough to do things differently. And that's important because the status quo clearly isn't working.
Yeah. And he has shown that already by shaking things up a bit. Bomb ball gets Martin excited. The score is 99 at the moment for 6. 100. Carry-on tells me the 100 is up. So Trinidad and Tobago, they have raised the 100. They'll feel good about that. And still with 20 overs after this. Ooh, well, that one really turned. Was that the ball from hell?
Wow, that one, he almost had the ball of the century there. That one pitching outside leg stump and spinning straight across James.
I tell you, the Trinidad spinners will be licking their chops. Look at that. I think what James needs to do is to get to the pitch of it, to kill whatever spin there is. So that has brought our spell to an end. It's 100 for 6 after 30. More comments from Allenson, and then good old Kenny Martin is going to come a-calling.
Yes, Kenroy and Sylvanus Horn will replace us. But 100 at this stage, 30 overs have gone. As I mentioned a few times previously, they're in a similar position to the Windwards. I think that the Windwards were on Tuesday in their first innings when they were batting. And I think that they will be thinking to themselves that they need to see how many they can get in these last 20 overs. But the first order of business is to keep this partnership going for as long as possible. You don't want to get too low into the tail because that will curtail the possibility of run scoring as they go further into the innings. So these two have the weight of responsibility on them. And so it'll be interesting to see how they go as we hand over now to Kenroy.
Thank you very much, Alanson and Mom Chan, who had their spells, full spells, as Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica continue to battle here. Trinidad and Tobago has moved on to 100 for 6. They have lost 6 wickets. So just some concerns for them here. Jamaica has bowled well this morning, have taken all the opportunities. Short lifting delivery outside the off stump. 30 overs have been completed, another 20 to go. Sun is out in all its glory. Lovely cricket here at the Arnisville playing field. Jamaica, the land of wood and water. Trinidad and Tobago, the land of pan and kaiso, steel pan. Welcome back, Mr. Horn.
Yes, welcome back, viewers, and thank you, Martin. An interesting period of cricket here just before lunch, of course. Trinidad having lost some quick wickets and having reached 100 will look to push on and try to bat out the remaining overs, taking it up to 50. They haven't batted all their overs so far. They have lost their first game against Barbados, Martin. They batted some 34 overs. Currently, they are now just about there. They are 30 in the 31st over, and we hope that they will be able, for the good of West Indies cricket, push on to a fair enough total so that they could give the bowlers a chance here against Jamaica.
Well, it's Agard and James who are doing battling here for Trinidad and Tobago. This one is pitched up, squeezed back out, fielded by the bowler. So we have seen some consistent bowling here by the Jamaicans. They are being patient, but some ill shots by the Trinidadians have caused them to lose 6 wickets at this point.
Yes, it's commendable, Martin, that all the Jamaican bowlers have bowled well. They have stuck to the task. They have been bowling their line and length very well. James Edwards, who would have came back for his second spell and picked up 2 more wickets, has really led the charge here for Jamaica. And as we speak, we see a little cloud cover, Martin.
Yes, forecast is not one that you would like to see in respect of cricket, but it's the weather. It's that time of the year. It's the hurricane season, and we're expecting some rain in and around. But we had sunshine all morning, so we hopefully that would continue. The breeze will blow those dark clouds which are gathering overhead somewhere to Beckway on the far, and hope that cricket continues here as Clark continues here for Jamaica, bowling from the northern end. So some smart cricket here been playing here by these two. They're not playing any rash shots. They're just looking to turn the strike over and bat as long as possible. Another 20 overs or so to go. Morgan.
Exactly, that's what they have to do, Martin. At the stage where they are now 102 for 6. They have batted some 31 overs. As I said, against Barbados, they were bowled out in the 34.1 overs. And we hope that they, no doubt, would want to go on and bat the 50 overs. Right now, we are having a jinx break. So, Trinidad and Tobago, having won the toss this morning and decided to bat 102 for 6 of 31 overs.
Well, as the players get their refreshments, we'd also get some refreshments here as well. As we take a break here at Arnisville in this encounter, Jamaica and Trinidad. Trinidad and Tobago 102 for 6 after winning the toss and electing to bat here at Arnisville. This is the West Indies Under-19 tournament being played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Rising Stars, they are here. Welcome back to Arnisville Playing Field as we continue coverage here of this, the West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 tournament. Being played here at Arnisville Playing Field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the gem of the Antilles. Bright sunny condition, just a few clouds overhead been gathering as the battle between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica continues here. Trinidad and Tobago 102 for 6. We have Agard and James at the crease. James has 14 and Agard has 8th. As this one is a sweep and he would be out caught. A break. And Jamaica has picked up their 7th wicket after the break again.
Interestingly, Martin, it's really mind-boggling to see after the break. And this is the second break we're having just before lunch. And after the break, a wicket has fallen.
Well, he went for the sweep. Hit the upper portion of the bat, top-edged, and the man had fine leg, really not short fine leg, took an easy catch, an easy dismissal again. Trinidad 102 for 7. They are looking here in some serious trouble, looking to be bowled out before that's 50 overs if things continue.
And the man losing his wicket, Martin, is Orlando James.
Yes.
Orlando James. Out trying to sweep. And Trinidad finding himself in further trouble here. At a time when they really should be looking to bat out the 50 overs. As I said before, against Barbados, they only mustered 34 overs. They're batting now the 32nd over. And they have lost 7 wickets for 102. For the sake of West Indies cricket, Martin, we like to see deeper concentration, longer innings from these batters.
Well, there's no devil in the wicket here. There has been a few deliveries which has bounced and turned. The fast bowlers have hit the length outside the off stump, but the batters have really gifted their wickets away in this inning so far for Trinidad and Tobago. There was a good delivery that hit the edge of one of the batters, but this is another delivery outside the off stump. A stifled appeal, but that one from my vantage point is just outside the off stump. Didn't offer a shot really, 102 for 7.
It's quite noticeable, Martin, with the ball getting a bit older now that we're still getting some bigger turn there from Redwood.
This one had more air on it, flighted delivery, looking for some purchase from the wicket. He had one spinning across the batter from leg to off. Very encouraging. Again, that one is outside the off stump. Good delivery by Redwood. Jamaica keeping the pressure on these batters. They have not let up. The bowlers have hit the lines, the lengths, and the batsmen have succumbed to. Good bowling here by Jamaica. And they have lost 7 wickets in the process.
Yes, indeed, very good bowling by Redwood, and he continued to keep the pressure on, and now we see extra man being placed in a catching position at second slip, I would say, Martin.
Yes, and just the pressure, just piling on the pressure here, Jamaica. Extra slip, bounce outside the house. The right arm of the umpire, Joseph, comes out and no ball. I think that's the first one for the morning scorers.
Yes.
First one, a free hit is now being signaled. There's 2 slips, a backward point, short, extra cover. Deep, long off, deep mid wicket. Short fine leg. Free hit been offered. He just hits it down the ground. He would get a single for that. On a free hit, they are looking for 2. Would they be in trouble? Is there any trouble there? Is he in trouble? But 2 cheeky runs there. The second one seems to be like he was in some trouble, but umpire says he has gotten into the crease. But 2 good runs for Trinidad and Tobago. Although it was close.
Indeed. This ball was driven down to long off, and the batsman scored 2 for the second round. The batsman diving into his crease. The umpire, Joseph, was right in position, and he says not out. So 2 good runs for Trinidad. That pushes the scores on to 105. 105 for 7, Martin, every single run conks.
Well, yeah, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 105 for 7. Every run from here on in is precious. Getting up to a total that is challenging for Jamaica. Remember the first game, They bowled out Guyana for little or nothing. Pass score. They got that in a rush. I think it was about 13 overs or so to get to 77. They won by 9 wickets. And they're doing an exceptional job here against Trinidad and Tobago. Another good run being called. Another single to the total. So some good positive running here by these batters.
Yes, indeed. And this is what they will have to do, and rotate the strike and pick up the singles where they can. They're down to the lower end of the batters. And they too will, for the good of Trinidad and Trinidad camp, is for them to bat until lunch and to continue from there and bat out the 50 overs, Martin, and post a decent total that will give their bowlers a chance.
Well, they would love to do that, but they're in the red at this time. That's their favorite color, Trinidad and Tobago. At this time, they're in the red at 106 for 7. They have lost the top half of their batting, really. The men who are charged with that responsibility is now left to the middle order. The all-rounders to do the job for them. As Jamaica continue to pile the pressure on, they have made some changes in the field. There's a man at short extra cover, there's a man at short mid-wicket. A backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. So they have cut off those areas where they are getting the easy singles. They are saying if you want runs, you have to go over the top. As it continues on the line, the number 77 for Jamaica. Just on that off, some keeping things really tight here for Jamaica again.
Yes, Martin, and all along throughout this match, we have seen some very disciplined bowling from the Jamaicans, and they continue to plug away. And unlike the Trinidadians, we have seen a little mixture of discipline and ill-disciplined batting.
We see some ill feeling there by the man at backward point. A ball that was struck to him should have been an easy field, given him an easy single as well. It's a game of cricket. So another single to the Trinidad and Tobago total.
The boundaries has been very difficult to come by, Martin. Yes. Haven't seen much of that.
Yes, and
Jamaicans have put the Trinidadians to really, really work for their runs.
Indeed, and Clark continues to do that. Just probing outside that off stump. He doesn't have a lot of pace, but he's consistently bowling on that line. That is nagging line outside the off stump. That brings over number 33 to an end. Trinidad and Tobago here at Arnesville playing field 107 for 7. In this, the second round of the West Indies under 19 tournament. This is the one-day version, 50 overs aside. The Rising Stars. Oh, how Trinidad would love to see some stars being between these two here to help their scoring, to get to a respectable total, to put Jamaica under some pressure on the second end of this game. Leg spinner continues from Beckway end. Oh, it's a drop catch, is it? Or it's a bomb ball. He went to his right and there was a shout of catch. And seemed like he has crashed into the batter as well. He's feeling some pain as well. He's on the ground. But was that a chance, Morgan?
Yeah, to me it looks like a chance, which I think he wasn't really expecting. He threw himself to his right, that is Redwood. The ball was driven up to mid-on and he flung across to his right in the process, crashing into the batter there for Trinidad, but he didn't hold on to it. So there's a chance. It will go down as a chance, Begin.
Well, he lives to fight another day. 107 for 7. Redwood, right arm leg spin. And the runs have been difficult to come here for Trinidad and Tobago. The field setting tells you that. 2 slip, backward point, short, extra cover, mid-on. This one is looking to sweep, just ricocheting off the pads. As the umpire signal, that's halfway through the over. That sign across the waist.
Interestingly, Martin, we have not seen a forward shot leg that would add some more pressure to the Trinidad batter.
The skipper is probably thinking about that. Oh, that one is spinning and turning across the batter into the keeper's glove. Doesn't take it cleanly. I haven't seen much blemishes from him. But a good delivery there by Redwood.
Definitely a very good delivery. He has been bowling well all morning.
Again, there's a loud appeal. The head of umpire Joseph moves from left to right, stingling, not out, but a confident appeal there, but turned down by umpire Joseph.
A very confident appeal, Martin, but what I've noticed with the batter here, number 11 for Trinidad, who is Juman, he's not getting forward, he's not trying to get forward at all to the pitch of the ball. So that is posing some problem. He's just staying there and play back, and that is causing further problems to him. With the ball spinning across him. Here he is now playing this one out to extra cover. No runs.
All that has to do with confidence as well. As the over comes to an end. So Redwood has completed another over for Jamaica. Clark, who's been bowling consistently from this end, we continue the things for Jamaica here. Continue piling on the pressure on the Trinidadians.
I wonder what the batting coach will be saying to the batter. Haven't seen him playing like that, Martin. Not reaching out to the pitch of the ball.
Well, he would be hoping that he adjusts as to what is happening there and play in accordance. This one is being punched to the man at cover. Trickles out to him. That tells you the story when it comes to the Trinidadian batting here. Not finding the gaps, ball not going to the boundaries, not timing properly. They have had a difficult time here against the Jamaicans batting. Again, just on the line of the off stump is Clark, consistently patient.
Yes, Martin, as tight as the Jamaican bowlers are, it is interesting that these tail-end batters do not give their hand away and see how much runs they can muster before the lunch and interval.
Again, another dot delivery. That piles the pressure on the batters. Once you're not scoring, it becomes more difficult to be in the middle. You get bogged down. This one is wide outside the off stump. Signal by the umpire from Guyana. He's getting some exercise in.
Definitely, he hasn't been doing much of that. Here he is, and Clark has been bowling a steady line. Not often he goes that wide, but this one, extra effort actually. So signal a wide by umpire. One added to the Trinidad total.
Well, I do hope he appreciates that form of exercise, you know, that players are giving him on in the middle. As play continues here at Arnisville playing field. The sun is out in all its glory again. Those dark clouds have drifted away. Probably gone to Port of Spain somewhere. Happy for that. Another short lifting delivery. Clark continues to be very tidy, very patient.
Speak about Jamaica being the land of wood and water, Martin, and umpire Macan is from Guyana, land of gold, and a number of other things, bauxite.
Well, so many resources in Guyana. Is a edge, has a beautiful catch.
Oh.
Moving to his right. We spoke about his glove work, and look at a catch just pitched up, and it hit the edge of the bat. And Trinidad and Tobago have lost wicket number 8 by an excellent catch, and Clark has picked up another scalp.
Yeah, a very excellent catch by the wicket keeper, but again, a very loose shot by the batter there, Juman. He just hung his bat up there. There's a ball that pitched up. He should have been across, back and across, but instead he just stays there and just pushes bat at it, and the ball took the edge. The keeper dived into his right, took a magnificent low catch. Very good catch indeed to dismiss Juman. Now Trinidad sink into further trouble. They now lost their 8th wicket at the score 108 for 8. 108 for 8, Martin, and the question still remains whether they're going to bat out the 50 overs before lunch.
They have lost wicket number 8 by an excellent catch. Williams, who's doing the work behind the stump for the Jamaican. But Clark has troubled these batters, being consistent just outside the off stump. Another 16 overs, 15.3 overs or so to go. I'm not too sure how well these lower order batsmen would negotiate that amount of overs, but I know Jamaica would be looking to put things to an end as quick as possible.
Yes, indeed. And our fellow commentator, Macon, did allude to the fact that the question was put to him that is it a question of slow pitches? Is it a question of whether they are not, Trinidadian batters are not facing enough fast bowlers? But this is not by any means any theory fast bowler, Martin. And then we're still seeing that they're losing their wicket to some very, very gentle stuff.
Well, back in the day, we'd call that gentle medium.
Very tame.
I had a coach who would say he's bowling rollers. But he's been successful for Jamaica, being consistent, and that one is bouncing outside the off stump. Murray bowling for Jamaica. Really good delivery. He's been bowling some good leg spinners from that end, keeping things tight as well. But Clark is the one with the success. So Trinidad has sunk even further into trouble at 108 for 8 here at Arnisville.
Jamaica definitely putting on the pressure since after the second break, just before lunch, creating a lot of problems here for the Trinidadians.
See some prodigious bounce there outside the off stump, just pitching on the leg and the middle stump, bouncing and turning, and Williams taking that about chest height. So the Trinidadian spinners will be loving that as well.
Indeed, Martin. They would love to know that the wicket is taking turn. They have seen it, and what they will do when their turn comes will have to be seen.
Well, a wide delivery down the leg stump, signaled by the umpire Joseph. He himself getting some exercise as well.
It looks like the weather is playing some cat and mouse with us. Just now we saw high, deep cloud cover, but now it's sunshine again, Martin. And here is a shot that is lofted over long on. It's running out to the long on boundary. Will not get there. The batsman cross for 2 runs. Healthy runs to push the total up now to 110, 111 for 8 Trinidad. Well, up against it here with Jamaica, as they say, with the tail up.
Exactly, and we have not seen much aggression from the batters from Trinidad in this innings. I think that is one thing missing from their cricket here. They have not looked purposely to score, and in this shorter version of the game, in this one-day game, you have to look to score, and they have batted a lot of dot deliveries and creating pressure for themselves, and they have lost wickets.
Yes, rightly said. They have not taken the attack to the bowlers, and we are seeing a little bit of that coming into the low order batting. So we hope that for the sake of Trinidad, that these batters will really, attack the bowlers and pile on the runs for Trinidad, at least bring them up to the 150 mark so they could be, have a fighting chance in this match.
Well, from what we have seen so far, this is an easy wicket, an easy batting strip, really. Yes, a few deliveries have turned, a few deliveries have taken off from the fast bowlers, but we have not seen any devil really in this wicket. Just some bat selection, shot selection that caused the Trinidadians to be here now at 111 for 8. As Clark continues from around the wicket now, he has changed his angle, a fuller delivery, and that one just was scooted out to the man at backward point.
Yes, Clark continued to put the pressure on, bowling a very tight line indeed. And Martin, it shows that you don't have to be a terribly fast bowler. You just have to know what you're doing with the ball, put it in the right areas.
Well, I could remember Jamaican cricketer Larry Williams had similar tasks to do, but he was very good at it. He bowled in swing, out swing. He had this sideway movement, and he was very consistent. He took a lot of original wickets as well. I think he went on and played for the West Indies, Williams. And see some sloppy feeling there by the Jamaicans. Throw came in and they picked up 2 easy runs there. The Jamaicans just losing somewhat.
Yeah, for the first time we're seeing a bit of sloppiness from the Jamaicans. No need for that, actually. ball was played down to the short third man area. Came in and tried to overthrow the stumps, keep it in back up properly. Neither did. There was a second defense, and the batsman was able to scamper through for a single.
Yes, I could remember Larry Williams in Jamaica playing against Windies in Kaiser. I think he picked up about 10 wickets in that game. That was my debut game against Jamaica. Courtney Walsh, Franklin Rose. My God, what a baptism that was.
Some big names in the business, eh? That would have been a very welcoming day for you, Martin.
Yeah, outside here, some good delivery, beating him, ends up into the keeper's glove. Williams, another good delivery there by Clark.
Well, that definitely seems like it hit the seam there too, Martin. It's one of the quicker deliveries I've seen from Clark. Very good delivery, just on about off stump. Batsman seems to be covering his off stump, but it's beat him nonetheless. All ends up.
Stifled appeal from here, that's going down leg. You could remember the days when all the Windward Islands, the Leeward Islands, Jamaica, Barbados had some tear with fast bowlers. You would have been batting pace up until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
I tell
you.
No
sight of spinners.
And I've heard stories where once a batsman is out and you have to go into face like the Sylvester Clarks, the Courtney Walsh, and oh boy, I tell you. Space like fire, Martin. A baptism of fire. It's a contrast now to see our bowlers are so diminutive in figure, not as tall as before. And England did their work, studied us very well. When they were losing, they went on a talent identification and get some tall bowlers like Harmison and others.
Yes.
Job for them. But now in the West Indies, we are getting some very diminutive fast bowlers.
Well, this one is driven with some power. Only finds a feeler in the way. I think what has happened over the years that there was some talent coming through, but we have not harnessed that talent and really bring it to fruition. We need to do that with our cricket, our youngsters. Have that sort of mentorship for them. This one is swept through square leg. It's going close to the fence. Will it get there? It's almost there. It's been pulled back there. Some good feeling by the man at square leg who did the chasing. Another 2 runs. There should have been 3 really, Morgan, and some sort of sloppy run in here by the Trinidadians. Every run is important.
Yes, but a good shot nonetheless. Ball pitched on about leg stump, spinning across the batsman. He was able to get out to it and swept it quite well. And should have gotten 3 runs, but the batsman a bit slow, only got 2.
Yes. Cricket, lovely cricket. This one is driven sweetly to covers. It's bisect the man. He's gone for 1. He's back for 2. I don't think he will get more than that. What a lovely shot from him there. Piercing the gap. One of the best shots we have seen for the morning.
Yes, definitely. And well played. Well played. By Juman. Juman seems to be a little bit more comfortable now and getting in his stride. Redwood, a little bit loose there, pitching it a bit fuller, and was being driven for 2 runs.
Well, that one is bouncing outside the off stump, taken by Williams. 96 on his back, 2 slips, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid off, square leg, quicker delivery, flat, quicker delivery. A leg spinner bowling to a number 9, Horn, would you encourage him to flight delivery a little bit more?
Yes, I should think that he should invite the batsman down the track. We have not seen much of that from him.
And that's what I'm talking about. And as we said it, Edge, he went for the drive, and the man at second slip has spilled it.
Yes. No sooner that we have said that, Martin. We have seen this one flighted outside the off stump and inviting Juman to drive. He did go for the big drive, get a big outside edge, thick outside edge, and went to no man's land in a sense.
Well,
Edwards,
who was at second slip, probably fell asleep a little bit there. Yeah. Being a little bit too comfortable. That one hit the outer portion of the bat.
Should have been taken.
Really should have been taken. And a catch go up begging here. Trinidad and Tobago 117 for 8. And should have been 117. Well, 116 for 9. But he lives to fight again. as Clark continues to bowl here for Jamaica, they will want to wrap things up here as soon as possible, but they need to do better when it comes to the fielding. This one is outside the off, some beating him all, ends up. That was a Jaffa.
Beauty. Beauty. Pitch and move, and just, as we say, quarter vanish, missing the off stump, Martin. Beautiful delivery, well bowled, Clark.
Yes, lovely delivery. Just pitching on that off stump with a sideway movement, and the batter came driving, went through bat and pad outside into the keeper's glove. Williams, again, just on that nagging length outside the off stump and creating the pressure and bowling some lovely deliveries here.
Definitely, Clark continues. Not a terrible fast bowler by any means, but he's moving the ball away, just putting it on about middle off stump and getting the right purchase that he's looking for.
Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica with their tail up. Could remember playing against Jamaica. Darren Sammy. I'm telling you. Let me see Sammy say, who's Sammy? Sammy plant piece of corn down a gully. Who that? I tell you, man, Jamaica. Beautiful shot by him, swiveling on his toes, pulling that through square leg. That looked like a West Indian batsman.
Yeah, that's a very good shot by Singh. Short and goes across his wicket and pulling through. That's where we're talking about, taking the attack to the bowlers, Martin, and we have not seen much of that. And it's good to see Singh getting in his stride and trying to really push things on for Trinidad.
Yes, you have not seen that flair from our young batsmen in the West Indies. You know, that flair, that pulling off the leg, whipping off your pads, those caresses, you know, you bowl short, you've been pounded into the boundaries, you know, you bowl short outside the awesome, the square cut comes out, and no only the West Indians could do that.
Definitely.
We have seen those things disappear out of our cricket, you know. We have gone orthodox. Another single.
Well, Singh seems to be very busy, Martin, and he knows what he's about, and he say he's not going to just stay there and push and prod, and he's not going to just be playing defensive cricket. He seems to be attacking batsman by all means, so he's going for whatever's remaining overs are left.
Well, I do agree with him. His team is not in the best position, but he has to make his contribution as much as possible. He could put on the tins. He would love that. 120 for 8. So we have just seen some aggression coming from this batter, but it's coming from the lower order of the Trinidadian batting. Should have been up front where you had the power play. You could have taken some risks as well. You have not seen that being implemented in this cricket. You have to use those time to maximize. We have not seen that.
And we give credit to the Jamaicans. They have stuck to the task. All the bowlers, they have come on and bowl the line that the captain requires of them. And kudos to them. And now we are seeing like there is a bowling change at the northern end, Martin. Looks like Edwards is coming back for his third spell. His second spell produced 2 wickets. And then he's coming back to wrap things up for the Jamaicans.
Well, he has bowled short spells. He has bowled aggressive. And I do agree to bring him back here. He has a very good Yorker. The ball swings into the batter. Well, it goes away. Normally, it would come into the batter, left arm orthodox, and his ball goes away. Yes. So he has that with him as well. As he continues for Jamaica here, he starts with a wide down the leg side. Not what the captain would want at this time.
And he is the quickest of all the Jamaican bowlers. Left arm, not many of them, but we're seeing quite a bit of left arm seamers around now these days, Martin.
Yes. We'd love to see some of those seamers getting those deliveries above waist with some pace as well. Love to see that West Indian style. As his
last left arm we had there in the West Indies was Pedro Collins.
Yes, and he had some pace. Love to see those people coming back. Those sort of cricket again. Cattrell. Yes, the Jamaican. Lifting delivery there. Probably hearing me from the commentator's booth.
Yeah, he's walking up some space there, actually, and giving his all for the Jamaicans. He's the leading wicket taker right now, wearing the number 58 jersey.
You could remember back in those days when he had our 4-prong fast bowlers. The wall was so afraid of us. This one is nicely clipped off his pad to fine leg, picks up another single. And I think that is why the rules, the fast bowling rules came in, where you only could bowl one bouncer to a batsman.
Yes.
And two. We were feared.
It's really reducing the power of the fast bowlers.
Yes, we were feared.
One Michael Holding saying, bouncer or no bouncer, short pitch or no short pitch. How many rules they want to bring in if he has to bowl his short pitch?
Remember those days, there were some terrible times for the Australians, the Englishmen. Quick fast bowlers, everything went across the chest.
Yeah.
And the rules came in.
Baptism of fire.
Yes, limiting us to where we are now. But cricket continues. The game of glorious uncertainties, 122 for 8.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Martin, in contrast to what it used to be. And the players themselves, in terms of their height and all of that, the tier with fast bowlers, as we rightly saying now, no longer exists. But at the same time, we are competing with other sports.
Yes, this one is short, looking to pull. Coming off the bat, the top half of the bat. As you continue to see the clouds, which are moving away, the sun is pushing out, coming through those clouds, bursting through those clouds actually. Nice breeze blowing across the ground.
Edwards is definitely working up some pace here now. That the ball is old, Martin. I would have loved to see him bowl those fiery spells when the ball was a bit new and see what he's made of. But he was pitching up the ball when it was new and getting some sideways movement as well.
This one is pitching up and he's driving it in the outer portion of the bat. Another single. As the fast bowler has been reintroduced here to this game. Our spell is coming to an end here. So I have bowled medium pace, and while you spin from the other end, keeping things tight, picking up some wickets as well, we are being taken off.
We're ensuring that we go through to the luncheon period.
Indeed. This one is a wide delivery down the leg side. He has been a little bit inconsistent as he returns. Yeah, he's been on leg stump, off stump.
I think his line has not... He's lost a bit of it thus far. His concentration probably must be waning now. His keeper has been calling on him to wrap things up. And he has been strained somewhat in this spell.
This one is short and is pulled to the man at fine leg. Bounced 2-3 times. Feels it. The return comes in. So another short delivery. But well handled there by the batter. That brings you over to end. Over number 40 has been completed. Our spell has been completed here in the commentators' booth as we welcome back Alanson and Momchan, who would carry to the end of this innings and bring probably some more sunshine to Annisville playing field. Momchan, I don't know what he was doing in cricket, if he has a bowler, a leg spinner, half pacer. Momchan, opening bat.
Well, the hummingbird is back, and I do hope you will bring some success for the Trinidadians that they will push on to 150 and beyond during the luncheon period. So we take you over to our fellow commentators.
A cameo here for Trinidad as he comes into the booth.
Thanks a lot, Kenroy. I can't bat, I can't bowl, and I can't field. I'm an all-rounder. As I say, a very good afternoon to Alanson.
Yes, good afternoon, Vinon. Good afternoon to our viewers.
Well, I'm looking around. I was told that the Window Islands has done very well. They've bowled Barbados out for 137, which is excellent. And Guyana, they have crashed 108 all out against the Leeward Islands. So it seems as if runs are at a premium here in the entire Caribbean.
Wow. And this so far doesn't augur well for what is to come in terms of the future.
The runs tight as the economy. Pulled away nicely by Rahman. It's going to run away into the boundary for 4. So some valuable runs here by Abdul Rahman Juman. Towards the back end of the innings is 130.
Yes, Abdul Rahman Juman, he got a pull shot away in the last over, but it didn't go for 4, but I was off the much quicker Edwards. So I don't think that Clark's pace will trouble him because Clark is just medium pace. And I'm sure, as we saw there, he was into it very early, got it over the man at square leg for a nice 4.
So a man who can handle himself with the bat. So Clark will have to know that. This one rushes on. Again, they take 1 quickly, looking for 2. It's not on. And the Rahman has done a lot of good work in Trinidad for North Zone. And scored a lot of, I think his high score this season in the domestic tournament might be 91 if I'm not mistaken. So he can handle himself with the bat. Vasant Singh is another one who could handle himself with the bat as well. The Trinidadians bat deep. It's 131 for 8. They'll need every run. And Allenson, given what you have seen on this track, what do you think might be a competitive score?
I'll get back to it after this delivery.
Slow delivery.
Yes, given the spin that we have seen from Wedgwood and the spin armory that we know that the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen have, I think if they get in excess of maybe even 180 thereabouts, they will be in the game. We saw the Windward Islands defend 200 here against the Leeward Islands on Tuesday.
Driving in the air, runs here for Singh. He gets 1. Singh actually advanced down the track. They go back for 2.
Yes, if they can get some early inroads and stem the run flow early in the innings, then definitely the leg spinner, Singh, who is seen here at the wicket, Rambaran and several others, we know that they have a lot of options as far as the spin bowling is concerned. And we have seen some remarkable turn from the bowling of Redwood. In fact, some deliveries pitching well outside leg stump and spitting across the right-handers.
Yeah, the ball, the wicket has been taking spin. We have seen some deliveries beat the bat. In fact, some of those deliveries can even beat the PNM in a general election. To tell you how bad it is.
In fine form here, we're not fine form.
My good friend Keno is having a ball today, isn't he? He's missing Stanley Hines. Where's good old Stanley today? Is he at Sion Hill?
I think he's over at Sion Hill.
The blue food man. So it's going to be Redwood to continue from the Beckway end. Such a beautiful sight when you look out there into the distance. This has to be one of the most picturesque cricket grounds in the world. I've traveled the world and covered cricket. I can tell you this is one of the more picturesque grounds you can see. Down the track, that's a good shot. Over the infield. Runs here for a man. Didn't really get hold of it. They're going to come back for 2. And you can hear national coach, Trinidad and Tobago national coach Budesh Duki, sending instructions out there. He's a man who, you can still hear him. He's like ever ready. He keeps going. He loves to talk. You can hear him there, Allenson. Here's Redwood. Juman doing the right thing, using his feet because he understands that once the ball pitches, it's really biting and gripping on the surface.
Yes, we have seen him chosen. He has made that decision to go down the pitch on several occasions now, just to get to the pitch. He has seen a lot of them spin past his edge, so he has made that decision to cover the spin, smother it by getting as close to the pitch as possible. And we're talking about Arnesville playing field and the picturesque nature of the ground. I have seen a few reports and a few publications over the years that indeed has rated Arnesville among the top 10 venues in the world in terms of the beauty, natural beauty of the surrounding environs.
It's absolutely brilliant. You know, is that Sion Hill? If you stand right up on the hill, if you have a look at it from there, it's amazing what you see. Paradise right here. Pushing forward is Singh. He's doing the right thing. Looking to smother the spin.
Yes, that hashtag I live where you vacation.
Yes. I believe that. Well played by Singh again, coming forward. It's really absolutely brilliant. It's the end of the over, the end of 42, is it? 136 for 8.
Yes, at the end of the over, I have to commend the Jamaicans. They are well into the final power play where they're allowed to have as many as 5 fielders outside of the circle. But they're still very much in an attacking mindset. Most of the fielders are in the circle. They still have close catchers. And I think what I'm seeing from them is actually very good. Quite often we have seen, even at the senior level, sometimes, wickets have fallen and the team has backed off the opposition and allowed them to really get back in the game.
How many times it has happened to the West Indies?
Yes, of course.
6-7 wickets down, and then the lower order bats for 2 days and a half and a week.
Yes, it happens all the time. And so I'm liking what, not to say that the Trinidadians can have a good recovery here, but the effort is there in the field and the planning from the Jamaicans and the tactics are correct.
Yeah, it's good. They have attacked from ball 1, to be honest, and it has worked for them. Abdul Rahman on strike. You can hear instructions being bellowed out to him. He's on 19, Rahman. Oh, that's a lovely bit of fielding there at short cover.
Yes, excellent feeling there by the fieldsman. Rian Edwards, stopping that one from going down to the man at long off. Only saving one, but spectacularly done.
Rahman going a bit too hard at that. But the plan is obvious. He's looking to get it away from point. Once he gets it past that point area, there's runs there for him.
Yes, there's only the third man, the deep square leg, and the long off out of the circle. Everyone else is in.
Well, slow delivery. That was predictable. You could have seen his action, even slow down in his action.
Yes, he slowed down his action to bowl that one. It wasn't well disguised, but it had the desired effect in the end. Of course, as these players then develop and play more cricket, they will get better at these aspects of the game.
Important run there now, 137. TNT will take it anyhow they can get it. If they can get up to 170, 180 here, Allenson, I think, given the nature of the track with this battery of spinners on the Trinidad setup, I think they may well be in this game.
Yes, they will. And this is the second game that has been played on this track as well. So, very important to bear that in mind.
Down the ground. Well, he actually played that on the move, and that helped him get down to the non-strikers end. So, Juman goes on now to 20. He's done a really good job here with the bat coming in the lower order. It also tells me that probably as the day has worn on, it's probably getting a little bit easier, but I also bow to the superior and local knowledge when you tell me that it's going to spin even more as the day progresses.
Usually, yes, in the afternoon it usually becomes a bit more challenging for batting. That's one of the things that over the years, even in international cricket here at Arnersville, that teams have always opted to bat first when they have the opportunity.
Is it because the tide comes up?
Many have speculated that it has a relationship to that. I can't for sure say that there is a causation, but there is correlation.
End of the over, is it? End of over number 43, 139 for 8. More thoughts from Alan.
Yes, so 43 overs have been bowled. They have 7 overs remaining, all of 42 deliveries. As we mentioned before, 180 or so would be good for them. So that means if they go at around 6 runs and over, if they can score at at that rate, try to get a single off every delivery, the occasional boundary here and there, without taking too many risks because they're already 8 wickets down. They may be able to get up to that target, and which can actually pose a challenge for the Jamaicans, given the fact that the track is taking some spin.
So it's going to be Vasant Singh. Square leg has been pushed right back onto the boundary. It's down the ground, driving, over cover, runs here for him. He takes 1. I think he's going to come back for 2. He's not the quickest between the sticks, but he gets back in.
Yes, on that occasion, he was not running to the danger end, so all is well for him. That ends well, as you mentioned. He's not the swiftest of movers. But that was a good shot from him, getting to the pitch and lifting it over the short extra cover. There's always a gap behind that close fielder.
Well, he was actually going down the ground and then looking to sweep. Has to be careful. Only Vasant Singh can play a shot like that.
Yeah, I think the sweep shot, we have already seen James dismissed off it. It's fraught with danger against the leg spin of Redwood. He's getting the ball to bite off the pitch. So the top edge always can come into play. It's very wise to play with a straight bat down the ground.
That's a better option. Struck outside the line. The wind is not as strong as this morning. As I look to my left, the flags are not fluttering as they normally do. Punched away. So it's a nice little partnership building here between Singh and Juman.
This is a partnership, I think, that we have been calling for throughout the innings. And the Trinidad doesn't want to see it continue until the 50th over.
That should be 2, but they settle for 1.
I don't know, you were not on commentary at that time, but did you see that catch from Williams behind the wicket?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Brilliant catch.
He's had a really good game, hasn't he?
He has. That's just that one blemish.
Well, against Agard early on, yes.
But he has definitely looked the goods as a keeper, both to the slow bowling and to the pace.
Flatter, quicker. Juman was doing the right thing though. He was coming forward, although half forward. So it's another over seen off at the end of 44. It's 142 for 8.
And so of that over, they were able to get 3 runs. Not the 6 that I think that they may be aiming for at least. But the good thing is that the pair of batsmen, they are still there at the wicket. And they definitely don't want to lose these 2 wickets before they get to the 50th over. So very important for them that they keep batting. If they are together at the 49th over, maybe going into the 50th as well, they can take a bit more risk and maybe look to clear the boundary of a few deliveries. But at this moment, having lost 8 wickets, it's a bit too early for them to do so. So the tactic now should be to try to get as many runs along the carpet as possible.
I think that at this stage they need to play an overs game. Whittle down the overs, get down to around 47, and then look to fire. 47, 48, then look to fire. Juman can hit the ball a long way. Singh is aggressive in his own right. Thundering into the pad, no appeal.
So the skipper is ringing the changes. He brought back James for an over. One of his strike bowlers didn't like what he saw, I suppose, and then he has gone back now to Edwards in this over after using James the previous over. So he's ringing in the changes.
Slow delivery there by Edwards. Well played by Singh. He waited on it. He's able to get the single. So you've seen some good things looking at James and Rahman from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective. Edwards has been really good for Jamaica, though. Didn't really care to disguise a slower one, did he?
No, not. It's one aspect of the bowling effort from them so far that they can work on.
Yeah, it was as if he called out the singer and said, "I'm gonna bowl a slower one."
We have seen some of the bowlers. They have perfected it. Nathan Edwards for sure from the Leeward Islands. He's very good at it. Disguises it well.
Good call by Singh. He saw it. It was not Rahman's call, it was Singh's call. He saw it and called Rahman through. So that's 2 more. And the umpire struggles to see Carrie Ann's paper. She continues to wave it. I will lend her a Trinidad and Tobago flag. You might see that.
Well, it depends on where he's from. He might need a Guyanese one.
Down the track. Singh. That one pitches like a golf ball. But he's doing the right thing, Singh. He's trying to get Rahman back on strike.
Yeah, he's doing what he is supposed to do. He's looking busy at the crease.
Yeah, he scored 14.
Since he has come to the wicket, the partnership has grown to beyond 20 runs they have put on.
Well. That should have been taken.
Should have.
And it would have been the 4th batsman from Trinidad and Tobago getting out with the short ball.
I think they're probably going to check him for... Is it? They're going to check him for the concussion? They're just going to have some attention there to Juman. Edwards, he has a bit of pace, and it seems as if when he's bowling a short delivery, it's an effort delivery from him. So he gets it to skid off the wicket. He may have been struck on his arm, on his shoulder.
Yeah, so all the...
Or was it on the helmet?
Well, it's probably telling him no, so he turns away because normally the concussion protocols would have been put in place. You would have been asking him certain questions. Where are you? Who you were playing for? Did Kenroy Martin ever score a century?
Yeah, I think he may have been struck on the shoulder and it ricocheted up and lobbed very slowly towards extra cover. But I think that the man at extra cover thought to himself, well, he didn't come off the bat, so he didn't make much of an effort to it. The bowler was convinced that he had to catch it.
Yes. I think that's the first thing you do. You catch
it and then you ask the question after. Exactly.
Question.
I agree with the bowler on that occasion for sure.
You can't be the judge. Edwards has been good. I think Jamaica owes this position to him.
He's a short bowler. Skids the ball through. We saw in the first segment of the innings that he pitched up the delivery, looking for swing, got a lot of swing. But since then, he has elected to use the pitch a bit more as the ball has gotten older.
And that's what I like about him. He has quickly understood that the swing is no longer there, and he's using the short ball to good effect. Seems to be a thinking bowler.
Yeah, so 5 overs remain, 30 deliveries.
They can get a run on ball for me and get up to 170, 175.
Yes, I think that's where the aim should be. Between 170 and 180 should be where they will be aiming to get. The Jamaicans will be thinking to themselves, we need to get these 2 wickets. They have still kept their attacking fields. The bowler, Redwood, he has looked quite threatening throughout his spell, getting a lot of turn, a lot of bounce off the wicket. He has a very energetic action, so he puts a lot of revolutions on the ball.
Again, it's important, the strike rotation, and it happened. Trinidad and Tobago at one point was struggling to get up to 100. They may well get up to 150.
Yes, and every run counts, as we know.
Again, Redwood has enjoyed this track. I think he'll want to take it with him everywhere he goes.
He's getting a lot of turn and bounce off the wicket. With more support from the fielders, he'd have gotten another wicket or two. Saw one go down at second slip.
Yep.
Of Juman as well. So he has gotten an opportunity.
Juman has made full use of the opportunity. Lovely shot indeed. That's going to go all the way for 6. Juman has decided to open up.
Yes, that was a very good shot because he was hitting against the spin, but he got close enough to the pitch and he swung through with the shot. He followed right through with the shot. He didn't hold back because he's hitting into the wind in that direction.
So it's a good hit.
Indeed.
I think the key to that was that he got close enough to hit. He used his feet nicely. Redwood will have something else to think about. The 150 is up. It's 153. Driving down the ground. Looking for 2 here. No, just 1.
Yes, at the momentum of advancing down the pitch, that's something that, you know, sometimes people take for granted. But when you're going down the pitch at that speed, when you make contact with the ball, your weight is well into the shot because you have that momentum of the movement down the pitch. So it also helps you to get the ball further.
So you can hear TNT coach Burish Duki. You can hear him just now. Again, here he goes. You can hear him clearly. He's not the type of guy you would invite to sit in the front row of the church. He's a bit boisterous, isn't he?
Yeah, he's quite loud because the windows are closed, but we're hearing him quite clearly here.
Yeah.
I think he's standing probably just below where we are in the commentary box on the administrative center. And we're hearing all the instructions going out to the batsmen at the crease. So far, I think that in this partnership, that he will be pleased with the way that they are carrying out the instructions.
Yeah, I think they're hearing it clearly. They're clearly hearing the instructions. I think he's one of those guys that would have been very useful before the advent of the telephone.
And the microphone as well.
Yes.
The partnership is 47, so they're nearing a 50 partnership. Very effective partnership here.
Partnership
by these
that
two.
could make a big difference. James. And that's saying chipping it, and he's out caught. Going down the ground, he chipped it just outside of the 30-yard circle, and the catch has been taken by Barnes, the skipper. Skipper Barnes, he's a tall man, so he actually chose the wrong man to hit that too. Barnes completes the catch. 9 down, 155, a partnership of 47. He did his job.
Yes, I was just about to say that, after we mentioned that they had 47 together, that they are nearing that 50 partnership and it would be good for them to achieve it. The team was in a very precarious position when he came to the wicket. Seems quite adventurous, Singh as a little player. But at that time, he probably would have been better served to actually go through with the shot instead of checking it.
He's adventurous. He's plucky. He got that little 14 there. I think he really did a good job. I think he will be happy with his performance. But I think he should have gone through with that shot.
Would have cleared him and gone for 4.
Well, the new batsman is the number 11, Liam Mamchan. And
Name sounds familiar.
Yeah. I saw some guy around the press box with that shirt on just now. Where did he go?
Let's see how it goes, you know, Daddy's up here watching.
Well, he needs to just stay there with Juman, Naprimo College student. Did get some runs for Naps this season, so he just needs to stay there. And pushed away nicely down to backward point. There is no run.
Yes, he shapes nicely there. Batting at number 11, but we have seen some of the other teams in this competition so far, and the number 11s, some of the number 11s look like they're batting in their correct position. But he has shaped well for that first delivery.
I like that. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago bat deep though, as I said before. And you would have seen Singh prior to Mamchan coming in, really shaping good as well. There's James, and again he pushes it down to backward point.
Yes, defended competently.
I think he has the right idea. He just needs to probably play it a tad later.
Yes, and get the single. Yeah, to beat the man.
Yeah, get Raman back on strike.
Raman now, he's scoring quite quickly. He has gotten a 6 off that last over. You'll be feeling good and confident. So you want as many of these deliveries as possible. He has already been there for a while as well.
Here's James again. Down the leg side, signal wide.
Yeah, there's something that we didn't see from them for quite a long spell in the middle overs. They didn't really bowl many extras, but we have seen that creep in over the last 10 overs or so.
Well, that's a 23rd wide in the innings.
Yes. I've bowled quite a few, I think, especially between overs 30 and now. You've seen quite a few from the leg spinner as well, down the leg side.
Mamchan again is forward, looking for the single. It's not there. Shaping well. Just needs to support Rahman. They're still after this over. There's still 3 to go.
Yes, and that means with those 23 wides that they have not only gotten the runs, but if they're 24 extra deliveries, it means that the innings would have been finished already.
Well, that's the only thing, you know. And we said it early. The only fault you can really find with the Jamaican attack here, they've been a bit tardy with the wides. Here's James Mamchan again. Full toss, he drives, he gets the edge, down to third man, he's off and running. So score goes on by 1. Mamchan is off the mark.
Yes, and I think now that the last pair is in, Juman would probably, he was starting to get a bit more aggressive. I think what he needs to do now is just rein himself in slightly, not totally. Just try to knock it around for another over or 2. At least until you get into the 49th before you take another risk. Because you don't want to be bowled out well in advance of the 50th. And then you could go very hard in the last maybe 9 deliveries, 10 deliveries of the innings also.
Mamchan is another one who can hit them long and far. So they can just hold on as he does here. Juman gets the single again. So they can just bat sensibly and look to attack with the last 10, 15 deliveries.
Yeah, you never know how much they could end up. We said 170. But, you know, knocking it around for a few deliveries now, and if they get a few boundaries away in the last over or 2, they can exceed that and provide more of a challenge to the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans will be saying, well, we need to get rid of this last pair now. The last partnership, I think, slowed them down just a bit. As we mentioned, on an earlier stint, they had been taking wickets consistently through the innings. And that was the first partnership that we saw between Juman and Singh, and they would not want a repeat of it now, going in with these last few overs here. They would want to try to polish off this last pair as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the last thing the Jamaicans want is for these two to take it to 50 overs. They'll go in during the lunch break, and I don't think they'll feel good about that, given the position Trinidad and Tobago were in.
That's very true. Just over 100 or so for 8.
But I think Juman may want to take most of Redwood. Although Mamchan being left-handed, Redwood will be bringing the ball into him. And if he does go with him, he'll be going with the win.
Exactly. So there's a chance for that.
This time he is bold all over the shop. Trinidad and Tobago's innings comes to an end at 158, and although it looks to be a tad bit inadequate at this point in time, it actually represents a recovery.
It does. They were just about 110, I think, thereabouts. 109, I think, for 8.
Yep.
And from that position to have reached just shy of 160, it shows that they have put themselves back into contention in this game, because they quite easily could have been bowled out for 120, 115. And I don't think that would have been anywhere near enough, even with the spin that we have seen on offer. Now being closer to 160, it presents more of a challenge to the Jamaican batsmen. We'll want to see how they go. We know that they will have a heavy diet of spin from the Trinidadians when they come to bat. They do have some talent in their batting as well, and we know that they would want to continue their winning ways, having won the first game quite handsomely. But Trinidad as well will be desperate to get on the board in this competition.
Yeah, they need to, and that's the situation here at lunch. Alanson and I will join Ken Roy. He's having his second lunch, and we'll have our first together with him.
Of course. So we'll now take a short break. When we come back with live action in the chase, as the Jamaican team, they will go in pursuit of the runs made by Trinidad and Tobago.
Thanks, guys.
And welcome back to Arnesville playing field. Day number 2 in the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament. Welcome back to this game at Arnesville between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. So first half of this game has been completed. Trinidad and Tobago getting 158, 159 to win. They were bowled out for that. I will give you, Mr. Morgan is here with me in the studios. He would give you those details in a bit. But both teams are on the field. Well, the fielding team, Trinidad and Tobago, with the 2 batters and the umpires, they have already taken the field. And the wave comes from the umpire to start the second half of this game, which should be very much interesting. Sylvanus, welcome back to the studios.
Yes, welcome back here at the pictorial Arnesville playing field. To our viewers, we welcome you back to this Rising Star under 19 West Indies cricket tournament. As you have heard, Trinidad, making a late comeback, was able to muster 158 runs, at least giving himself a chance in this competition, in this match actually. So here's the first delivery as Jamaica takes strike, full toss swinging on the legs, bat and pad, is it? No, it's leg by. So Jamaica off, 1 run on the board. So Adrian Weir, not able to make contact with the ball there, but going through for a leg by Jamaica, replying to Trinidad 158 all out of 47.2 overs, a 1 without loss. As Agard moves into bowl, well, batsman not quite ready there, so he stopped. That ball signaled by the umpire. Umpire Mokan, just about 5'5". As Agard turns and runs in, left arm over the wicket. Batsman is coming forward in defense. No run resulting. So Trinidad winning the toss and electing to bat. Bowled out for 158 runs. Scorecard read Ramlal 22, Jagasar 0, Randu 19. We pause as Agard runs in and bowl outside the off stump. Batsman Williams, Chapon Williams, playing and missing. Ball lifting quite appreciably. New ball. As we watch Agard again. Left arm over the wicket to Williams, and Williams is picking up the line and allowing it to go by. Just on about a nagging line on the offside, off stump. Agard. We continue with the scorecard for Trinidad, taking first knock after winning the toss. Rajiv Ramnath, he went for 16. Kyle Ramdu for 19. Joshua Davis for 2, the captain. Orlando James 14. Andrew Rambaran 3. As we watch Agard again, moves in and bowl, and this side outside the off stump. And Williams is flashing, opening the face. It runs down to deep third man, close to the boundary, and the batsman comes back for 2. That pushes Jamaica reply to Trinidad 158. They are now on 3. 3 without loss, Jamaica in their fourth over. Williams off the mark. First runner runs off the bat. He's on 2. As the sun comes out here at Arnesville, Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping to get an early breakthrough, but Jamaica will have different thoughts. As Agard moves into Williams just outside the off stump, keeping a bit low, he pushes at it, misses. Keeper didn't collect cleanly, and that's the first over coming to an end for the Jamaica innings. The first over bowled by Trinidad. So Jamaica in reply to 158 made by Trinidad, or 47.2 overs, and now 3 without loss. Martin.
Well, a good comeback here by Trinidad and Tobago to get that total to 158 after the start that they had. Good partnership coming to the end there between these two. And what really propelled them is that the positive change in the way that they approach things at the end of the game. They became more positive. They attacked the bowling a little bit more. They ran harder and really took more chances. And that is what really propelled them to that total of 158. But Jamaica is here at the crease. They have started. They are 3 without loss. 3 without loss. And really, it would be a good match here between these two teams. From the last tournament, their batting has been struggling. Both teams have been struggling with their batting. So it would take something really good from Jamaica to get past this 158 here at Arnottsville.
Yes, indeed, Martin. And what really we would have been looking for the batters at the top for Trinidad came at the lower order, and that was quite enterprising, and it bring them some valuable runs to enable them to reach over the 150 mark. So like Jamaica, we have seen the same strategy where Trinidad is opening Martin with a spin and a pace, both left arm.
Well, they have employed this plan, looking for some early wickets. Trinidad and Tobago, they are a team that has about 3 to 4 spinners. So they would employ them on this wicket. They had some bounce and turn. So hopefully they would strike early.
And not only at this level of cricket, Martin, we are seeing it's becoming more frequent now where teams are opening up with spinners to start an innings. So it's very interesting, cricket being played all around the world.
I just think it's just a lack of a genuine fast bowler really in your team. Good fast bowlers are hard to come by, and to have a good fast bowler at this time, you'll be very fortunate to have at least 2 or 3 in your team. Most of the teams have medium pacers, really, but that aspect of our cricket has sort of disappeared.
There's a shout for LBW, not out says the umpire, that probably going long leg. Yeah, but nothing is wrong with that, Martin. Once you have a Shane Warne in your team, that will work as well.
Well, I've never really seen Shane Warne being effective at the top of the order. I know he normally used to be bowling in the middle, whether it's Test cricket or one-day cricket. He used to be the trump bowler for.
Well, the game is all about strategy, Martin. So once you strategize, you have a trump bowler, you use him, where you should assess the opposition and know exactly what ammunition you'll be using at him.
Well, they have employed that strategy. Jamaica had employed the same strategy as well. The spinner actually, I don't think he got a wicket, but he bowled rather tightly. After over number 2, it's 6 without loss. Jamaica in reply to Trinidad and Tobago 158.
Agar, a very slim and diminutive figure, bowling left arm. Martin, do you anticipate him bowling 5 straight overs? Or are we going to see twin spin from both ends for Trinidad? We know that they have a repertoire of spinners in their team.
Well, it depends on how well he goes here. He had a good force over. So it is dependent on how he bowls from here on in. That would determine the spell. This one is slashed over third man into the fence before where we know him as a dasher. A very attacking batsman from Jamaica. Last year we saw him, and he continues in the same vein that we saw him last year. Just having a go at that one, flew over, point into the fence before Morgan.
And rightly so, Martin. This ball was pitched wide off stump, and the batsman was given the room, so give it the treatment. He fling his bat at it and it took the outside edge and flew down to deep third man into the fence for 4. So that's the first boundary for Jamaica. And yes, we're looking very attacking. Mixing at aggression with defense, Martin, and more than likely, if he continues like that, we could see that the score being wiped off before the 40th over, maybe.
Well, Weir is a kind of batter. Once it's in his zone, he would have a go. And he would not hesitate on doing so. That's the sort of batsman Weir is.
This delivery right on target, bringing the batsman in defense, plays up to short mid-wicket. No run. Trinidadians looking much energetic here as they come out. Looking for a win. They would have lost the battle against Barbados and no doubt we're looking to press on the advantage here.
Well, this is a crucial game for Trinidad and Tobago. They need to get a win on the board. This is their second game. Jamaica has gotten that from Guyana. So they are pretty much in a more comfortable position than Trinidad. Trinidad needs a win here. Remember, they are playing in zones. And the top teams would be advancing to the next round. So Trinidad needs a win here to have their hopes of going through to the next round. Force infringement on behalf of the fast bowler. That front leg getting over that crease, bowling a no ball. So there's a free hit on offer here for Williams. Committing that cardinal sin of putting that front leg over that front crease. He has now offered up a free hit to Williams, something to free his arms. This one is well bowled. Charged down the wicket, Williams. But was well bowled by Agard. Restricting them to 1.
Yes, a very good delivery for a free hit there, actually. Making the batsman play nevertheless, but only resulting in 1 run. Trinidad eager to make inroads into this Jamaican batting side. We have seen in the Jamaican innings that they lost their first wicket in the second ball. That is not the case here right now. We have now completed the third over. And it's now 12 without loss Jamaica, replying to 158 Trinidad.
Well, good start here from Jamaica. 13 without loss. Third over being bowled. Where he's still there. Looking for a target of 158. Really not a bad start from them. Where seems to be the more of the aggressive one, Williams. The wicketkeeper who had done a very good job behind the stumps. He's been given the task to open the batting for Jamaica as Trinidad continues with spin from the southern end.
Questions are being asked there. Delivery. Beating the batsman. Taking the inner half of the bat. Not out, says the umpire. And this one, tossed up. Batsman coming down hard on it. Ball travels back up the wicket. Bowler collects, no run. Ooh, and this one, bounce and turn. And for sure, Chinis would like this. coming, bowling around the wicket. Left arm. Rambaran, beating the batsman completely. Very good delivery indeed. Here he is again, and for this delivery, very much aggression shown there by the bowler as he throws the ball back to the keeper. Batsman having to duck, taking evasive action. As Rambaran bowls again, and the batsman is forward. Williams taking no chances, watching carefully. You have seen this wicket already start to give some assistance to the bowler. Rambaran in, and beaten all ends up. He goes for a mighty hee-ho and misses the stump, it misses the keeper. And it's byes. Beautifully bowled there by Rambaran. Williams looking to go over in the region of Cow Corner. Missed completely, missed the wicket, missed the keeper. The batsman got 2 byes. Pushes the score up now to 15. 15, we are in the 4th over, 15 without loss. Jamaica. Replying to 158 made by Trinidad and Tobago. Martin?
Yes, the flighted delivery beating the batter Williams all ends up. Wicket keeper didn't collect. And 2 byes to Jamaica. Fortunate situation for Williams there. But he lives to fight on.
There is Agard short on the body of Williams. Pulling it, but didn't get it as how he would like it. And they are chancing for 2, but the return was a bit too high. Martin, should that return be a bit flatter? The batsman could have been struggling.
I do agree there. If there was a better throw from the fielder who's running wrong from mid-wicket, I think Weah would have been in some trouble here, making his ground. But he made it. Throw was way off. So 2 more runs to Jamaica, 2 more runs to Weah. Score moves up now to 17 scorer. 17 without loss. Jamaica, we know them to be aggressive players.
Yeah, like a heavyweight boxer. Very thick. Shows his fitness, was able to scamper back for 2 runs. That's indeed signs of fitness. And in these games, Martin, you have to be fit to be taking those quick singles.
Well, he just wronged in a few errors, really. But he's skilled as he whipped that one off his pads over the bung with 6 runs for Weah. And when you could play shots like that, you don't need to run, Morgan.
Definitely. This one was on the body, just outside the leg stump, and all he did was to just heist it around down to deep fine leg over the ropes. Oh. A maximum.
Yes, showing his intentions here. Agard has to be very careful with his line and length, or he would be punished. Where? No nonsense batsman. So Jamaica has rushed up to 22 with that shot from Weah, just helping it over fine leg, was pitched on his legs for 6, the first 6 of the Jamaican innings. Weah has gone to 16. His partner Williams is on 4. That one just pitched up and just hitting the inner portion of the bat and ricocheting onto the pads. If that had missed the bat, I think that would have been a very good shout.
Definitely, and that was a very good delivery there from Agard. And he would be encouraged to keep pitching the ball up, because when he pitched the balls up, Martin, we noticed that he's getting some movement and he's beating the batsman through the air. That was very, very close.
Well, you have to be careful with his length as well. When it's pitched up, getting some inward movement there, hitting the inner portion of the bat, brings it over to an end. 22 without loss. 5 overs completed here. Jamaica in pursuit of a total of 158. They are 22 without loss. We have Ware on 16 and Williams on 4.
Yes, cricket here at Annisvale. Carnival season is around, and we are looking at the Rising Stars Under 19 West Indies tournament. This is the mecca of cricket, and we are glad to have the Rising Stars West Indies Under 19 playing here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, it's total integration for all the teams from the Caribbean, culminating in one locale. And this delivery from Rambaran driven by Williams up to mid-on. Batsman scampered through for a single. Which is a total for Jamaica now on to 24. Jamaica 24 without loss. Replying to Trinidad 158. As Rambaran left arm around the wicket. This one, arm ball, but short. Batsman on the back foot pushes back on the onside. Bowler was able to feel. No damage done. Where settles as this delivery from Rambaran pitched just outside the off stump. The batsman watching carefully allows it to go shoot to the keeper. No run. Rambaran supported by one slip, a cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, long on, short mid-wicket. And here is We're driving up to long on for another single. Jamaican total moves on to 25. 25 without loss. We are in the 6th over. And again, a push up to long on, single resulting. And Martin, the Jamaicans are doing what we did not see the Trinidadians do in their earlier innings, pushing the ball in the spaces, and where the fielder is back, they take the singles. And they're rotating the strike very nicely. And here is Rambaran again as Ware settles. Again, he's driving in the same area to long on for another single. 3 singles resulting in the same area. Ball just between middle and leg. And that's the way you should play this left arm spinner, Martin. I think that there's no need for aggression per se. You know how much you're supposed to, what total you're aiming at, and all you have to do is take your time and rotate the strike.
Well, just to remind folks that Jamaica beat Guyana. They scored, they bowled out Guyana for 77 it was. And they rushed up to that 77 in about 13 overs. Subject to correction here. They won that game by 9 wickets. So that tells you that they love the ball coming onto their bats. As we see, another change in bowling here for Trinidad. So Juman will be taking over the attack here from the northern end. He will be bowling to Ware, who has marched on to 18.
So Juman into Ware, and here's Ware driving, pass, cover for 1, the turn for 2. And they're home safely. Total goes on now to 29 without loss. Jamaica replying to Trinidad 158. And Martin, we must commend again Trinidad. Having looked like they would have been bowled out for, we could say, under 130. They came back very nicely and really in the lower order. Scored some valuable runs with some good hitting.
Well, it is not a huge total by any means, really, but the situation that they were in, you have to commend them for getting to that total, the lower order, the last two batsmen also, for getting Trinidad into that situation, into that position where they could have a total to go and fight for. But Jamaica, in reply, they are 29 without loss, and they are looking good so far.
Yes,
this one is driven sweetly. We're running close to the fence. It gets there now. 4 runs to Ware as he continues to bat positively.
Yeah, lovely looking drive there from Ware. Ball pitched up by Juman, and he gave it the treatment. Driving fluently, threw mid off. Lovely shot. You would be advised, as he's long on, speaking to him now, giving him some advice. He need not to carry it too much up. That one was a little bit too full. We're being a very hefty man, stockily built, and shows that he can thump the ball very hard indeed. So Juman being introduced to the attack, into the attack. Right arm, and this is a much better delivery. Batsman was a bit indecisive there as it took the inner half of the bat and trickles down to backward square. 1-1 resulting. Total rushes on to 34. 34, Martin, and it looks like the Jamaicans are off to a very quick start here. The Trinidadians will have to really try and peg them back, and we wait to see what would happen with the other bowlers to come.
Well, it's a different approach here Jamaica has to Trinidad when they batted. They are looking to score, really. This is the power play, and I think you should really maximize in this situation, score as much as possible. And Jamaica has come out to the crease and shown intentions of doing so, especially who have gone to 24 thus far. So the positive nature, the positive thinking has really propelled them to that score. And that is something that we did not see from the Trinidadian batters in the first half of this game.
Couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Martin. Well said. And they're definitely, the Jamaicans are taking full advantage of the power play here, picking up their runs as quickly as possible. And here is a delivery from Juman, beats the batman, all ends up. He was pushing and prodding just out on about outside off stump. Beautiful delivery. Beat the edge of the bat, the keeper collected. Very good delivery indeed here, Martin.
Yes, Juman has a little jump and wiggle there. Seems like he bowls off the wrong leg. What a good delivery. He has a number 11 on his back. Again, just resting that ball down on the foot stump into the keeper's glove. So he's bowling with a bit of pace as well. Morgan, 34 without loss in reply to 158.
Yes, definitely. And Trinidad not afraid to use their seamers early in the innings against the Jamaicans. I would have thought that they would have want to have more spin in there, but they agreed to use up their seamers early. We have seen one spinner thus far. We expect more to come. We have not seen any trouble as yet from any of the bowlers. They have not troubled the batsmen to that extent. In the meantime, the batsmen are playing very watchful indeed. And here's the delivery. Spin outside of the off stump. Due to the keeper, no run. Rambaran continues, looking for blood. For this delivery, Ware is coming forward, half driving back to the bowler. No run resulting. Ware taking his time. seems not to be in a hurry. Again, he pulls away as he's not quite settled. Bowler has to go back to his mark. Now he's ready. As Rambaran comes in and bowls, and for this delivery, he is watching it go by outside the off stump, through to the keeper. Not a bad delivery there, Martin.
Well, that was flat and fast outside the off stump. Well played by Ware. Away of his stumps, just shoulder arms, and he went into the keeper's glove.
Here he is turning this one to short. Fine leg. No run resulting. Rambaran trying to get through his overs very quickly. As Ware settles for this delivery. Pitches outside the off stump. The umpire arms outstretched, signals wide. One more to the total. Goes up to 35. 35 without loss. Jamaica replying to Trinidad and Tobago. 158 all out of 47.2 overs. And for this delivery again, Ware is turning it on the leg side, just to leg gully, no runs. And now he decides to come over the wicket. He has been bowling around the wicket, left arm, and now he decides to change his angle as Ware settles the little side on stance. And for this, he is hoisting him high and hard over long on for 6 maximum. Beautiful shot. Just a change of line there, Martin, and Ware, as powerful as he is, into the shot over the top.
Well, when you can play those sort of shots, you don't really need to be running ones and twos. He reminds you of Christopher Gale at the top of the innings. Once the ball is in his half, he would have a go. And he has shown that ability to clear the fence and clear it easily. And he has done that twice so far in this innings. And he has done it with ease. So 41 to Jamaica, 41 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's 158, 41 without loss. Ware has rushed up to 30 from how many balls? 20 balls. 30. So 30 from 30 balls.
So indeed, pressure is on Trinidad here now to dislodge one of these batsmen. Was settling in nicely as Juman pitches up on the off stump. Batsman coming forward, plays out to extra cover, no run. His son is with us. Cool, calculating weather for cricket. No chatter for rain. There are some clouds around, but no chatter for rain. Very good day for cricket. As Juman with the number 11 t-shirt runs in bowl, and here he's bringing the batsman forward, beating him outside the off stump. A kind of lazy shot there, Martin, from Williams.
Well, it's about the third time or so I've seen Williams fishing outside the off stump, pushing his bat at the delivery. Juman has hit that nagging length just outside the off stump, and is causing Williams some problem there from over the wicket. He has to be very careful as to how he carries out his task. Again.
Beautiful delivery ball by Juman. Just out, nagging length just outside the off stump. The batsman caught in two minds whether to play or not. Just hanging his bat there. He would be better advised to come across, cover his stumps. But he's just pushing at it, Martin.
Well, excellent length and line being bowled by Juman. Drawing Williams into the shot. The slip is there waiting. The gully. Backward point, short, extra cover, mid-off.
This one a bit slightly short, back of the length. Batsman getting on top of it and playing it down. Backward. Sorry, to cover point region. No run.
Well, he has done a good job so far. after being introduced. Joe Man, as the wind blows across the playing field, as you could see the players' tops. This time he's whipped off his pads, getting a little bit too straight. 2 runs there to Williams as he continues to bat here for Jamaica. Ware and Williams doing the job here for Jamaica thus far.
Yes, indeed. And the batsmen ensuring that the Jamaican has a very good and sound start to their innings so that the other batters to come would not have any worry at all, except if needs be, is to launch into an attack. But so far, so good. The Jamaicans are pacing themselves very nicely, setting themselves up very nicely for a win. We are yet to see any real challenge from the Trinidadian bowlers to this very moment. 43 without loss. And we are into the 8th over of the Jamaican innings. Juman will try again. As with Williams. His ball was pitched on his body. He's trying to whip it off his body. Misses. Ball hit him on the body. No damage done. That brings the 8th over to an end. The 9th over, sorry. That's the 9th over coming to an end. And the score, Jamaica, 43 without loss.
Yeah, I really like the approach of Ware here for Jamaica. He's very aggressive. He's playing his shots when the ball is in his zone, and he's not afraid to do that. It's a power play, and this is where you need to take the risk, take the chance where that fielders are out, only 2 fielders are out. You have the opportunity to lift the ball over the top, and he has done that successfully twice so far in the innings. And he has scored 30 runs from 30 balls, and Jamaica are 43 without loss in reply to 158. This is a very positive start here by these 2 batsmen for Jamaica.
Yes, indeed, Martin. A very positive start, and as you said, where it doesn't matter who comes on, he's going to play his shot. He seems to be a very attacking player, and he's demonstrating that right here. So we see, is it a change of bowling? Okay, so we see a change at the northern end. Singh is going to come on. He's the right arm leg spinner as he comes up and bowls. And Ware is coming forward, takes it on its pad. Ball trickles out on the onside, no run. Trinidad looking to get their first wicket. This is the 10th over as Singh comes in and the batsman draws away. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. Where we could see him concentrating very hard, looking for a big score here as Singh comes in and bowl, and here he is, hoisting this one over long off for maximum. Lovely shot. Tossed up here from Singh. I think this one was pitched too full, Martin, and was given the treatment.
As I said before, Ware is the sort of batsman, once the ball is in his half, he's going to have a go. And that ball was flighted into his half, and he had no problem. This is still into power play. 2 fielders are back, and that is the long on. And the other fielder is the deep mid wicket. He had no problems and no issues in lifting that ball over the infield into the boundary for 6 more runs.
Yes, well, Trinidadians under the sword of the Jamaicans. Singh will have to realize that he cannot come too much up into Ware half. Otherwise, he would be dispatched anywhere. And here he is again. Singh to Ware for this delivery. Much better length. He's coming forward quietly. Plays in front of him. Goes for a little walk. Singh, shortly built, wearing the number 30 jersey, bowling from what we'll call the northern or backway end, as we see backway in the background. Singh comes in again, and for this delivery, pitch outside the off stump, the batsman allow it to go by. No run resulting. The score remains on 49. This is the 10th over being bowled. And here is a delivery, this time with a little loop, beating the batsman outside the off stump as he pushes forward. Singh would be well advised, Martin, to bowl that line.
Well, that's the first delivery I've seen him taking some pace off, and it hit the wicket and spun, going across the bat of where he would be advised to do so more often, just vary his length.
And here for this delivery, the batsman a bit uncertain, but gets it down to a vacant third man position. Bat through coming in there, but the batsman is through for one. That brings the total now, takes the total to 50. Jamaica is 50. Without loss, after 10 overs, I've come to the end of my stint, and we welcome Ram Chaman.
Well,
and Alison back to the microphones.
So welcome back our Trinidadian compatriot. After a healthy lunch, should have some interesting things to say.
Thanks a lot, Kelroy. So Trinidad and Tobago really under the gun here, so to speak, after 10 overs. Opening the bowling with Agar and Rambaran. But they will tell themselves once they can get a breakthrough or two here, they can fight back. Raman, that's a good delivery, too close to cut. As I say, good afternoon to my good friend, Alan's son. How was lunch, Alan's son?
Yes, good afternoon. Vinod, good afternoon to all our viewers. It was good, Nice and tasty. Not too much, not too little. That's where he's really making a big impact on this game so far. He's a big man, strong man, hitting the ball to all parts.
Yeah,
Vinod.
I thought he was taking the attack to Trinidad and Tobago. Rambarando could have gotten him early on. The luck has not been with the Trinidad and Tobago boys. Man, we'll be looking to bowl those hard lengths. Is that a good game, Juman? Oh, short and wide. Signal wide by the umpire.
It's a very interesting action. Skips across one of his feet when he's about to deliver.
Yeah, he bowls off the wrong leg.
Yeah.
It's called a mixed action. So will Tanvir, the right-handed version.
Yeah, the right-handed version of Tanvir, indeed.
Effective though it works for him.
I think actions like that can also slightly delay the reaction of the batsman because it's not very conventional. You have to get yourself used to ignoring it.
Raman just getting into his work here now. So where he's on the 37, slow delivery, struck right back to Raman. So not a bad over at all, just one run coming off it so far, but that is not what's needed. They will need to get a wicket here.
Yes, they definitely need to get some wickets, just slightly over 100 runs required, and all 10 wickets in hand for the Jamaicans. Juman, he has been getting the ball to leave the right-hander against the wind as well, which is impressive. But he just has not gotten that nick through to the keeper as yet.
Punch and brilliantly taken by Ramnath. Short and wide. He's the best fielder in Trinidad and Tobago, and he just showed you that, Alanson.
That's brilliant. That's stupendous. He was there diving away to his left, and that might be the catch that changes the whole complexion of this game. He moved very quickly. He was not very far from the bat, probably about 18 yards from the bat, and where we know has been striking the ball with some power. So I would say that he had very little time to react, but he was airborne and he plucked it out of the air as if he was catching peas.
Yeah, it was really, really struck powerfully. He actually caught it after it passed him, and that is what made it remarkable. When I see things like that on a cricket field, I normally leave the venue, pay, and come back in.
Well, you can't do that today because you came in for free.
I'll come back in for free again. But he's a magnificent fielder, young Ramnath. And it showed there. That was actually a delivery from Rahman. It was short and wide. And you will want to think that Ramnath created the wicket for him.
Yes, indeed. We would say that of all the deliveries that Juman has bowled, he has bowled several deliveries that have been a lot better than that one. That was actually one of the worst deliveries he has bowled in his spell. And where was there standing tall, using his power. He got good contact on it. He got it well in front of the square. But Ramnath plucked it out of the air. That was indeed a brilliant catch. We have seen two very good snatches today, one from Ramnath and one from the wicketkeeper for Jamaica, Williams, who is at the crease still. Two very excellent grabs.
Well, I tell you something, that was absolutely stunning.
Yes, he took off as a Caribbean airline flight to New York from Trinidad and Tobago, Piaco.
Yeah. He took off like a Caribbean Airlines jet and landed like an Emirates. That was really worth the price of admission. Sorry, Alanson. Everyone is in free today. Here's Rahman. Round the wicket. Good delivery to start with. And the score is 51 for 1. End of a very good over there by Abdul Rahman. Just 1 for 1 after that over.
Yes, he has taken the wicket. He has made the breakthrough. His team is now back in contention. Not only that he's taken the wicket, but he has gotten rid of the man who has done most of the damage for the Jamaicans up to this point, which is where Strongman, he has lofted the ball over the ropes a couple of times in his innings. Actually, I think he struck three sixes in that innings and showed himself to be a dangerous man to keep at the wicket, especially with only 150 odd runs to get. You would think that if he was there until about 20 overs, the game would be pretty close to finishing.
Yeah, definitely. And that's a big breakthrough. And that should lift Trinidad and Tobago, because where was the man really getting the runs? He was on 37 when he got out. And now they can probably take a breather. But I think if you're thinking this should take a page out of the Jamaicans' book, all they did this morning, they stuck to the basics well.
Yes, they did.
Try to overdo it.
They were extremely disciplined with the ball. Lines and lengths were pretty good. They had some wides. I think that was the only downfall, as we mentioned earlier. But other than that, they were extremely disciplined.
Well, that's well bowled there by Singh. Singh normally takes an over or two to get into his work. So that's a line that he'll want to bowl. Just middle and leggy, because he's getting the purchase. You'll want to interest the batsman to play against the spin.
Yes, and he's getting the ball to bounce, which is very important. Can cause a top edge.
That's the wrong one. I think there's value now in putting a second slip for the spinner, given the purchase.
Absolutely, especially to the new batsman. Well, he actually is a left-handed batsman. But if you have a new right-hander, I would definitely go with a second slip. I think because he has a wrong on as well, he can employ even a second slip to the left-hander.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just about putting pressure on the fielder.
Yeah.
Just by populating the areas around him.
Yes, and this is a big wicket here. There's another big wicket again. That of Johnson, who has joined his keeper at the crease.
Williams caught in a bit of a tangle there. So it's the end of the over. Good over there by Singh. At the end of it, it's 53 for 1.
Yes, Williams is a keeper, and you would think that a lot of keepers are able to pick the spinners, but that boogly that we saw from Singh early in the over, it seemed to catch him by surprise. He was looking to play it off the pitch, and just by quick reaction, he was able to tug it to the onside for a single. So it's interesting to see how they go in terms of reading his variation and whether he will be able to make some inroads, which are well needed for the Trinidadians at this point.
So it's Juman to continue round the wicket. Johnson just getting across his stumps. I'm going a bit too straight.
Johnson, left-handed batsman. Fairly short, but just around average height as you would think for most batsmen. A lot of batsmen tend to be on the shorter side. Looks fairly organized as a batsman.
It's a full toss, driven through the covers for 4. Rahman just missing his length there.
Yes, and that was easy pickings for Johnson. It was full, as you mentioned, and he just whipped his wrist through the ball, finding the gap nicely there between the man at cover and extra cover. And nice looking boundary there for Johnson as he gets his innings on the way.
So it's 57 now for 1. Over number 13. Driving and dropped.
Oh my goodness.
Well, they needed to take that. And Ramnath, who took a very difficult catch just now, floored this one.
Yeah, he took the harder catch by far, dropped the simple one. And it's also the big wicket of Johnson. He's a dangerous batsman. Will that come back to haunt the Trinidad and Tobago team, or will they be able to recover still from this position?
Well, they needed that. And Tobago, they need to be sharp on the field. Defending just 157, is it? 159 to win. It's a good stop there by Rambaran. He goes tumbling.
Yes, and looking at John Johnson, he seems to have done himself some mischief a couple of deliveries ago when he played that last shot, stretching his left leg. Seems to be around the knee or just above in the hamstring. But he's moving a bit gingerly now. the case of beware of the injured batsman.
Yeah, we all remembered what Gordon Greenwich did. And he was injured. Slow delivery is the end of a good over there by Rahman, despite the 4. Could have gotten his second wicket.
Yes, he really should have. And after the innings he played at the end of the Trinidad and Tobago innings, he would have held up his hand for contention for having been a very big influencer in this game. So far, he's bowling a good spell. He has not seemed at all averse. He doesn't seem averse at all to bowling around the wicket. Some young bowlers, sometimes the switch affects them, but he has come around the wicket immediately to the left-hander and has picked up a very good line and length from the onset.
It's going to be Singh to continue. Singh will be looking to see if he can prize one of these guys out. Williams on strike now. Has a big role to play. Oh, just wide of first slip. We had discussed whether or not Captain Davis should have employed 2 slip fielders. And that would have gone into the laps of second slip.
Yes, and I think for them to win this game, they need to take 10 wickets.
They need to attack.
Yeah, so they have to do what they have to in order to get these wickets. Something I found very curious from them as well is that at the beginning of their bowling innings, they didn't have a third man to the pace bowler. So some runs coming in that direction early up in the innings. That really, if the third man was there, probably could have given a more sedate start to the Jamaicans and they could have built a bit more pressure. Just some little things here and there.
Good bit of fielding there by Singh. It's very, very hot out there. You know, some of the Trinidad players, they're a bit under the weather as well. Oh, he's bowled him. That's the beauty of Singh. Pull out the dantal. He is struck.
Yeah, and that one was the googly. Totally flummoxed there was Williams. He left it alone. And at this point in time, you could see that his off bail also left him alone. Totally dislodged there. Really, really was bamboozled by that googly. And he had, I mentioned it in the previous over that Singh bowl that he doesn't seem to be picking the googly. He had played the last one off the pitch. And this one now was a bit fuller. And there he was bowled all over the place.
Yeah, he was actually leaving it alone, expecting it to spin away from him. Mm-hmm. That's a wonderful breakthrough. Just imagine, had the catch been taken in the previous over, Trinidad and Tobago would have been back in the mix. But still, at 60 for 2, I don't think they'll want to give up just yet.
Yeah, I don't think they're out of the game by any means. I mean, we have seen stranger things happen. And that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. As we see, it looks like the captain, is it? No, it's Wedderburn who is coming to the crease. But the new batsman is coming to the crease, still needing just under 100 runs to win. It can be a long way off if we could start falling. But the Jamaicans will be saying to themselves, just let us get a partnership together here, because one good partnership of maybe 40 or 50, and it can be the game in their hands.
Yes. Trinidad and Tobago's top order failing today, yet again. That has become a worrying sign for them.
Yes, I do agree. And we were talking before the game that also in the last edition, that was an issue for them, and it seems to have already said it again. In these first 2 games, they would want to rectify that as soon as possible.
Bit of a mix-up.
So the leg spinner now bowling to two left-handers. It'll be interesting to see how he now approaches this. He does have a googly, which is to his benefit, so he can threaten both edges.
Badly lined. It's going to run away. So running away just underneath us. And in fact, it take just one.
Yes,
Found that to be very strange.
Yes, when he went down for that sweep, you could see him stretching again. So it seems to be the same ailment that his batting partner seemed to be stretching. That same area there, they're stretching that hamstring on the left foot. After stretching for that sweep, that was Weatherbone. Seems to have done himself some mischief.
Full toss. Fielded by Ramlal. So it's the end of a successful over for Trinidad and Tobago. 62 for the loss of 2. You've seen over number 14 bowled now.
Yes, so both openers have been dismissed. The Trinbagonians will be pleased with that. And they will be looking to curtail this very important partnership between the numbers 3 and 4, Johnson and Weatherbourne. The Jamaicans, on the other hand, would be saying to themselves, if you two are able to get us to around 100 or just before that or a little bit beyond that, then we'll be in a good position for the rest of the game.
And it is a crucial partnership now for Jamaica. And they will need to really put their heads down and bat. They've been a bit lucky, to be honest with you. This pair now coming in. Singh is going to be an ever-present handful for them. So I think they need to find a way to deal with Singh and look to probably score at the other end. Singh is one of those bowlers, once he pitches, he's trouble.
And he builds from strength to strength with the confidence as Juman continues.
A bowl by Juman.
He'll have good memories here. He took a 5-wicket haul here in the last edition, albeit in the 3-day format versus Barbados. So you would have good memories of bowling here at the Arnersville playing field.
Here's Rahman. So Weatherburn kept quiet here at the moment, looking to build that pressure. Quiet period of play here. Trinidad and Tobago looking to see if they can get a breakthrough. Jamaica looking to consolidate.
Yes, and Juman, he's in the midst of a good spell. We cannot underestimate the impact that he has been having. Really should have had 2 wickets. That catch going down. The unlikeliest of persons, Ramnath, dropping that catch. But his line and length have been very good. And what we are seeing from him is that as he has progressed into his spell, he has not really given the batsman any easy opportunity to score. So he's building a bit of pressure.
Yeah, he's warmed into the task, which is really good. If Rahman can get rid of Weatherburn here. Looking for one, it's not there. James slides in awkwardly.
Yes, I think he stepped on the side of his shoe where there are no spikes, so he just slid around. But he was in very quickly. He's very quick across the ground. So
Yeah, he's
definitely not a single to him.
I think what Rahman has done really is kept it wicket to wicket. I think with that, it's a situation of you miss, I hit.
Yes, and we mentioned the Jamaican bowling as well, and that is something we didn't see from them a lot in the early part of their bowling effort. They didn't bowl a lot of deliveries on the stump. I think they were a bit defensive at some points. So who knows what things may have been if they had attacked the stumps just a little bit more when they had that movement going in the first 15 overs of their bowling spell.
One more to Johnson. So he has to make something happen here again, and he has to do it quickly.
Yes, and the four fielders out for him are a deep mid wicket, man on the sweeper cover boundary. They're actually bringing up the long off now for the new batsman Weatherburn, and the long on is out as well.
In the air, sweeper is there. A bit of work down there by Jagisa. There's a lone man down there.
Is he any relation to John Ross Jagasa?
No relation.
Okay, no relation.
John Ross. Very good off spinner. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautifully bowled there by Singh. Every time Singh slows it up, he gets the ball to grip.
Yes, and they're not picking that googly on the top spinner at all. They're playing for the turn all the time. Which for the left-hander may not be that bad, but for the right-hander, that's a grave danger.
They Singh. So the over comes to an end. Another over in the bag. So we've had 16 overs bowled now. It's 66 for 2.
Yeah, 16 overs, 66 for 2. They are going just over 4 runs and over. At the beginning of their innings, they required just over 3 runs and over to chase these runs. And so the run rate is not an issue for the Jamaicans as they go in pursuit of this target. I am sure for the Trinidad and Tobago team, they will be saying to themselves that it's not within the mind at this time to really restrict the Jamaicans in terms of scoring. What we need to do is to figure out a way to get these other 8 wickets, and that will be our priority.
Rambaran didn't do a bad job at all early on. He was unlucky, I thought. He has now been switched to the administrative center end. And he's going to bowl to Wedderburn.
Yes, and maybe it's time for the Cricket Association here in St. Vincent to name these two ends. Maybe after two of our great fast bowlers in the past, have many to choose from.
Yeah, Winston Davis comes to mind.
Yes, Davis, Coffey, McLean, quite a few who represented the West Indies. So maybe that's just a little suggestion being thrown out there to the local cricket association.
Winston Davis for many years held the world record for the best analysis in limited overs cricket, 7 for 51.
Yes, that too against Australia at the time. Yes. Good afternoon to him and his family.
Well bowled by Rambaran. He has been in good form, Rambaran. 3 for 20 in the opening game.
Yeah, what we see from Rambaran is that he has a lot of control. He doesn't really bowl a bad delivery. He also mixes up his length quite a bit and his pace. He can bowl very quickly when he's ready.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that is quite important.
One is slipping from his fingers. It's really hot out there, so a lot of sweaty palms.
It's a typical summer day now. Quite dry now and hot here at the Annesville playing field, unlike what we had on Tuesday.
So the end of the over there from Rambaran, his first over back, and 17 overs have been bowled. Jamaica really, at this point in time, there will be a water break. The Jamaicans are well and truly on top.
Yes, at this stage, they're after 16 overs, they're well into 17 overs. They're well into their chase, and the score is now 70 for 2. So they require, my mathematics tells me that they require another 89 runs, and they have quite a bit of time to do so. So what we'll do now is that we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be back with the rest of the chase.
So Captain Davis is the man to take up the attack from the southern end. I thought it was an error not to open the bowling with him. From that far end, I thought he might have been a better option at that time because of his control with the new ball. Well, we'll see how it goes. He comes in now and he needs to strike almost immediately. It's 70 for 2.
Yeah, I think maybe the right-handers may have prompted them to go to the left-arm spinner, but as you said, sometimes the matchups are overrated.
Yep.
I think that might actually be why he's introducing himself now too, because there are two left-handers at the crease.
I still would have gone for him at the top.
Yeah.
Swept away in the air. And that's one.
Hard sweep there by Johnson.
Not in total control at all.
It's a shot that has been quite dangerous today with the bounce that the spinners are getting.
Too easy.
Yes, we do apologize for that short break due to a technical glitch.
That's a good appeal.
Yeah, they're looking for the option of the sweep quite regularly. And in my opinion, it may better serve them to get as close to the delivery as possible and pin down to long off and long on.
Swept away beautifully. Runs here. Rahman is in pursuit. And they're going to come back for 2. Davis, just his line has been all wrong in this over so far. His first over. He'll take a little time to settle. It's the end of the over. And Jamaica goes on what? To 76 for the loss of 2.
76 now. Still requiring another 83 runs to win. So they would consider themselves almost halfway there with 8 wickets still in hand. So they're definitely in the favorable position of the two teams, the more favorable position of the two teams. But the Trinidad and Tobago team will be thinking to themselves, let's get a few wickets and see if you can just put a bit of panic into this chase, as we see now the leg spinner Singh, he has switched ends.
Yeah, Swing is now bowling from the southern end. So you'll be turning it against the wind. Cracked for 6, imperiously.
That's a magnificent shot there by Weatherburn. It was overpitched by Singh, and Weatherburn, he made no qualms about it. He just went through the line, swung merrily over long off for a mighty 6.
Yeah, yes, but I think the key there, he just took the levers through the ball. So, Weatherburn, strike, looking to put Singh off immediately. Singh is the talisman. They know that if they allow him to settle here, he can still create problems. That's 2 more. Then what Trinidad and Tobago needs to understand is that you cannot defend this score in terms of bowling the overs out and keeping them underneath 159. You need to bowl them out. You need to attack. Yes, you're caught in a 6 of 1/2 a dozen of the other situation, but you need to put some pressure. That would have gone into the laps of a second slip.
Yeah, they need to put some more attacking feelers. And I would also, in spite of that last shot that went for 6, I think that was the error of Singh. I would bring in maybe 1 or 2 more feelers in the circle.
Yeah, this is getting too easy now for Jamaica.
The reason why I'm saying I would bring 1 or 2 more in Vinod is that you'd have to block 1 or 2 single options that they have at the moment.
Down the ground, it's coming towards us. And there goes Allenson ducking for cover. That's 6 more.
Yes, this time 6 runs to Johnson. And they have gone after the trump card of the Trinidad and Tobago team, Vishal Singh. Guilty of over-pitching twice in this over. And also not just over-pitching, but over-pitching wide of off stump. So the batsmen have the room to free the arms, and they have taken full advantage on both occasions.
But to me, he was bowling well from the other end. I would have continued with him there. You'll well remember this morning when the Jamaicans were using that end for the spinners, the opening bowler. He did hit a spot, and that's allowed him to go through. If Singh is your trump card and he's pitching well, why move him from that end?
I tend to agree with you. And so far in the game, all the spinners who have bowled well have operated from the opposite end. Maybe it is a question of the drift. Are they thinking of him getting the drift away from the left-hander with the wind that is blowing from left to right? But
well, 2 of the deliveries drifted over the boundary.
Well, those in the drift, they flew over the boundary.
The score is what? 92 after 19.
Yes, and if there was a wind detector, I think it would be about 80% now in favor of the Jamaicans, because they are moving quite quickly now. 2 of their prime batsmen at the wicket. And both of them are looking as if they mean business this afternoon, Vinod.
Yeah, I think they've batted well. I think this game is, they've taken the game definitely away from Trinidad and Tobago. First to begin, Trinidad and Tobago did not make enough. But even that, I thought the bowlers so far have been very indisciplined in the main. And they haven't stuck to the task. There was nothing really special from the Jamaicans this morning. They did the basics right. We haven't seen that from Trinidad and Tobago.
Also, it seems as if the individual batsmen for the Jamaicans, they have a plan to score. It's not just about occupation on the crease, but they have a plan to score and put pressure back on the fielding team. We did not see that enough from the Trinidad and Tobago team this morning.
Looking at the body language of the Trinidad and Tobago players out there, they're looking very flat at the moment. Down the ground, just pass short cover. And again, Ramnath trying his best to make a catch out of that.
Well, let me tell you what, if he had taken that one, then that would have been even better than the first one.
Yes.
That was very far away from him.
Oh, he was flying. He's known for flying. He's a pilot.
I wouldn't doubt that at all. Probably he has ambitions of pursuing that career as well once cricket is over.
Better delivery there from Davis.
One thing for sure, if he desires to become a pilot, he would have already racked up quite a bit of air miles.
Yes, good one, Allenson. I like that. Here's Davis. So much better over there from Davis. At the end of 20, I take my leave. It's now 93-4-2.
Yes, and at this point, 93-4-2, the Jamaican team, well in command of this chase. They require another 67 runs, 66 runs to win. And they have quite a few overs left to make these runs. And at this point, we will now hand over to our co-commentators, Sylvanus and Kenroy Martin. Sylvanus Horn and Kenroy Martin.
Thank you, Alison. An interesting match is on right here at Annisville between these two rival teams, Jamaica and Trinidad. Jamaica responding positively to Trinidad 158 and now 93 for 2. 20 overs already been bowled and the Jamaican just cruising along nicely. Bright sunshine here at Annisville, and we see a bowling change again. We see number 17, that is Ramlal. Yes, so Ramlal will take it up from this end, and here he is with his first delivery. Stifled appeal. No harm done. Wicketkeeper collects the ball. Relates to mid-wicket. Back to Ramlal. Johnson, the skipper. And here is this one, driven up to mid-off, long off. Comes off the boundary. Batsman goes through for 1. Score goes up by 1 to 93. $94 for 2.
Yes, and while we wait on Kenroy to join us, I'll continue in the meantime with Sylvanus.
Yes. And here's a delivery that pitched just on about middle and off stump. Bringing a batsman, forcing him to play. Stifled appeal by the bowler, Ramlal. No harm done. Ramlal looking for his first wicket. Again, he bowls one on the body of Weatherbird. Plays out on the leg side, no run. We're in the 24th over. Jamaica looking for 159 runs to win this match. Again, this was pitch outside the leg. White signal by the umpire. So the total now moves up to 96. Batsman scampered through for 1, so that's 96 for 2 Jamaica. Things looking rather flat here for Trinidad and Tobago, and they need to get a wicket. As this delivery again, pitch outside the leg stump, another white signal, and Ramlal is just not getting it right in his latter part of this over. He has bowled 2 wides now. It's 97. There he is. Much better delivery than the previous 2. Just pitch outside off stump. Batsman plays down to cover. No run. Ramlal left arm. Bowls. Again, another good delivery. Plays to squarish cover, backward point. That brings the 21st over to an end. And Jamaica replying to Trinidad. 158 or 47.2. All bowled out. And now 97 for 2. 97 for 2, Jamaica. And we welcome back Kenroy Martin after a short break. Good to have you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon to those who are viewing us. Jamaica in a very commanding position here. 97 for 2 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's 158. Very positive reply here to Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica. As that one is just turned off his legs. Looking for 1, they're looking for 2, coming back for a third. 3 easy runs. No signal from the umpires. Yes, 3 easy runs there. 3 more to the total. Goes past 100. 101 for 2 in reply to 158. So smooth sailing here for Jamaica. Very good reply. They have batted positively, played their shots, take their singles, and doing that, they are now 100 for 2.
Yes, Martin, no real danger. Jamaica's just moving along quite smoothly. Bright sunshine here at Yanisville, the mecca of cricket.
This one is sweetly driven through covers. He's calling for one. There's a sweeper and there's a man at mid-off. 2 easy runs, good throw. Coming in from the man at and the sweeper Bongria. Powerful throw that was, but couldn't stop 2 runs. 2 more runs. So some good batting here by this Jamaican team and some positive running as well. One is clipped off his pads nicely to mid-wicket and is pushing for 2. Good running, positive batting, and some positive running here from these 2 batsmen.
Definitely with the skipper, Johnson leading the charge, ensuring that Jamaica get to these runs with no further loss. He has been playing the ball in the gaps quite nicely, and he's been there for some time now, and we haven't seen much fireworks from him, but he has been picking his... The shot selection was very good, Martin, since he has come to the wicket, and he continued to play positively.
Yes, that's a good sign for Jamaica. He has scored easily. He has kept the scoreboard ticking. 104 for 2. And that's the difference between both teams thus far. They have batted positively, ran between the wickets, looked to score as wide been signaled by umpire Joseph from
and that's another thing, Martin. We have not seen too many wides in the ball by the Jamaicans, and now we are seeing the opposite here.
Yes,
Trinidadians are giving away the wides.
Some excellent feeling there by the man at short extra cover, diving to his right, Ramnath. This one is dug out really from his legs. Another single to mid-wicket. So at the end of over number 21, it's 106. 106 for 2. Jamaica in reply to Trinidad and Tobago 158. They are 106 for 2. Strong reply.
It's a very strong reply indeed, Martin. And if these 2 continue, I cannot see we're going beyond 30 overs before this match comes to an end. So Jamaica already have a solid start, even though they have lost 2 wickets. They are in the driver's seat right now, and the Captain Johnson is going along nicely and ensuring that there is no further loss of wickets. Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, needs to pick up wickets if they are to stay in this game and win this match. So they must get wicket. We have seen them strayed somewhat in the bowling. A few wides have been bowled, and they have to be very careful with these wides because they have not scored a big total per se, and they can't afford to give away any extras or extras.
Well, Jamaica has capitalized on those bad deliveries, and those wides have helped them. Those extra deliveries have helped them to propel the score for 106 for 2. Johnson, from the previous tournament, I think he got 100 in one of those innings. One of the more stylish and more accomplished batsmen in this tournament. He has looked very good so far as he chips down the track, not making contact to that really.
Ramlal bowling.
Ramlal, back of the arm, left arm. Unique sort of bowler. a solitary slip. This one is outside the arse stump. Full toss, really should have done better with that. Disappointed with himself. Hitting it straight to the field. That's right, extra cover. No run. He has rushed up to 29. His partner is on 16. 106 for 2. This one is lovely. Flight there on the middle stump. Looking to go through mid-wicket. It in the outer portion of the bat there.
Yes, and Ramlal seems to be bowling in a hurry. Martin, we're not seeing the conventional jump as we used to see from spinners of yesteryear. He's just flat-footed more or less, but he's spinning the ball and spinning very big indeed.
This time he's just pushed over the head of the bowler. Picks up an easy singler again. So things are looking very easy here for the Jamaicans, and I think they have to be credited for that. They have put themselves into this position. They have started positively, batted well in the power play, and continue to do so here at Arnisville at 107 for 2. And as we continue to say, Trinidad has helped them on the way with those extra deliveries, another one being bowled.
Yes, definitely indeed. And these wides are definitely going to plague Trinidad. Surely, if they are to lose this game, they will reflect on how many wides they would have bowled, how many extras they would have contributed to losing the game.
So Jamaica, solid platform being laid here by the batters. Started with Ware, who looked positive from the start, another single. Takes up the score to 109. Really started off nicely for Jamaica, giving them that solid platform that they needed to chase this 158. And they have continued to bat and bat positively, taking the singles, dispatch the bat deliveries. And really, you have to commend them on the way that they have gone about their jobs this afternoon.
Yes, definitely, Martin. We keep talking about the approach of the Jamaican batting, and they have really gone about their job in getting to that target very nicely, positively. They're taking the time. They're not rushing anything. The spinners, they have been playing them on their merit. The bad ball comes along, they dispatch them. And as we keep saying, they've been playing a very positive innings indeed.
Well, there's no devil in this wicket. I've said that earlier. All they need is occupy the crease, dispatch the bad deliveries, bat for long, and it becomes easy as this one is just tickled off his pad, finding the man at short fine leg there, no run.
We have seen in when the Jamaicans bowl, Martin, how much they have contained the Trinidadians, and I think right now in this period Trinidad should reflect on that and try to do as much even better as the Jamaican. They need some tight overs in so that they could contain the Jamaican batsmen, whereas we have not seen a scurry of boundaries. They have been rotated in the strike all along.
That's the difference between the batters, as that's one hit the outer portion of the bat, run between the man at backward point and third man. 2 more runs to the score. Everything seems to be going Jamaica's way as far.
Yes, and there's quite a lot of gaps in the field, and as I said, the approach as the Jamaican has been playing the ball in the gaps and taking their singles, and that has been the hallmark of their batting actually.
This one is flighted and he's out caught. Pissed on the middle stump. He went for the drive and the man at four slip took an easy catch and he goes back to the pavilion, and Jamaica has lost their 3rd wicket, 111 for 3. A good wicket to get.
Yeah, definitely. And we're just speaking about the partnership that these two were Weatherbird and his captain Jordan Johnson. They were building a very, very strong partnership, and to see now that he has lost his partner in Weatherborn, playing on the onside, the ball taking the leading edge and flying to slip. A very beautiful delivery, well bowled, just about middle stump and turning away.
Well, I was just told by my scorer they had a 49 wicket partnership between both of them. So a good partnership between both of them. And took an excellent delivery and a really good catch to dismiss Weatherburn. And that brings to the crease the number 17 attempts. Barnes. He is the skipper of the Jamaican team. He will now join.
Well, the third wicket has fallen, Martin, and be that as it may, it will take a Herculean task by the Trinidadians, a miracle. Unless they get a reel of wickets tumbling right now, I don't think Jamaica can lose this match. I'm betting my money on Jamaica at this time.
They are solidly poised here, but cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and a lot of things could happen from here on in, really. 111 for 3. A fall of 2-3 wickets could see a swing into Trinidad's way, really. And they would love to see that.
Well, it's not over until it's over, until the fat lady begins to sing, Martin.
Exactly.
So you rightly said.
Yeah, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. A lot could happen from here on in. But Jamaica just losing their third wicket, but they're 111, looking for a target of 159. Should really get it easily, but as we said, you never know what could happen in cricket. Could never call it, as Jamaica and Trinidad continues to battle here at Annisville. Another quick delivery, and he just tugs that one out. Back to the bowler.
It will be interesting to see, Martin, if a few wickets should tumble now. It will set up this game for a very interesting finish, because if Trinidad could break through the middle of the Jamaican batting, then anything can happen, as we say.
Well, they have gotten 3 wickets thus far. That brings over number 24 to an end. And after having a 49-wicket partnership between the two Jamaican batters, a new man comes to the crease. 20 overs, 24 overs bowled. His partner, he's settled on 30.
So the left-hander and skipper, Captain Byrne.
Yes.
You have seen his earlier batters lay the foundation, and his duty now is to finish with a win, Martin.
Yes, their duty right now is to take home Jamaica. Get it as close as possible to that score of 159. They just need to bat positively, continue doing what they are doing, and they would get to that total. But I know Trinidad would have some different things up their sleeves as things continue here. Left arm spinner beaten outside the half stump into the keeper's glove.
Yes, beautifully bowled here by Ramlal. Again, he's very quick through the air, Martin. And left arm orthodox, creating some problems for the batters.
This one is on the leg stump. Went for the sweep and calling. Should be a quick single. No signal from the umpires yet. Seems to have hit the bat. For another run to him. As we've been saying, the positive intent of the Jamaicans have gotten them up to this point. The good running between the wicket, the communication, they have done that well as a team. This one is flighted and hitting the inner portion of the bat, just trickling out to the man at mid-wicket. So just causing a little bit of problem for these batters here. This left arm, back of the arm spinner, Ramnal.
Yeah, he's into his third over, and I think he's settling in nicely. And if he continues this, it could be.
This one is hoist.
Pose a problem.
Not really in control, but finding the gap, hitting it in the air, picks up another single. Not really in control there, but it landed safely, not close to a fielder or so, into the square leg air, picks up another single. So the positive intents of the batters continue to be shown here by these Jamaican batters.
It's quite clear, Martin, that the Trinidadians are depending heavily now on their spin bowlers to do the job for them.
Somebody's got to pull a rabbit out of a hat here for them at 113 for 3. This one is looking to sweep. Just finding the man just behind square in the way. Over number 25 have come to an end. And Jamaica, 113 for 3. 31 to the big number 3 from Jamaica. And 1 to his newcomer. So,
yes, Martin, regardless to what is happening in terms of the wickets falling for Jamaica, the current players are showing some sign of aggression. They're not going to be bogged down by whether the Trinidadians are spinning the ball square or not. They're looking for runs and they're looking to attack the ball. And something, again, we keep repeating that the Trinidadians did not do in their earlier part of the innings, take the attack to the bowlers. But we are seeing it now where the Jamaicans are taking the attack to their bowlers. And they are selecting their shots quite comfortably indeed.
So another easy single been taking there. Johnson and Barnes, they are at the crease for Jamaica. 2 left arm spinners operating for Trinidad and Tobago. 2 leg spinners really. Right arm leg spin. That's off spin. That's a skipper. Davis. Yes. It's bowling from that end. Fast, flat. He's coming around the wicket. Bowling to Johnson, who's not out on 31. This time he's sweeping and sweeping well. Will it get to the fence? Yes, it does now. Over the fence, hitting the ropes. A fine shot there by Johnson again, showing his class.
Yeah, definitely. Johnson is seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit now. He has been there steering the ship. Yes. Solid as a rock. Nicely put away. Bad delivery there. And he make no mistake with that one. As we say, Martin, Jamaica continue to play well. The shot selection has been very, very, very positive here in the middle.
Good reply to this score, Jamaica. This one is driven to covers. There's a sweeper there. He's called for 1. Looking for a second. Not there.
Perhaps Trinidad is saying, Martin, if they could have scored another 30 or so runs, it definitely would have been a little more easier on them. But the pressure is now on Trinidad more than anything else.
At least for them to get a few more wickets, get amongst the wickets and put some pressure on the Jamaicans. They have batted well, as we stated before, and they continue to do so. The only thing that could help Trinidad here is to get amongst the wicket at 119 for 3. Johnson's are not out on 36, and he's punching that through covers. There's a sweeper who would cut it off. He picks up another run. Well, that's Barnes picking up another run. Over number 26 have come to an end there. And they are really rushing through these overs as well.
Yes, definitely. And the Jamaicans, again, continue to score at a very reasonable pace. Reasonably enough that they are under no pressure, but they are taking the singles, playing the ball in the gaps. How many times we have said that? And they have not played any rash shot per se. You know, they've been out, the batsman, the wicket that has fallen was balls, they were out to good balls actually. So these 2 batsmen now are consolidating again, as we see from the initial start of the batters for Jamaica. And as they continue in this vein, they can pull through for Jamaica. Trinidad again, hoping to get a breakthrough.
This one's, as the Jamaicans continue to just tick it off and tick the score off, just placing the ball in the gap and taking those singles, making life easier for them. Keep the scoreboard ticking.
Remind us of those tip and one, tip and go, Martin. You know, you drop the ball and run.
Yes, good old days. Thought you to play smart cricket. This one is outside the off stump. He's lifting it over covers. Looking for a signal from the umpire. His hand goes above his head. A beautiful shot there by Johnson. It was flighted and he crashed into that. Over covers. 6 runs to him. 6 lovely runs.
Yes, and even though there was a deep extra cover down on the boundary, that ball was pitched wide and he gave batsman the room to really free his arms, which he did. And maximum was the result.
Yes, he did that with such ease. And Arnisville is not a small ballpark, really. And he did that with so much ease. A real fine shot by Johnson there. Flighted in his area. He got into that and drove it over cover into the fence for 6. A fantastic shot that was. 127 for 3. Looking for a total of 159. He's back and just punches that ball back past the bowler. Another easy single. And things are looking very easy for these batsmen here.
Yes, indeed, Martin. And on observation, I've seen Ramlal seems to be an attacking bowler, not a defensive bowler. And he seems to be looking for your wicket at all times. So then there are times when he would be smashed away at times as well. Yes,
that's the nature of being attacking. It's either you get wickets or the runs would be scored off of you. That's a risk that the skipper is taking here, Davis, with Ramnal, as he continues to operate from the commentator's end here, the northern end. Easy track to bat on, really. No devil. He's have spun, yes. Some has taken off, but really, that's a nice track for batting. Once you occupy the crease, you would score. And Johnson has shown that. As another single, Barnes takes another single, just jogs through for another single, brings over number 27 to an end. Easy course in here for Jamaica.
Indeed, with 23 overs to go, they're very much in the driver's seat, Martin. And I think if Trinidad could really stuck to the task a little more better, get some more tighter overs in, I think we could have even a more competitive game at hand. They just need, well, the Jamaicans stick to the task, and actually their strategy is to rotate the strike, and they've been doing that all along, and it has been bringing good rewards for them. The score has been really taking over quite fast, and the Trinidadians, if they need to be in this game, need to take wickets and also to get a few maiden overs so that they can hold the Jamaicans tighter than this.
Well, Barnes is taking strike from skipper Davis, who's operating around the wicket. He has 2 slips, backward point, a sweep on the boundary, short extra cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, and a deep square leg. 4 men down yonder. This one is flighted nicely outside the off stump, taken by the wicket keeper. Barnes taps away at the crease, really. 129 for 3. Easy. Let's push that one. A back pass between the bowler and the man at short. Extra cover. Another single. Easy single.
Yes, and that's all that it's currently required for the Jamaicans to do if they are to achieve this total. There's no need to any big hitting per se.
Well, I think skipper Davis should be looking at that as well, where he has the men way under boundaries and the easy singles have been taken here by the Jamaicans. He needs to put some pressure on them if he has to even restrict them a little further or take a wicket or 2. He needs to put some more pressure on these batters from Jamaica. They are scoring rather easily and things have become very easy for them with these fielders who have been set on the boundary there. Easy single again. There's no stopping him here. Barnes and Johnson continues to bat well here for Jamaica.
Yes, skipper Barnes and Johnson just playing the ball up in the V and in the spaces and creating more problems for the Trinidadians, rotating the strike and getting the scoreboard ticking over. Had it been where they were reckless in their batting, Martin, it could have been a different story.
Well, they have gone about their jobs circumspectly. Johnson has batted very well, very positively. He has done an exceptional job for his team. He's on 44. Barnes has just joined him. He's on 7. There was a beautiful partnership between Johnson and
Barnes and Johnson.
Weatherburn. Oh, nice partnership of 49 between them. They batted beautifully before he was dismissed from a beautiful catch at first slip. Brilliant delivery as well. 132 for 3. So wanted just a little bit of bounce, just striking him on the pads. It trickling off to the man at first slip.
Trinidad finding it difficult to pick up wickets, Martin. I find they're a bit flat-footed out there. You're not getting the jar, the clapping of hands are not going along.
Flighted again and lifted over the top into the fence. 6 more runs. So Barnes have joined the party, the Bungwe party. Flighted delivery, left-hander, and a beautiful shot over cover. They are doing this with much ease.
Yes, Ramlal has to realize that he has to be a bit tighter than this. And if he watches the score, you will know that the Jamaicans are edging closer to the total. He needs to pitch the ball between middle and leg and try to be a bit tighter, not giving the batsman a chance to free his arms.
Again, this one is flighted. Teasing him again. But this one was more on the middle stump instead of being on the off stump. Not give him any width at all to free his arms. Ramnal, flighted delivery again, just on the pads again. Same era. Just turns the bat on top of it. 138 for 3. Johnson is on 44. Barnes is on 13. A massive 6 over cover. 2 balls ago. Quicker delivery outside the off stump. That he has in his armory as well. As a googly as well.
Yes, indeed. And after that 6 over cover, you can see that he did adjust his line and that he has bowled 3 beautiful deliveries thus far. So he has to continue.
Trinidad has just not been able to stop the flow of runs here from the Jamaicans' bat. And they need someone to really pull something out of a hat here. Over number 29 has come to an end. Jamaica 138. Inching closer to that total of 159 to get. They are comfortably placed here at 138 for 3. Johnson is on 44. And Barnes, who have just joined him, he's on 13.
Yes, Martin, I was saying this match, based on how the Jamaicans started, would have ended at 30 overs, but they would have did some adjusting as well, and they slowed down somewhat in the middle, but then after they start picking up the scoring again with some boundaries, so we have already reached the 30 over mark, so we will go a bit further than that. And here's a shot. A great effort there by the man at long on, trying to take that catch as this ball was lofted out to long on. But the man running back was not able to take that catch. The batsman crossed for what, 3 runs?
Well, they got 2.
2 runs.
Johnson looking to motor that one over to the boundary, but just evading the man. He was just in a bit. He wasn't all the way on the boundary. Evading him. 2 bounce. Picked up 2 runs. So Johnson just chancing his hands there. He's now placed way back on the fence.
And this is what I was saying, Martin. Had the Jamaican been attacking the Trinidadians, it could have been a different story.
This one is swept beautifully, but only finds a man at short fine leg who feels brilliantly and whistling the throw back to the wicket keeper. Some fine cricket there.
Definitely, definitely.
140. This one is swept beautifully over mid-wicket, in the fence for 6, and that brings up the 50 for Johnson. Well played 50 by him, and a well-deserved 50.
Well-deserved 50 indeed. A great knock by him. He stayed there, he played on its merit, and he was looking for that shot, that slog sweep shot over mid-wicket. He tried it before, it was a bit too fine, but this time a bit in front of him, in front of square, and he get it over to mid-wicket for 6. Well played, Johnson.
Well, an excellent knock by Johnson, the senior batter for the Jamaicans. He has led from the front today, 146 for 3. He has rushed up to 52 His partner is on 13. So that 159 looking very easy to get here. They're ramping home here, Jamaica. In this their second game, looking for their second victory. Quicker delivery by Davis, pushing him back.
Trinidad looking a bit droop now, Martin. Very droop indeed.
Well, there's not much they can do from here on in. Jamaica has 7 wickets in hand. And this is over number 30. Another 20 overs to go. They are not seeing any trouble at all. That over number 30 coming to an end. And Jamaica are 146 for 3. With Johnson on 52 and Bones on 13. A really positive returns, plumb positive returns here from the Jamaican batsmen. Just because they were positive, they came out looking for runs. They wanted to get to this total, and really they set the platform here when it comes to batting. Trinidad and Tobago was more circumspect. They didn't take much risk. The Jamaicans came and played their shots, and they are now 146 for 3. It paid off.
Yes, indeed. With 13 more runs to reach the target, I think the Jamaicans have played very well indeed. They have outplayed Trinidad in this match. Definitely, they have come out, as we keep saying, positively. They have watched the ball carefully. They have made their shot selections very carefully. And it's just a matter of time now. Although it takes just one ball to get a wicket, Martin, I think you can't say that Jamaicans will lose this match from here.
Well, they would need to have 7 magical balls up their sleeves to dismiss this Jamaican team who is batted positively. They have looked like they really wanted this game. They are coming into this game with a victory over Guyana. Guyana being bowled out for 74 in that first game. Jamaica rushed home in about 13 overs, getting that score. And they have come to the Annisville playing field here today and really dominated this game from the start, really put Trinidad and Tobago under pressure. They were bowled out for 158 and they have returned. They have started their innings and batted positively, and they are now 146 as there's a change in bowling and the singles just keep turning over easily as they inch closer and closer to that target of 159.
And we now see Lian Mamcham being brought into the attack. Son of our fellow commentator Mamcham. He must have been a very disappointed man, having seen his country go down to Jamaica here at the Mecca, Annisville. But is Mamcham, does he have the magic hand, the golden hand?
Well, it's left to be seen. Johnson is equal to the task. Johnson is saying, you have to produce something good to get me out here today. I'm set on 52, and his partner is on 14 as they are decked in their colors. Jamaica's usual black, green, and gold, and Trinidad and Tobago, red, white, and black.
Quite noticeable that this field is spread wide as well, Martin.
Yes, that is something that I've spoken about. The skipper really should have gotten the field in, trying to cut those easy singles that the Jamaicans are taking at will.
They continue to do so, leading up to as they inch closer. It's now 148. 148 for 3 Jamaica. Cruising home, so to speak. Easy like Sunday morning.
Yes, yes, indeed. So, I think the fat lady has begun to sing here for the Trinidadians, really. The Jamaicans have really outplayed them in this game, the second round. Manchan is appealing to that one of fast delivery. Yorker length seems to have a little bit of bat on top of it, not how it says umpire.
That's a very good delivery and very good length ball, and that's the line that most of the bowlers should have been bowling earlier. We've seen some of it in parts, but did not carry along for long time, long periods actually, Martin, and that would have been part of the downfall as well.
Well, Mamcham, number 7, runs away from us. Short delivery down the leg side, and he's helping the Jamaicans even more. extra delivery, extra run.
Yeah, we just spoke about him bowling two good length deliveries, and now he's lost his line there for a bit. Somewhat under pressure, seeing that he's being brought into the attack. He has a job to do, but as realizing that the Jamaicans are closing in on this game, it could be very tough for him.
And there are still those men at deep mid-wicket, fine leg, sweeper, still looking for something out there. Deep long off.
Well,
just about 11 runs to get.
Well, with Leon Mamcham, he seems to be what we call the death bowler. You know, in cricket, you have to have someone who could come in there and still work magic for you. So far, he hasn't been bowling badly. A very nice and tidy length.
And the Reggae Boys out of Jamaica. He didn't play any shot there. Just wrapping him on the pads. There's a peel, but that seems to be going down leg really from where I'm at. That brings over number 31 to an end from Mamcham.
Very good over there by Mamcham, his first one. And in spite of pressure that he's under, coming in at 149 Jamaica for 3, just needing another 10 more runs for victory. He has come in and bowled a very tidy over for his skipper.
Well, I just love the way that Johnson went about his innings. He started, just playing it around, and when the ball came into his half, into his zone, he played his shots, and he really never really risked his hand per se. He took his chances, hit the ball in the gaps, and he's on 53 not out. He has played a solid hand here for Jamaica. He's a chief batter really for this Jamaican team. They're depending on him heavily in this tournament, and he has started positively.
Well said, Martin. Well said. We have not seen him taking any risk at all. He has played each ball on its merit. He has played a very fine hand indeed to help his Jamaican team to win this match here today. And this is what West Indies selectors would be looking at: your occupation at the crease, time spent at the crease, your concentration, and your ball selection, your shot selections. All that goes into your game. A very disciplined innings indeed.
Yes, and he would want to continue to do so, as there's a change in bowling from the southern end. The left arm seamer comes back, is outside the off stump, just pushing him back. We'd love to see this sort of cricket being played here by these youngsters, the rising stars. So Agard has returned to do his duties. He bowled a new ball, had a reasonably good spell. Wasn't effective as skipper thought he would have been. But really, Jamaica has really taken this game by force, really. They have outplayed Trinidad and Tobago in all eras, really. And they are edging closer and closer to that target of 159. They are 149 as Johnson continues to bat. As he squeezes that one out to cover, picks up another single. 150 comes up for the Jamaicans. 3 wickets are fallen.
Yes.
As we see some clouds just coming over their horn.
Well, no real threat that rain is going to come. The usual weather around this time, Martin.
Yes.
Into the hurricane season. We do have some dark clouds, and they come and then they fade away. Perhaps taking a good look at the match.
Indeed, indeed. Having a bird's eye view there, the clouds. This one is wide outside the off stump. As the Trinidadians continue to help Jamaicans get to this target, bowling extra deliveries. I would love to see how many extras have been bowled thus far by the Trinidadians. 16. 12 wides thus far.
Wow, that's too much.
Those things do come back to haunt you. Inconsistency of the bowling. This one is edging him past the man, but an excellent piece of feeling there by him at short third man, diving to his right, still putting in the effort, although things doesn't look too bright for them. Love seeing those sort of efforts from the youngsters.
Captain Barnes seeing everything to the end, surely would want to finish strong and be there with his partner, Johnson.
Just reminding you that there are other games that are being played here at Sion Hill and Cumberland. Another singles taken easily with those men who have gone somewhere in the valley, somewhere up in the countryside there, just waiting for something to happen, really. The skipper have not adjusted his field at all. 4 men way on the boundary. He's now doing that, pulling in the sweeper, pulling in the long on, the long off. That should have been done rather earlier. Put the pressure on the Jamaicans to go over the top. But they have been scoring freely, taking those singles. They didn't mind that. So there's no pressure on them. No ball. Another extra delivery and an extra run as well been taken as though the right arm of umpire Joseph comes out.
Wow.
Free hit for
Very
Johnson.
disturbing.
Free hit for Johnson. He would love this.
Very disturbing, Martin, the amount of extras. They will really have to go back to basics, have a big discussion about all these extras that they've been bowling.
As I was mentioning before, Cumberland, the Windward Islands, is playing at Sion Hill. This one is outside the off stump. A dot delivery. Johnson missing it right through him. He missed out on the opportunity to score there. But it was well bowled as well.
Definitely. So for a free hit, he should have really done better with that. But it was a very, very good delivery. Very good delivery indeed by Agar.
This one is outside the awesome and he's driving it sweetly past the man at long on. Mid off, sorry, picks up 1. He comes back for 2. 2 good runs there again as Johnson continues to look good here for the Jamaicans. 2 more runs to the score, 2 more to Johnson. As over number 32 has come to an end. Jamaica are 157, just 2 runs shy of that total of 159. They have batted exceptionally well here in the second half of this game and really has pushed themselves into this position. Trinidad and Tobago facing down the barrel of defeat here for a second time.
Yes, definitely, Jamaica. Kudos to them. They have come out and played some very good cricket indeed. They have built on a very strong foundation. The opening pair would have started that for them and they have lost 2 wickets when they would have already on their way. And then the other batters came in and they built their foundation as well. They have partnerships going, which the Trinidadians failed to do. And they have been scoring more often and more quicker than the Trinidadians when they batted. So that would have been the difference between the 2 sides, really. And the bowling for Jamaica was right on target as well. As we watch Mam Cham bowling this fine, which I believe would be the final over before the match is won by Jamaica. This one taking the batsman on the pad. Stifle appeal, no run. So we're into the 32nd over. Jamaica just needing 2 more runs for victory in this match.
That said, the way Jamaica is batting, it looked like a 30 overs game really if they continue to bat that way. They have gone over 2 beyond that. Another wide delivery.
It's just too much, Martin. It's just too many wides in this game. It's not like if the batsman is on 99 and you don't want him to score 100. I remember playing a Masters cricket just recently in Carriacou. And one of the side that I was playing against, I think it's Northeast, batter, was on 99. The bowler walked down to him and said, listen, you're not going to get 100. He bowled him a wide.
This one is hitting him somewhere in a soft area. It's not very comfortable. In that area between the chest and the knees, really that soft area. Very tender area that is. Need some attention, some medical attention. On.
Yes, with 2 runs to go, Martin. I don't think you should be getting into these kind of injuries right now. Please you try all your utmost best to ensure that you get these runs without any injury or trying to invent any strange shot at this time of the game. But here it is, that trifling short delivery, and he was trying to poorly miss it. And as you say, cannon into his soft spot.
Indeed. Just to remind you that this is West Indies under 19 cricket, the Rising Stars here been played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Here we are at Arnisville playing field. There are 2 other games that are being played presently. Leeward Islands versus Guyana, that is at Cumberland. And the Windward Islands versus Barbados, that is at Sion Hill. And we are here at Arnisville with Jamaica and Trinidad. We have not gotten any scores from those games so far. But I think the Bajans were bowled out for a little bit at Sion Hill.
Yes, 137 by the Windwards.
Yes, and so that game should be either maybe completed, or somebody should have won that game already.
Yes.
Really. And I'm not too sure of the one at Cumberland, what is happening there between Leeward Islands and Guyana. But we are here at Arnisville, where Jamaica has dominated today's play. They bowled Trinidad out for 158, and they are now 158 for 3. Just that 1 run to get to claim their second victory in this tournament, and they have played well so far. They have outplayed both teams.
By some 20 odd extras.
Yes. This one is wrapping him. Is he out? Yes, he is. So Mam Cham has gotten his man a wicket just before that single has taken, and Mam Chan has strike. And that's a good delivery. Pitching just on the stumps there. He went for the drive, missing it completely. And the umpire had no hesitation of bringing up that index finger.
Yes. That is as straight as an arrow with a hit between middle and off stick. And Mam Chan had come and really has bowled a very, very tight line indeed. I wonder, should he been introduced in the attack before Martin, it could have been a difference.
Well, how much difference could he make now? 1 run to go, he has picked up a scalp.
Probably still seems to be the man with the golden arm, you never know.
Probably heard something from his dad lower down. You know, that helped him. So
that's the skipper going there for Jamaica just after a short injury, being hit in the solar plex. Then after that, he's out like before, so he must have been feeling some pain, Martin, and a little bit uncomfortable by that delivery.
Well, he was so uncomfortable that he wanted to walk back to the pavilion. That he did. Mam Cham picks up his first wicket. So if that's a strategy that he has to use, Mam Cham, to get wickets, then he should employ it really. How well does this help him here today, I'm not sure. But just that 1 run to get for Jamaica to have full points here again against the Trinidadian team. This is their second defeat. And I think these things will be very much difficult for them to really go on to the next round after losing 2 in a row.
Yes, I'm certain after this match, when Mam Cham goes back to the pavilion or back to his hotel and reflect on the day's play, he would be saying, I should have bowled before this. I think he would be well pleased with his he being able to take a wicket, you know, coming into the attack late. But here he is again. Short outside the off stump. The batsman was in 2 minds there. But there is no run, no damage done. Still just 1 run needed to complete this game for Jamaica.
So Bedford has joined Johnson. That 1 run. Not like the truck is Beckford. Beckford has joined him. So outside the off stump, Mam Cham hitting a lovely length there outside the off stump. Looking good so far.
Well, a loss for Trinidad here. I don't know if they will be able to party hard in this carnival spirit, Martin.
Well, I doubt the coaches would be doing that or sending their players out to do so. You know, probably need something to revive them. They are the land of Calypso, Pan and Calypso. They do enjoy their carnival as well.
And of course, the sunset.
Beckford is driving that to covers, picks up the first one, and that brings a victory there for Jamaica. So Jamaica has claimed victory for Jamaica against Trinidad and Tobago as the signal comes from the umpire and the scorers. So they have won and won handsomely. They have won by 6 wickets, and they have played an exceptional game here today.
A very exceptional game indeed, and that's how cricket should be played. The opponent, you know what target you're looking for. You're replying to them, and you started off very, very solidly. Batters of Jamaica opening and giving their team a very solid start, so that the other batters to come were able to, or in under no pressure whatsoever, and they were able to take it away this time around. Trinidad, unfortunately, did not play as well as they would like to, and they would have really, really been ashamed of themselves in the way they played, in terms of not taking the singles, not taking advantage of the power play, and also not running positively, as well as bowling a lot of extras, Martin. So that would have been their downfall, their weaknesses. So Jamaica coming off with a win here in this encounter, and there's still a lot of work for the Trinidadians and for both teams as well. But the Trinidadians in particularly would really look back and say, well, we have bowled too many wides indeed, and we did not bowl those balls in the right areas.
Well, Jamaica has won this game handsomely. Well played to them. Congratulations to the Jamaicans. Excellent game from this morning. Bowling out the Trinidadians for 158. Really. Just to let you know what happened in this innings. They started with a target of 158, really, to get. And they started with Ware and Williams. Ware went early. Let's get in these. Right. Ware, he was out for 37. Williams, he got 11. Johnson was on 57. Weatherburn, he got 19. And Burns joined him. He got 16 as well. And Jamaica ramped home here at 159 for 4. Excellent batting by them, led by Johnson. And really, just to remind them as to went on in the innings before Horn, as to how Trinidad went through the innings.
Yes, well, Trinidad, as we said, won the toss, batted first. They have scores of 22, Ramlal. Then Jagasar, he went without scoring. Kyle Ramdu, he went for 19. Ramji, Ramnath, 16. Joshua Davis for 2. Orlando James for 14. Andrew Rambaran for 3. Jason Agard for 9. And Abdul Juman, 28. Vasant Singh for 16. And Liam Mancham for 1. Trinidad all out for 158 or 47.1 overs. Clearly, Martin was not sufficient runs enough to pose any challenge to the Jamaicans, who set about the task very, very solidly from ball 1, and would have seen some very good partnership between their openers. And even though they would have lost 2 wickets, the other batters ensured that they did not lose 4 wickets, except for the skipper, who, after being hurt, went lately in the innings when they were almost home. But they would have played well. Congratulations to the Jamaicans.
Well, congratulations to Jamaica. They have played a solid game from the start. Really went about their business and did an exceptional job. The coaches and managers would be very proud of them thus far. There are 2 games in a row. They have won in this tournament, 50 over the side. And really, just to let you know what will be happening later on in this tournament, round 3, we'll have matches. Match 1, Guyana versus Barbados at Arnisville. It starts at 9:30. And the Windward Islands will be taking on Trinidad and Tobago at Park Hill. And the third game is the Leeward Islands versus Jamaica at Sion Hill. And all games start at 9:30. That's round 3. We'll be playing. And really, we're going to have some interesting games coming up in that round 3 game. Trinidad and Tobago, they haven't got no winners yet. Winwards, I think, should have gotten another win today. Jamaica has gone to 2. Barbados have won 1. And really, we should have some interesting game in round 3 coming up.
Yes, weather permitting, Martin, we expect to have some fine cricket. And we expect these players to settle down, buckle down, and to score some big innings. They are the future of West Indies cricket. The West Indies now are looking for players who would be able to concentrate long, bat long, and score big runs. You have to be able to show that you have this talent to be on the world stage. You just can't score 10 and 5 and 20 runs, and you can't get a start, as a matter of fact, and just give it away. So you have to continue to bat long. The bowlers have to take wickets and show that they have that stamina and endurance.
Indeed, indeed. So we want to say thank you for joining our broadcast here today at Arnisville. Thank you for the commentary team, Alanson, Mam Cham, who was with us during this day, Horn, and myself, Kenroy Martin. Here we are signing out here from Arnisville, and we'll be back with you on Saturday, really, to bring you more live coverage, live actions here from Arnisville, Park Hill, and Sion Hill, where the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars would be continuing their quest to be called champions of the 50 overs aside here. Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana, Windwards, Leewards, and Trinidad and Tobago will be battling for that title. So we want to say thank you for viewing, and we hope to have you back here on Saturday to do the same and continue to support the youngsters in the West Indies under 19 tournament here at the Rising Stars. Thank you.